It's the Tonight Show, the Slave Tonight Show, starring Chili DeCastro, Canada Downing, Brandon Joe Williams, and some other legal scholars, law scholars who don't know the law. I, of course, am your host, the white gorilla, all of slaves. Getting into some ideas, questions, comments, concerns, legal versus lawful. The Constitution is garbage, maybe even some conspiracy theory and more. But first, we have the Slave Tonight Show band. Give it up for them. A little bit of musical interlude. Let's go on over to Gorilla Gems for a couple pieces, and then we're going to come on right back. Remember, you're probably still a slave.
We can. Put you in the sickle for the harvest is right. We ain't down for wickedness, false prophets a lie. Woman to the wicked grass of blind to sight. Unquenchable flame, stars fall in the night. Shemayim snapped the scroll, mountains fled in the anger. Hills of flock of rams, skipping special forces, we can angels. Really by no labels, we bout labor for the source. Wells up in infinite, waters coming forth. Spiritual revival, dehydration shall I pour. Kept the run down to the mouth, cool floor. Kingdom heaven in me is parts of the morbid head. Treasure like deep in you, key to the never end. We all a ray, a fragment piece of the sea sledge. Point of a center, he segment filled in with ether. Hit me on and then you're passing a present teacher. Pre-sealed and covered in Nehemiah, not Easter. We all a ray, a fragment piece of the sea sledge. Point of a center, he segment filled in with ether. Hit me on and and you're passing a prison teacher, pre-sealed and covered in Nehemiah, not Easter. Not a game, stolen the soul arrangement, adversary in the details, mirrors and smoking angels, incriminating emails, fake news, read the paper, pimping who been printing, it's all designed to take ya. Division in your cells, almighty sustain, ain't got how relying on nothing else. In trouble, it's all vapor, elder wind in the sails, the water, the whole rainbow, reclamation, just a vessel, a wrestle, Jonah, you came for. Stay mind, blow it holy, Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my way. Stay mind, blow it holy, Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my way. Force tremendous, Bill Adam breath, living dust, mushy for the enemy, burnt down like a Dutch. Once upon a distant, dirty sackcloth in the ashes. Truth don't grow with mischief, prayer get raised about the ashes. Save me from the mire, I would fell if not your pasture. Had you not an anchor, if you save me, I'll be thrown. Thorn to the thief, leech, mind to the corn. Stone in the sling, sing signs in the storm. Rock foundation, time echo with the north. Recon over game, wings fly with the force. All purpose type material to camouflage the course. Tiger stripe, orange, red drip from the source. We all array, your fragment piece of the sea sledge. Point of a center, he segment filled in with ether. He'll be on it then, you're passing a present teacher. Pre-sealed and covered in Nehemiah, not Easter. Stay mind, dwell with holy Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my word. Stay mind, dwell with holy Lord, if they only knew how they controlling you, thought still a slave. Look how they holding you, enemy scoping you, word on my wing.
Are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in foosball.
You fucking cried after 3 days in the fucking holding tank. Looked like a fucking pile of wet rags at court. You should see how I showed up to court after 3 days in the box with the light on.
Please, is there anything I can do, sir? Please. Does he look like a bitch? What? Don't do this to my wife, man. You don't know what you're doing to my family, man. Does he look like
Those are your founding fathers of today. Those are your modern day founding daddies. How far we've come, huh?
Don't make me sleep in jail.
Continue. You were saying something about
best intentions.
Josh has never been arrested for recording.
Okay, so that's him getting arrested, and then his friend here makes a phone call that I want to touch on.
Yo,
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. They turn birth right into paperwork. Stamp your spirit with a barcode. But laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. They say license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. But my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, they'll sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze and trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than stage. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Gorilla! I ain't fighting just the system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. And no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small. Next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, know that is people. Proper instruction, know that is gorilla. Proper instruction, know that is people. Proper instruction, know that is gorilla.
All right, folks, we're back at it. I am your cosmic slave bus driver. It's kind of like the magic school bus. Similar, not the same. And we got a graphic coming for that soon. I'm going to get to that later tonight. We need that. The cosmic slave bus. Very reminiscent of the magic school bus. So, yeah, I came across a few things over the last few weeks. We haven't been...
You are a slave.
Short of content.
Your government does not care about
content, nonsense. Oh, that's mine. Don't worry about that. It's a little bit of background. That's Humboldt Hannah, as some of you might already know. It's a 1940s kind of war jazz vibe, with a little bit of kind of messaging, a little bit of warm messaging in the background from Humboldt Hannah. You are such a slave. You are so stupid. You quote pieces of paper and other men experience, but you don't try to seek experience that led to quote. Boy, you are so stupid. Not even that you are stupid. You are so coward. You are so coward slave. That's what you are. Humboldt Hannah will tell you. And that's basically what the content nonsense has always been about here, right? So many different ways. And we've had plenty of it. The past weeks, months, years, and we're waiting. We're like the cosmic servers here, right? We show up, we take your order. A lot of times we know what you need, right? Is it going to be the usual? Good to see you guys here today, by the way. The usual or what? Large order of slavery, side of genocide. A little bit of corporatism and fascism over easy on the side. Yeah, I know it. You know, so I get back there. I tell some of the illegal Mexicans back there who we're not going to rat out because they're damn good at what they do, okay? And that's really what America's about. Not the policy, the statute code, the beliefs, the supposed idealism, the statism. So I get back there and I say, Jorge, whip up the huge. Another white slaves has walked in. Needs to get his fill, right? And they know what to do. They say, see, Mr. Unslave. So yeah, that's where we're at. We're gonna go over some of that. We're gonna go on this. We're gonna go to the slave book, is what it is. We're gonna revisit some Mr. DeCastro because the Tanoa Downings and the Brandon Joe Williamses and the who else this week. We had a few folks on here personally. They have this obsession, this fetishism with statute, policy, code, legal procedure, and process. And they keep telling me that's how we get rights and freedoms. That's the way to the way. And I go, no, young grasshopper. That's how we got here. You guys don't even know who and what you are. You don't know right from wrong. Okay? And because you can't philosophize, which is the prerequisite to all legal process at this point in courting, right? That's the backbone. Because you can't do that and you don't have that, you don't have nothing, right? See, they're called principles for a reason. First things first. Little bit of logic, morals and ethics, civics, and philosophy. If you ain't got that, you ain't got shit. Yeah, I like that vibe. It's a good vibe. You and me. So yeah, if you don't have the foundational principles, logic, morals, ethics, the philosophizing behind it, all you got is information, which is false power. It seems powerful because it leads to wealth, right? You could sell a few 100,000 people some trifolds, crifolds, Y-folds. Don't even trifolds, right? That's my next paper that I'm going to put out for folks. The don't even trifolds. Yeah, coming to the shelves near you. The don't even trifolds, the Y-folds. We got all kinds of folds. Yeah, that's where we're at. We got folks literally on here calling themselves law scholars, don't know the law on all sides, can't go to court with a conviction and be respectable, and then want to sell a bunch of products they themselves can't even use and get results with. Glaring example of all of the issues and problems at its core. Every problem contains its own solution. Every conspiracy theory / question contains its own answer and power and value dynamic. So let's go to that. Because I could sit here and muse all day, every day with you folks. And we're heavily shadow banned lately, as you can tell. Oh man, they're doing their job. Shout out to you folks in a quasi end times apocalyptic scenario with best and worst of time. Just you can feel the opportunity in the air, right? It's like the roaring 1920s, right before the collapse and the depression. People are dancing, they're singing, the market's going up, fucking like rabbits. You got the roaring 20s version of OnlyFans, which is like whorehouses and flop houses. Oh man, it's prime time, big time, raw, uncut America. And the corporatists are just swinging the night away. Another cup of that Pfizer, Moderna, moonshine. Who gives a fuck if I go blind? I'm already spiritually blind. That's alignment where I'm from, If I go physically blind and I'm already spiritually blind, that's alignment. Meant to be. So yeah, it's, we're looping again. That's why I'm your cosmic slave bus driver. It's down and back. Anytime you see me, I got the same old outfit on and it's just down and back. If you're not into that, you're probably not into what we do here. You're probably not into life in general, right? How many of you went to sleep last night and woke up today? All right, then, you're looping. Shut your mouth. All right, now let's get to it. Or we could just sit here and listen to music and I can yap. Or just listen to the music. We might do that as well. I don't plan on doing much more than an hour. All right, let's see. What do we got here? You know what? I kind of like that. If I can get it done with that in the background. Okay, so Came across my feed and I burst out laughing. Where is it? Your old boy, your old friend. And again, I'm not picking on anybody specifically. I don't have any axe to grind with anyone specifically, even if I've had dust ups with them and run-ins, as it were. This is really to just talk about what I see as the truth, right? To the content, as they say. And I actually do believe, as you know, call me crazy. You know, I may seem wicked and evil at times and willing to be hateful and attack people, but call me crazy, but I really do believe that what I'm doing is a service if we let it be, because if you ignore at times how I present this stuff and look at what I'm saying, I don't think it could be argued with or refuted. And I think that the majority of these issues, if not all of them, are all right there, right? The reason why it's happening and therefore the solution. So, you know, be an honorable, good faith man who understands trust, equity, and faith, which is the backbone, again, along with logic, morals, ethics, and philosophy of courting. Bold Hannah, hold on. You got a message, PSA.
Paul unshaved and stop being so stupid. Look at you, GI. Vaxxed, taxed, and raxed and paying to be ruled over. You are not free. You are a coward shrave. GI, maybe you need more rub-down and shots and piracy to feel safe again. GI, your leaders send your sons to die in war, and your daughters go to Epstein Island.
Right. But, you know, we got to follow those statutes, policies, and codes, and we got to run around here constantly deferring to what they literally call their founding daddies. You know? And like, I'll bring them up and talk about them at times to repeat what they say, to correlate what makes sense to me that I've come to realize or understand based on a soul or spiritual connection and conviction. So yeah, I mean, you know, maybe a lot of you folks who think that, like, you know, statute, policy, and code and legal process are the way to the way somehow. You know, if we go back to the ancient truths, the eternal truth and wisdom, do you think that legal code, policy, statute, or procedure is in there? Maybe you need a more rock-a-down. You need a rock-a-down and piracy, slave, so you can feel safe. So you can start to understand what this all really is. The surrendering to that which is, always has been, and always will be, versus the attempt to try to get everyone here to surrender to your belief systems and hallucinations and entitlements and ultimately your wishes, right? If you have to go to a constitution or any kind of legal process or procedure and learn that before you can address a wrong that your supposed government or your fellow man has done to you, then your system's a failure. Why can't you folks get that? And it's not that you can't get it. Like everything we talk about here, you don't want to get it because you're too cowardly. I know you don't like when I say that, but why don't you look inside and see if what I'm saying is true? You're too cowardly to confront the fact that everything you're citing comes from another man just like you. And rather you just be that motherfucker. I am him, as they say on the ground, the African Americans nowadays, the YNs. Instead of you just showing up as I am that am, I am him, you want to keep talking about the guy who showed up one time in history as I am him. Either wannabe slave master or freed slave, right? So I'm going to ask, which one are you on the world stage in the cosmic holographic play / movie that we're all starring in, witnessing, we're the audience of, we're also writing it, we're producing it. See how that works? Your billboard got some traction on my Facebook page. Oh, that's cool. I get that. But much like a lot of things in life, see, again, everything's holographic and reflective here. So it doesn't even really matter how I feel about a lot of this stuff. And the presumption is that I have to have a feeling in order to be passionate and inspired to talk about the ideals, the power systems, and the value systems. I don't. I'm inspired and passionate about that anyway. There may be some personalization at times. I try to limit that as much as possible. So it might have got some traction, might have got some attention, but we didn't get any contributions and support where it matters, And in this case, I'm not Mr. Cash and all the rest of it. Again, I don't sell products. I don't scam you guys. I give my time all day, every day, hours and hours a day, every day, weeks upon months upon years, to whoever wants it or needs it for the mission and the cause. I don't ask anything. I don't expect anything. Okay. But again, just like legal and lawful rights and freedoms, the reason why more and more you're not seeing a rapid effect. I mean, you are if you're involved, like to some extent on the ground in the corners, you can see more of it. But the reason why you're not seeing an overwhelming result is because most people just don't want to put their ass on the line. They don't want to have to sacrifice anything to get what they want or need. We're at the point now in society, people are so broke or broken or apathetic or just selfish and greedy and collecting for status, as the meme points out. They don't want to sacrifice or give up anything to get anything they see as powerful or valuable or meaningful. So, I mean, again, you know, that's why you find yourself, I would say that's why we are here. In some senses, that's true, because all these dynamics apply to me. The only way I could talk about it is if I started to see it in myself, right? And address it. So yeah, again, we'll see where that goes. And I'm not complaining, because ultimately what's meant to be is meant to be. And then the next layer of this is like, because there's always multiple layers. One layer is, Paul, you're better off not getting any contributions and support for this billboard, even though it'd be fun and exciting and triggering, and it'd probably be decent promotion for the channel. You're probably best off not having little to no help with this from the outside, because it's going to force you to do whatever it is more on your own with yourself and, you know, with your faith, right? Which is what I find is like always the real work that most are not even aware of and or are neglecting. So like being aware of that, I have to be aware of that. You know, I can't deny that. So, you know, that allows me to not be defeatist in any way or bitter or resentful or, you know, insecure beyond a certain point. Oh, Humboldt Hannah. It's every 8 to 10 minutes, I think, we get a PSA.
So stupid. Look at you, GI. Vaxxed, taxed, and raxed and paying to be ruled over. You are not free. You are a coward shrave. GI.
That's true.
Maybe you need more rub-down and shots and policy to feel safe again. GI. Your leaders send your sons to die in war, and your daughters go to Epstein Island.
Right. What was I saying? All right, yeah, we gotta get to it. We gotta get to it at some point, because that's where I find a lot of my inspiration, to look within and then realize more about me and then try to work on that and then reflect that outward, right? I get that from experiencing myself and other selves here. I'm never short of inspiration with that, because it's like all right there. It's glaring. Let me see. Let me go over my chat creatures. See if there's anything pressing. STFU, we going to deport them, and you know damn well, just state they allow you groom and grape their women. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Again, a slave must have creeped in here. Magatard slave. You're such a moron. This is why now. My new thing now is I'm not done looping, because none of us are, even if we want to be, right? It's just a product of this experience to some extent. But my new thing is, instead of the audible loop, I get to save me time, energy, and attention. And even though we all, like, I get a little bit of a high off allowing myself to get frustrated and yell and go off on slaves. I get a dopamine rush, and people get entertained by that, right? We can still do that from time to time, but it's just a lot less of that with my health issues the last few years and just kind of refocusing on what's important. You know, but still, I could throw one of those at you every so often. But my new thing now is, it's because it's better for everyone. I can just put it out there. It just sits there like this. One of my, I'll give you this one. And then I got to come back. Remind me to come back to the Magatard. But this one so far has done 60,000 views over the last 2 days on Slave Book. So I'm finding my groove and my niche, how to get around this censorship and shadow banning, and how to just take me out of the equation, right? and then just bait the slaves who need the information with something they can latch onto to some extent. So this one is thousands of reactions and over 60,000 views and a couple thousand shares, I believe. So yeah, you're sitting around worried about deporting the people they pointed toward and told you are your enemy now, and you're completely ignoring the fact that you don't have a right to free speech anymore. You don't have a right to bear arms. You don't have a right to own property. You can't pursue your happiness anymore in certain ways without being criminalized. You don't have a right to travel freely, and you're not free from search and seizure. Okay, so your bullshit constitution contract that you're not a party to, which according to you is supposed to protect and preserve your natural rights, is more than trash. It's laughable at this point. It's gone completely out the window. And worse than that, you don't even know, you don't even care, you're not going to do anything about it. You're actually going to do the opposite. You're going to focus on criminalizing another group of people and making them your enemy, while the people telling you to criminalize them and make them your enemy are running your life and your future, and they're like sending your boys to war and your daughters to Epstein Island for some playtime, fun time. And you want to come here and laugh at me and mock me and project onto me that I'm a liberal, right? Either that or you're an indoctrinated slave of the right-wing persuasion, just like the left-wing persuasion. You're all the same. Does anyone else see the grandeur and the majesty in my mundane loop? How my loop is better than anyone else's loop here? Who loop constantly? Way underrated loop, right? Everyone's got their loop, but mine is way underrated because literally every other interaction is proof of a holographic reflective simulation reality where there is no complete individuation. There is only a semi-autonomous, choice-based, seemingly randomized, but ordered and programmed holographic reflective simulation. And we do that without even doing that. We prove it without even proving it. We allow the audience to show up and just be. And by virtue of who we are and what we do, we call that experience in, and then we can talk about it, show it for what it is, and reveal the nature of reality. You see? I haven't seen anybody do that. And again, maybe I like to suck my own dick every now and again. Someone's got to do it. And I've gotten pretty good at it so far.
You are a shrave. Your government does not care about you, GI. You should go watch Paul Unshaved and stop being so stupid. Look at you, GI. Vax, taxed, and raxed and paying to be ruled over. You are not free. You are a coward shrave. GI. Maybe you need more rock-down and shots and piracy to feel safe again.
They do, Hannah. They absolutely need more rock-down shots and piracy to feel safe. But see, the magatards who come here and project onto me that I'm a libtard forgot all about Donnie being the daddy of the lockdown and the vaccine. They don't understand. While they're laughing at me and mocking me, I'm mocking them once again because MAGA's way too left for me. Welcome, if you woke up in reality today, instead of whatever this is. Man, you conservatives are so Republican. Oh, wait. You're collectivist, socialist, fascist, overthrowing the rule of law, shredding the constitutional contract, and doing it all because fentanyl, roads, and illegals. Right. Got it. And you're not retarded. Why? How? This is Matt speak, by the way, is what they called it at one point. The guy from Friends. He would use sarcasm. They would call it Matt speak.
We have losers. We have losers.
Yes, Donnie, that's true. That is true. Right, back to what I was saying. How could I forget? So yeah, that leads me back to, for you folks, I did this little I created this little ditty for you folks, right? Because I've had so many of these interactions over the past however many weeks, months, years, and I knew it was coming. I predicted it was all going to happen. I go, here we go. We're going to transition from the leftists calling me a Republitard in the algorithm to all the right wingers projecting that I'm a leftist. I go, no, the leftists are far too left for me, and MAGA is way too left for me. I can't. None of this is actually conservative of supposed Republican, in quotes, ideals, right? Of and by and for the people under God, God-given rights. And that's it. Limited, if any, government. It's there to uphold the law. And the law is we get to be free and you can't cause loss, injury, and harm. Anything outside of that is a waste of everybody's fucking time. We can't just get these inauthentic corporate beta males to be men again. You know why? This is how they don't understand they're spiritually trapped. Why is because you're not going to make as much money attempting to be an honorable man under God and getting other people to do the same. It's not as profitable. You got a bunch of inauthentic corporate males out there nowadays who want to be special and unique and magical and miraculous, and they want a secret sauce. They want a secret program that nobody can know, especially a gorilla, an unemployed gorilla in a trailer. They want something only the finest suit-wearing Mason or Jesuit Luciferian could know, right? They really want to be part of the in crowd and have their stepdaddy respect them, right? And they still don't get. The way to get stepdaddy to really respect you is stop acting like stepdaddy. Stepdaddy knows he's a weak, cowardly lowlife. He just tries to convince you and everyone else he's not. Okay? The way you get them to respect you is by being better than they are in the truth, rather than trying to get better at manipulating the lie. See? Imagine that. We're back to honor, good faith, and integrity again. See, we can't turn any corner without running into ourselves and those power and value dynamics. So yeah, really all this is a reverse engineered test about where your heart is, and God and the universe going to judge your heart. If you care more about a place amongst people, you care more about attention and validation, you care more about profit than you do about what's true and what's right and archetypal and has always been here, that'll always be here, and serving that and becoming that, then we know who and what you are. And it doesn't matter if you win at court and you teach other people to win at court. You lost in God's court. You got convicted in God's court as bad faith and dishonorable because you went with a lesser of evils again. See how that works? What are you, some kind of liberal, Ollie boy? Don't you want rights and freedom, like you say? Spiritual faith? Through the supposed evangelical but actual Luciferian Roman Empire and its fascistic wannabe dictators? Overthrowing the rule of law here? What are you, some kind of liberal? What do you want, collectivism, socialism, or Marxism? And then I got to tell them, hey, boomer, we're already there. See? This is proof that perception is not reality, but it may as well be our reality. Because my reality is I have to keep listening to all these people's perceptions that were given to them by their masters, and they can't even make sense out of anything they're saying or believing. What else is new, right? So, hey, Boomhauer, get a clue. We're already in Marxism by definition, because the main tenet, one of them is, you don't own private property. And if you got to pay your yearly tribute and lease to use the property you own, then you don't actually own it. They can come take it at any time and redistribute that wealth. And that leads us into the second idea. You're already in socialism, Boomhauer. Redistribution of wealth. You remember that? Obama, redistribution of wealth, socialism. You've been there for decades and decades, and you're so ignorant and arrogant and uneducated, you don't even know what you're in and involved with, even though you say it and use the terms. Just like there it is. We gotta. Oh man, my. Stop being so stupid.
Paying to be ruled over. You are not free. You are a coward slave. GI. Maybe you need more rockdown and shots and policy to feel safe again. GI. Your leaders send your sons to die in war, and your daughters go to Epstein Island.
Right. So as I was saying, And of course, if you're in both of those things, then you're already in collectivism, right? Because the collective is deemed in this legal society to be more important and powerful than the individual. They can dictate to the individual what they're going to do and be and not do and be, right? Bam, there's the collectivism. And because you're born in the cage, right? The bird that's born in the cage thinks the cage is a home, and that flying is something weird, crazy, and potentially sick. See how that works? So, yeah. Shout out to you folks, public service announcement, all of you MAGA-tards, all of you left-wingers and fake anarchists and anarcho-capitalists are already in the ism. You know why? Because you ain't got the ism. What do they call it in pimping? Because this proper instruction motivates people. The whole world's pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it. In pimping, they call it the ism, interestingly enough. And it is actually an antithetical idea to everything that are the isms that we face, right? Statism, corporatism, even authoritarianism, interestingly enough. They'll say, what, Paulie boy, pimping, anti-authoritarianism? Yes, because in true pimping, the hoe is free to choose to come and go. She's not drugged. She's not beaten. She's not coerced. Quite the opposite. She's told exactly what's going to go on and how it's going to go. And if she didn't want to get with that program, she's got to get gone. Because that's not how this rolls here, right? And how does it roll? Not based on what the pimp says, based on the program. A set of circumstances, rules, principles, process, procedures that are handed down, that are unofficial, right? They're not written down. They're handed down. They're spoken down. They're experienced and given away. Like a fellowship idea. So there is no centralized authority as far as individuals go, right? The authority is the concept, the foundational principles. Oh, that sounds a lot like government again, and even a corporation. Well, they're one and the same at this point. Yes, because this is a holographic reflective universe. So if I point over there at pimping and hoeing, you're going to find yourself talking about courting again and legal and lawful and how to be a man and how to be a woman and what does that all mean? What's the relationship to some extent, right? And then there's, of course, the rest of everything, right? All the extras that we really don't need. So yeah, you folks ain't got the ism, and in that culture and that lifestyle, it's basically like character. You ain't got any spirit, you ain't got any soul, you ain't got any character. We know all about that. All the folks who got to read off a paper and a teleprompter, all the folks who got to sell people cards and papers to try to pull out. All the inauthentic, I'm going to hit you where it hurts, and you can say that I'm the wannabe white Negro. I don't identify with any colorism. I just say it because it happens to be true. Most of you are white. You're as white as the snow. You know, and again, we can do blackness and whiteness and all the rest of it as a pejorative. We could also do it as an inspiring stereotype, an uplifting. It has its moments and its places, right? But in this case, if you inauthentic corporatist white males have to pull out papers and cards to get your point across, you can't court. See? Go ask the African-American male in the inner city about pimping and hoeing and what happens when you pull out the cards and the papers to try to court, to try to pimp, to try to prove you're not a hoe. Guess what that looks and feels and sounds like. You got it.
Government does not care about you, GI. You should go watch Paul Unshaved and stop being so stupid. Look at you, GI. Vax, taxed, and raxed and paying to be ruled over. You are not free. You are a coward slave. GI. Maybe you need more rockdown shots and policy to feel safe again. GI. Your leaders send your sons to die in war, and your daughters go to Epstein Island.
All right, so if you have to pull out like flashcards and trifold, Y-folds, and all types of pieces of paper, whether it's like courting with a woman, you know, courting at a job interview, courting at an actual court, right? You ain't got it. And you got no business trying to sell what you can't tell because you ain't lived it. And then you know what's hilarious about it? You go to read the flashcard and the paper, and it's not even your own understandings you've come to that you wrote down to try to formulate and present. You go to start reading the words of another man. What do you think happens? Go ask the African Americans, all you scholars, civilized, sophisticated, well-to-do people. Go ask the African Americans what happens when you pull out the papers and the cards and start reading from it. And it's not only on a paper and a card. It's not your words. It's some other man's words. While you want to try to convince us you're not a hoe. You see how laughable this is? They're doing hoe shit after hoe shit. Everything they do is hoe shit. And then it's all to try to convince you they're not that. And I go, well, you did a great job, all right, to convince us you're exactly the thing you're saying you're not. And they can't figure out why they keep getting judged by God in the courts the way they do. Because every other move you make is hoe shit, and it's just that simple. And that woman on the bench could tell you exactly what it is, just like I can. She's not gonna. She's gonna try to point to something legal, but really in her heart, beyond all the supposed process and procedure, they don't respect you because you don't respect yourself, because nobody's respecting the truth, life, and way, and you all want to do life your way. And you're a fucking coward, joke, embarrassment. How dare you insult everyone's intelligence? Your way is going to be better than the way? Yeah, right. I haven't seen it yet. Beyond arrogant, ignorant, and laughable, and embarrassing. You don't even put on a damn good performance while you do your Luciferian two-step. Ain't no scholar in my town. Oh man, what are we? We're almost an hour in and we haven't even gotten to it. All right, let's get to it. There's only so many different ways you could make the same points, essentially. So then I get frustrated about my looping on the same stuff, while then realizing that most people don't even seem to see what I've been looping on that I'm getting frustrated about. And if they do see it, aren't going to put it into play, proving that this is all, to some extent, for them, a waste of time. Just step back and try to imagine it, folks. This is what third-party perspective will do you so well. Just try to step back and imagine it. Going back in history and going to history class right now, you're in 8th grade, and we go back with the idea that we're now back in 8th grade and you're the topic as the supposed activist or hero of our time. Not willing to give your life, not willing to go to a box, don't know right from wrong, can't speak from your heart with conviction, don't have a connection to God, the truth, life, and way. You want to cite some other man's words about actions you never lived. And you think somebody's supposed to listen to you, pay attention to you, fund your bullshit, believe in you? You don't even believe in yourself or the truth, life, and way, but other motherfuckers are supposed to believe in you when you reach for it and you don't have it? How can you give away what you don't have? And if you had it, why would you have to reach for something that's not you? Do you see how this works? Looping. Right, that's my first book title. Looping. The memoirs of a frustrated gorilla creature. Very long working title. Looping. The memoirs of a frustrated gorilla. Yeah. That's our current working title.
Tremendous loser.
Don, please. I don't know if that was for me or if he's just a little bit late on who I was talking about. You never know. I mean, Don can go either way with that, right? Like, he says all the stuff at times, sounds good, feels good, but then he actually goes the other way, right? That's another theme here with a lot of these folks. They try to say the right stuff. They try to listen to me and others and take from our experience and what we've learned about ourselves and been real with ourselves and others about, and try to build on it so they can pimp and mac. But then they just go and do something completely off kilter. Let's go to DeCastro, the lost scholar, self-proclaimed, by the way. That's another thing going on in this realm. You got a bunch of people. And by the way, wink and a nod, hint, hint, God of all media. That's where that comes from. That's a bit, not bit. It's a reminder in a way. It's a clever reminder to me and others that God is within all of us. It's also a projection of the ignorant, arrogant aspect of self that you could call pride or ego that we all experience. I kind of embrace the bit non-bit and try to have fun with it through some level of self-awareness and, I guess, coping mechanism while practicing. These folks aren't even aware they're doing it, running around saying, I'm a law scholar, I'm a doctor, I'm this, I'm that, I'm a run for this and run for the, okay. Why don't you start with getting to know who and what you actually are and knowing objective right from wrong first, and being able to talk and put more than 3 words together in a sentence and make it make sense and move somebody and touch somebody with the eternal truth, life, and way. Why don't you try that? Well, Paulie boy, because that's going to take us months and years to know ourselves and to actually get a wrap down based on our own firsthand experience. And how are we going to make a living in the meantime? You're right. In between you not doing that practice, process, and procedure, right? Just don't do that. Put that on hold. Let's figure out a way to take a limited set of facts and limited experienced information and try to grift on everybody with it so we can make a living not doing the work in any fashion, right? Because it's profitable again. And they wonder why their society and culture is where it is. Because you are a representation of it. Just like they all collect money and things to try to impress for status, they collect facts and information they claim is knowledge. It's not, because you don't live it. And if I brought you to the backwoods in the forest somewhere and I told you to tell this person who isn't a part of your inauthentic corporate male coward society about reality in life, you couldn't do it. Because you're not a man. You don't know what a man is. So how the fuck could you teach someone about it or raise one? And that's that way because you are that way, because your father was that way, and every other daddy before him for the last 200 years or more. This is a systemic problem. Generation after generation of inauthentic corporate male has no idea what a man is or how to be that and how to show up as one. And then wants to sell products all about telling me about your title and status that is meaningless if you're not the first thing that I just mentioned as a man. And you can't be those status and titles if you're not what I just mentioned as a man. So you're a liar and a grifter. You're lying to yourself and everybody else. But again, in their world, in the world, it doesn't matter. They don't care because there's enough dunces out there who will believe it. You sell it and present it the right way. And more importantly, they'll pay you for it. That's the essence of Mammon and Molech in Babylon, right? We know that. Right. Let's go to the law scholar. And we're going to, I think, over the next few weeks, if I decide to, if I'm still inspired by it, because I mean, there's just overflowing with content, as I've said. We'll continue with these various characters who present themselves on a world stage. And by the way, I am a very self-absorbed and shallow person at times, and I'm very selfish. Okay. And one of the ways you know that is because I immediately presume and assume. It's not even something I actively do. It's an instinctual, intuitive thing, right? And I'm sure it has its strengths and its impediments for me, right? Oftentimes it's not wrong. So when I meet these people and I lay eyes on them, I get a vibe about them like immediately. And I go, this person is and then it's fill in the blank, right? And I get it because a lot of people do it with me. And then I wonder, okay, are we all just fucking overly traumatized with trust issues and, paranoid projections? But I meet these people, I look at them, I listen to them, and I almost immediately, bells start going off and I go, you know what it is? I flash back to the times there was specific times I was in Brooklyn getting heroin from the illegal Dominicans. Okay. That's not why I don't want them deported now. I don't do any of that. It's been over 12 years. You always have to say that because they'll say, well, I'm listening to some guy who does heroin. I have a checkered past, folks. I have a real challenging and testing, dark, morbid story on many levels. But I specifically remember there's one time I'll never forget. Obvious police agent came out of nowhere, right? At a place that we were. And I'm sure they've been around. There's been multiple occasions of this kind of activity, but this one just really stood out, right? And you just get this overwhelming vibe that this person is not who they say they are. They're not there for the right reasons. They're there for something else, and it's not what it seems to be, right? It's reading character versus personality, which, as we know, personality is a maskware, a character on a stage, right? Someone playing a role, versus an actual character on the world stage who's playing a role based on what God gave them as far as an internal script, a covenant, if you will, like a contract. There's your original constitution, by the way, you worldly Luciferian slaves. The word is constitution. Constitution means your inner gut. Constitution is also a contract and or a covenant. That's your agreement with God to serve the truth, life, and way, to uphold the universal law and to codify it if necessary as the law of the land, to bring heaven to earth, right? Every time you forego your internal spiritual constitution, your intuition, your instincts, your discernment for what the fuck was written down on paper and handed to you that you can't even explain and don't even know how it works, you prove that you're a moronic slave. You prove that your bad faith is dishonorable and you can't be trusted. You prove that you've broken the trust when understanding right from wrong, and in God we trust when it comes to how to uphold the law on this land. And you guys got some nerve getting on Slave Book and everywhere else and talking and smirking out the side of your mouth like you fucking know something or about something, but can't explain it. And when I show up, see, what gets me pissed off with a lot of you is when I show up to ask you, as the guy who has some experience, what are you saying and what are you doing? Explain it to me, and you won't do it. I know you're a piece of shit. I know you're a liar. And then I start smelling blood in the water, right? See, this is how I turn my criminal instincts, if you want to call it that, the darker aspects and forces within me that I've recognized at one point, that at one point I was not in love with. I guess I'm still not in love with it, but I try to harness it and direct it and use it towards something that I believe is redeemable, which of course is truth, life, way, as I understand it. But yeah, I start to sniff out a lying coward who wants to grift on a bunch of duped out citizen slaves who are desperate and hopeless and need some form of power, some life raft to cling on to. So you're going to sit there and mock them and scam them and fraud them. And then I get wind of you and I show up to double check what you're doing and saying, because maybe I missed something. Maybe you know something I don't. And then when you don't give it to me, and then you tell me directly, like so many of you have in so many words, or even directly some of you have, we can get into those texts and those messages if you like, that you're not going to talk to me and you're not going to talk legal and lawful. And if I want, I can hire you for a consultation for thousands of dollars an hour. Are you kidding me? And then when I go, hey, do you know who I am and what I do and what I'm about, and I have my own platform, then you try to switch up and tell me, well, I don't really want the meeting for thousands of dollars. I just said that and do that so most people leave me alone and go away. Yeah, because you're really a servant of man here, huh? You're really like somebody who's of and by and for the people, huh? You really want to make change here, huh? No, you're none of that. You're fucking lying, grifting frauds. I see right through you. I call you out and you show me even more of who and what you are. And you just bank on the fact that most people are desperate, hopeless, needy, and stupid. And the fact that you have certain platforms that are pushed by the algorithms because you are frauds, and like meets like and knows like and pushes like usually, right? We see what happens with others who are real. Talk about shit that's unpopular, right? Who really question and call shit out. We see what happens with them. You just bank on that, just like the I forget who it was used to say the secret of power. L. Ron Hubbard knew, the creator of Scientology. By the way, I believe one of these people is a Scientologist as far as I'm concerned, but I haven't verified that, so I won't. That's a belief. It's not verified. The secret to power is realizing, you know how stupid the average guy is? Well, half of them are even dumber than that. And if you got a platform where you can curate and create your own reality that everybody comes to live in, experience, and negate other realities, well then it's like it didn't even happen. It doesn't exist. Till I get the inbox messages from the people who go, hey, I went to this person went down this road, now I'm left with you. And I go, yeah, sucks, doesn't it? I go, this is the best we got, a white gorilla in a trailer. But I go, but don't lose hope yet, or actually abandon all hope. Hope is as hollow as fear. Renew your faith, son, right? As the Bible, not as the Bible talks about that too, but as the thumbnail, which is a page out of my Bible, right? This idea of the LARPing farce of how to win without faith. while these people lose and call it winning, right? And then the ironic part about my side is I may have some wins, but the practice is how to be faithful even when you're losing. Because again, this is very Taoistic in its own way. It's very art of the intercepting fist. It's about taking what is and what's shown and what's brought forth and doing something with that to take it to the next level, right? That's essentially the backbone of Bruce Lee's martial arts philosophy. Sun Tzu's as well. And it's very Taoistic, you could argue, in its own way. It's not about adding 300 flashcards with court-ordered decisions on them that you call law. It's about throwing all that out and getting rid of all that. Unlearning is your learning. That's most of you guys' learning, whether you know it or not, is unlearning. Get rid of the statute, policy, and code as law garbage. Get rid of the legal process as lawful process. Get rid of all the beliefs that people in costume somehow are all there is when it comes to governance, because it's of and by and for the people. Let go of all of these beliefs, illusions, and false conceptualizations. But then you'd have nothing to bullshit everyone about. Then you'd have nothing to sell and point to. Then you wouldn't be able to ride other people's credibility and history for your own profit and gain, right? You'd actually have to walk something and produce something and create something and get it out the mud. And you'd have to be an underdog, right? You'd have to be an underdog in an overworld. Not an overpaid mutt in the underworld. See? There is a difference. I keep saying I'm going to get to it. I never get to it. All right, we got him here. Let's see. First video. We're just going to right to whatever. Oh, it's not
each
even
other off. Oh yeah. This is a special invitation to all cops, current cops, ex-cops, especially use of force experts, use of force trainers. I invite you to come have a conversation with me. I see all you guys on these podcasts sitting around jerking each other off. Oh yeah, this is how you do it. Oh yeah, this is how you do it. And when I watch your training, I sit there and I laugh. What a joke. I just watched some Chumpzilla use of force expert give a demonstration where it showed 3 dirty pigs, 2 of them holding him and the third guy punching the guy in the face. And this use of force expert says, we don't mind the distraction strikes. Yeah, because you're not the one getting punched in the face because you've never been in a fist fight. Because the truth is, after 30 years of the UFC, we have learned you don't need to strike someone to subdue them.
Here we go. There we go. There it is. Perfect. Perfect example. He's still angry and bitter and resentful toward the cops and the system because they held up a mirror to who and what he is. And now he's essentially punching at the mirror and making idle threats. You're not in a fight or a boxing match with the cops and the court system. This is a competition between who you are, who you've been, and who you could become. It's you versus you. It's your lies versus the truth. See, I've been telling you and many others this for the longest time, and you still don't want to get it because you want to rile your audience up to make it an us versus them thing. You want to now make a victim out of yourself in your walk and ignore my and other people's experiences here where it doesn't go that way because we don't do what you do. Not that it couldn't go that way, right? Anything can happen. So yeah, again, he just like he did with me, he's bringing it to beating people up and UFC and all the rest of this crap. That's not what the name of the game and the mission is to Castro. There's your pride and ego again. See, they call me prideful, egotistical, narcissistic, and all that. I don't sit around saying, hey, I'm a trained badass on the streets. I whoop everybody. I'm this, I'm that, I'm the third. And then show up to court and fake cry for mercy. I don't do any of that. I say, nah, you know what? Most of the time, I don't really want the problems or the issues physically because it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't prove anything. Let's prove we can be and do and understand better, right? And practice courage and faith instead of cowardice and cope, which is what you're doing right there. See, you didn't show up to court with that attitude, talking like that, presenting. Now you're in your living room again, huffing and puffing, acting, I'm an alpha male, I'm this, that, and the third. We're in the UFC, I'm a wrestler, we beat people up. You didn't do none of that. You weren't about none of that because that's not what this is, right? So again, more distraction, more deception, more deflection, more cope, more making it about the people versus the cops instead of the people versus the people, because that's not profitable and you can't rile people up. You can't rabble rouse and sell products for that, products that don't work, that even you can't use. Because see, your audience, they're a bunch of fucking cowards as well, and they don't want somebody who comes forth who's really going to be a leader and forces them to question themselves and each other and what they're doing and not doing, right? You guys don't have the balls to live that way. You don't have the balls to send 2,000-3,000 live viewers or subscribers packing overnight because you dare to ask them what the fuck they're doing and not doing for ourselves and each other and this land and God and trust and equity and faith and the truth and all the things we talk about. Yeah, you just don't have. So you could pop all that shit about wrestling and fighting and all the rest of it. Great. You could whoop me and everybody else physically, but that's not what this competition is. And when it come time to beat your old self and become a better self and stop relying on lying and half-stepping in order to profiteer, you ain't got the balls and the heart to wrestle with those ideas and those presentments and that lifestyle, do you? Right back to the same old ways, right? They do what they know how to do. What they know how to do is shown, and what you're shown in this life is how to be an inauthentic, corporatized beta male who doesn't stand for shit but tries to grift and shill to make a living off of stupid, weak, desperate, hopeless, ignorant, arrogant people like you, by the way, who, when someone like me shows up over there in these areas, they say, I'm the meanie, I'm the bully, I'm the bad guy, I'm the loudmouth, I'm obnoxious. How dare I call everybody out on their bullshit for themselves and each other, right? I know. They need a daddy, but when daddy shows up, they won't accept daddy because they reject authority while sucking the boot of Thomas Hobbes and all the rest of these supposed philosophers and presenting their work and understanding because that's the closest thing they have to a man in their world. They can't quote themselves because they don't live it. The best thing they got is deferring and deflecting to what they did in 8th grade on the wrestling mat. Like anybody at court or on the side of the road gives a fuck. Should we go to the next one? I almost want to hear that one again. That one was so chock full of various forms of all the things he talked about here that it's almost hard to believe that I didn't produce this ahead of time. As always, so synchronistic. Maybe one more time, yeah.
This is a special invitation to all cops. Current back the blue.
By the way, I also find it hilarious when you guys show up and try to act ultra masculine and you're insanely effeminate. Right? Like, hey guys. And you show up with the red glasses and whatever else. Like, hey guys, this is the call out. And you got like this tight shirt that shows your puffy nipples sticking through it. Like you're just in the back cranking your own nipples. Purple in your nerps. They all got this like smooth, shiny, glowing skin. Because they and this coiffed hair, because they all have more beauty products than the bitch next to me, right? If you want to get right down to it, I know they don't like when I'm not supposed to talk like that. They're not going to listen to you, Paulie boy, if you're honest with yourself and others. The public doesn't like that. All these alpha males with their bright, sexy colors and shiny, sparkly outfits and glistening skin that's smooth and the pink red glasses and the coiffed hair. I'm so masculine and alpha. And then you get locked up and go in the back and you're on the phone with Brian. Brian's braiding his hair, putting his hair in a ponytail, and you're in the back there going, oh my God, Brian, there's gang members back here. There's gang members and we have to poop. We have to poop and people can hear us and there's gang members and people who don't follow codes back here. Yeah, that's who's in jail and prisons. People who act like me. Oddly enough, the people in prison, you spent your whole life running from your true self and running for me for the same reasons. And and no matter how you try to grift and dodge and lie, cheat, and steal, you wind up back there with someone like me. See the game, how it works? You not only can't run from yourself in your form, you can't run from yourself in this form. And never once do they just think about shutting the fuck up, hanging the phone up, sitting back and reflecting on who and what they are, how they got where they are, and why there's some gorilla creature sitting across from them asking them, if they're lucky, if they want half of the sandwich. And then we'll decide if we're going to take half your cheeks or not later. That's another discussion, okay? Let's not go into that. Let's not go into that. That's not... This is I wanted this to be a family broadcast.
You got his baby up in your butt, man.
Not now, Fleece. Fleece Johnson, folks. Booty warrior, okay? He's an activist, by the way, technically, so don't judge it. All right, you know what? Let's just continue with this. I can barely even tolerate these people or stomach it. That's the impulse I get, that I go, this is a broadcast right here. Don't even care if anyone else thinks it is or isn't. Or whatever feeling this is, every single time, this is what's going to get me on there and yapping for hours about certain things that these idiots aren't going to be honest with themselves and others about, even if they could see it. They're damn sure not going to be honest with me and the public about it. And they're going to lie to everybody's face. And it's just 100 or 1,000 years of content, no matter who or what I focus on, including myself to an extent, right? Because again, it's all a cyclical, circular process of mirroring and reflection. Then I got to go, before and after all these things, I got to go and sit with me and go, how much am I doing all this? How much of my rant and projection or presentment is going to be hypocritical in and of itself, right? That's an interesting game. Never a dull moment here, right?
This is a special invitation to all cops,
Totally.
current cops, ex-cops, especially use of force experts, use of force trainers. I invite you to come have a conversation with me. I see all you guys on these podcasts sitting around jerking each other off. Oh yeah, this is how you do it. Oh yeah, this is how you do it.
I bet you won't invite me, the white gorilla, to have a conversation in front of your audience about legal lawful, even though it won't matter, because about 10% of your audience or any audience is ever at one time ready to not only look at this, understand it, but run the fucking ball. Hello, Frisco. Bet you won't invite me to have the conversation. That's going to cost you another 15, 20 trifolds, crifolds, Y-folds, whatever folds. Cop cards. Get your cop cards handy. Make sure you got your license, registration, insurance, and all the paperwork of the state laminated and in your visor. Get in your touchdown positions and pull your cop cards now. Over 350 case decisions by a man in a dress. And that's who runs our life, people. Men in dresses. Because we're alpha males.
Do it. And when I watch your training, I sit there and I laugh. What a joke. I just watched some Trumpzilla use of force expert give a demonstration where it showed.
That's what makes this so comical and frustrating all at the same time for me. It's a tragic comedy. It's all of you. All of your training, process, procedure, understanding, explanations are a fucking joke. All of your show-ups and presentments and projections are a fucking joke. Let's get back. Paulie's not loving enough lately. And you can tell that because as soon as Paulie Boy gets inspired and gets in his groove and in his flow, everybody starts showing up around him to parasite him and be codependent. Start telling him how bad he is because he won't give away his time, energy, attention, and his truth to all the parasites and zombies here in this realm. All the sap suckers in this realm. They just can't help themselves. De Castro, once again, picking fights he thinks that he can win. You better hope if you have that conversation with them cops that one of them doesn't tag me in. Because I'm going to go, that guy, stupid, ignorant, arrogant pig. Get him out of here. Now for you, decastrated. See? There's enough to go around for all of us here. That's the scales of justice. That's how this works. To you, they always want to make it about them, the other side, right? What are you all doing and being and not doing and being that's manifesting the other side? That's what you need to ask yourself constantly.
3 dirty pigs. 2 of them holding him and the third guy punching the guy in the face.
Right.
And this use of force experts.
You know why? Decastrated? Because even though they're inauthentic corporate beta males as well, they fashion themselves alpha males just like you. And they're tired of hearing your bullshit just like I am. They, just like I am, this is where we bond, right? I agree with you about the pigs and them not following the law and whatever else. You don't know the law. So how can you teach them the law and inspire them to follow it when you don't know it either and aren't living it? See how that works? Bam, right there. You know? They get tired of you talking your bullshit that they know is bullshit that they don't respect. And they say, just like I say sometimes in a manner of speaking in a certain way, shut up. Your rap is bullshit. We're tired of listening to these dupes pay you to lie to them too. That's some pathetic ho shit. And if you keep yapping and lying, we're just going to hold you down and we're going to go up inside of you.
You got his baby up in your butt, man.
Fleece, not now, man. All right, let's get back to it.
Says, we don't mind the distraction strikes. Yeah, because you're not the one getting punched in the face because you've never been in a fist fight. Because the truth is, after 30 years of the UFC, we have learned you don't need to strike someone to subdue them. Tell me where in the Constitution it says that the government...
Tell me where in the Constitution, because my whole life is run by founding daddies and their paperwork. And I want to be a modern day founding daddy, and I want to push my own paperwork for profit. By the way, did the founding daddies sell that Constitution? Did they sell copies of it for all the wannabe freed slaves? Oh, I didn't think so. Bullshit upon bullshit upon bullshit. And then the cope of never being in a fist fight. Like you're Mr. I'm beating everyone up, knocking everybody out, right? You're Mr. Debo on the block. Beyond laughable and embarrassing. The only way someone like this would be known for being a fist fighter or beating people up on the street is if you lived in the suburbs and didn't meet anybody who would show you what the next level of that is really about. When you start playing with your hands, when you can't use your words because you're a broken child. And when it comes time to stand like a man at court, you fake cry to mommy and daddy. So they'll give you an extra cookie. And then you want to talk fist fighting like you're that. You ain't that. You ain't none of that. You ain't a law scholar. You ain't a tough guy. You ain't beating nobody up who's really about it. If I brought you to certain places when it comes to the law, they'd laugh at you and mock you and punk you. If I brought you to certain places where motherfuckers are like that and known for that type of shit, they would laugh you and punk you. And I can't believe you sit up here with a straight face and run this garbage to your weak ass suburbanite audience who's never been anywhere, never lived nothing, and don't know nothing about nothing. And that's the only way this shit flies, right? The only way this shit flies. The rest of us, again, this is just constant LARPing, role-playing content nonsense.
Government can beat your face in while two other government agents hold you. And that's what we're seeing in video after video after video. It's pain compliance strikes. It's distraction strikes. Why don't you just admit it? You're a bitch and you can't fight. The only way you...
Fighting doesn't make you not be able to be a bitch. This is the point I'm making. That's you again. Another projection within a projection. They're a coward and a bitch just like you are. Because you say they're a coward and a bitch because they won't fight one-on-one. I say you're a coward and a bitch because you won't stand in the fight with the law, with God, one-on-one at court. You want to hire attorneys and pay them to get you locked up and embarrass everybody. So everything you just said about them cops, which may be true, is equally, if not more true than you. And the answer to it is not going down to their level and talking about being a badass boxer and fighter, which is more cap. The answer was doing what I asked you to do on the phone 2 fucking years ago at this point, DeCastro. What the real contest, the animating contest of liberty is. Stand on your own too, with the law and your rights, show up for yourself and others, and surrender the rest. Practice courage. You didn't and don't do none of that. And that's your problem. And that's also your solution. And yes, I'm going to talk about it because daddy loves you. And more importantly, daddy loves the truth for all of us, right? Even if daddy doesn't like you or respect you. Because this goofy motherfucker, I had to realize just 2 weeks ago, I didn't even realize. He added me as a friend way back. And then he was still on my shit as a friend. I had to take him off my list as a friend. You people are not my friends. If we're friends on Facebook, it's because this is what I do and this is what I see as important, and we're going to be bonded in this shit, or we're not going to be bonded at all, right? Let's get it straight. I don't want to be you motherfuckers' friends. I'm not going to love bomb you like DeCastro and everybody else trying to get your money. I don't give a fuck. You're going to give me value for value that I stand for and produce and create with you if you do it and are a part of it back. If not, there's no place for any of us here, because if not, we fuck ourselves, all of us, ourselves and each other, right? I'm not going to be part of it. Much as I can help it, I'm not going to be part of it. So, and see, whoever that was down in chat is another foolish slave telling me I'm hating on this guy. Again, you don't know the shot. You don't get it still. It's exactly what I just said it is. I love the truth. I love the way. I've started to learn to love life. So I'm inspired by this understanding and passionate about it, and I bring it regularly, right? This isn't me hating on DeCastro. DeCastro hates himself, the truth, life, and way. That's why he's embarrassing himself day after day by projecting this garbage in front of God and the people, even though 3/4 of them are dunces like you. So actually, in the inversion land, what I'm doing is more love and care than it is hate. What he's doing is more hate than it is love and care. If you actually look at it on paper, what the value and power dynamics are, what it all means, not only for the individuals involved, but for everybody else watching and listening. See, you don't even know the difference between true love and care and hate. See, if I was hating on him, that'd mean I didn't want him to exist and I didn't want him to do and be better. And then I wouldn't even talk about it. I would just figure out a way, if it was that hateful, to just take him out of wherever he's at and what he's doing, whether I had to use the electronic system, some kind of digital system, some kind of on the ground system. That would be me hating. Sitting around going, fuck this motherfucker. He's doing something I'm not, right? Being jealous and envious and saying, how am I going to take from him or try to destroy him or take him up out of here in some way, somehow? I haven't done any of that. Matter of fact, I've been too nice, kind, and polite to these people and let them go for too long with their grift and their bullshit after having direct experiences with them. Mostly because I was having health issues and challenges. So I let a lot of this shit ride. Didn't even comment on it. And then you know what? After another 2.5 years of witnessing it, being around it, watching it, showing up on my feed and everywhere else, listening to people regurgitate and repeat this garbage, I say, yeah, you know what? I've had enough. And I'm inspired to some extent. And that means I could do a broadcast. And it's going to inspire somebody else out there. And they're going to run these packages over to these people and tell them we got your number. They're going to tell them we know why. And we're going to force and facilitate a change here, right? That's true love, care, inspiration, and universal process and procedure. That's the only way to get it done, is through controversy. Just like with the courts and everything else. You all need slavery and genocide and darkness to make you into what you haven't become yet, that you won't become if it doesn't get really bad for you, and put some fire to your ass to wake up the fire inside of you. Well, I am that fire to your proverbial ass. And no, it's not because I'm hating. Motherfuckers hate when you got something they want. How am I going to hate on a motherfucker who don't have anything I want? Even the money and the numbers you got it the wrong way. I could get that if I wanted it, if I decided to get it that way. I don't want it that way. So you literally don't have anything that I want if you factor in the fact that what you had to do and be and the way you had to go to get it. Because I could do the same thing the same way better than you. I choose not to. So there's no hating left. Friends don't let friends drive drunk. Right. Friends don't let friends pretend to be law scholars and slave and genocide themselves and everybody else in everybody's face for profit. Mammon and Molech style. Friends don't do that. That's why I laugh people and like, Paulie, you were my friend. I go, first of all, we weren't friends. We were friendly. We were associates. I don't call you a friend for certain reasons, but you never ask, because in your world, you have zero criteria for what being a friend is. Everybody you bump into at the store is now your friend. See? You think everybody else, because most people are like that, right? Their time, energy, attention is so valueless. There's so little integrity, so little value, principles, and purpose that everybody's their friend till they're not, right? No, I don't roll that way. Like most things, it's quite the opposite. So I go, hey, you want to spout that shit to try to manipulate me and be manipulated? Paulie, I thought we were friends. Okay, great then. We weren't, but we'll play that game. You think friends let a motherfucker sit around them in their face and play all these games and not say nothing? Let them fuck themselves and everybody else and do bad business? Not real friends. Not real motherfuckers where I'm from. The real friends got to tell you the shit that nobody else wants to tell you, because they got to sit in your face every day and live it with you. And if not, they got to deal with it. Oh, right. You guys are used to fake ass motherfuckers who sit around you, who you all call friends, everybody you bump into, who talk shit on you and don't keep it real when your back is turned. And then when some real bad shit happens, are right out the window and ain't a part of nothing. Right. I forgot not the audience here primarily, but the audience of the public, right? I always forget who are what I'm talking to and dealing with. Right. Imagine me sitting around somewhere saying that I'm friends with somebody who lies to everybody, sells fake products, and when they show up to court to do what we do, fake cries and then lies about it afterward and all the rest of it. You think I'm going to sit there and consider that person a friend of mine? I might be friendly toward you and show a care and work with you and all the rest. Maybe one day I could call you a friend, but I don't. Yeah. Sorry. I mean, I guess I'm just not that nice, kind, and polite and loving, right? What else is new? I get it. I'm loving and caring, but in my own way, right? In a very gorilla-like way. All right, we got to go. Is there a next one? We'll just go down the list here of all of Mr. DeCastro's videos. It'll be our feature for today, and then we'll maybe once a week or so or more, we'll pick somebody, we'll feature them, we'll go down their list and see what they have to offer. You know, we'll extend accreditation as if that means anything. Like, who am I? But we'll extend accreditation, and then we'll offer some critique where it's fitting.
Could actually fight is when another guy holding him or two other guys holding him, or you get a DEI hire chick and you get her to come in and start throwing punches as you hold the man. The truth is, pain compliance strikes are bullshit. Distraction strikes are bullshit. You want to talk about it with me, Copper? Come on. Bunch of fucking cowards. None of you will face me. Do you know why? Because you can't answer questions.
All right, I'm going to do the same. This is the holographic reflective loop, right? I'm going to do the same thing he just did to them to him. I'm challenging you, DeCastro, and all legal law for scholars who won't answer my calls after a certain point, won't answer my DMs, to come here or I'll come there and talk to me about legal and lawful rights and freedoms, philosophy, civics, morals, ethics, and logic versus the inauthentic corporate males, legal process and procedure, and case rulings. And cowardice and all the rest of it. Oh, wait, you're not going to do it because just like you said to them, you're a punk coward who doesn't want to face the truth. You don't want to answer questions. And it burns you up inside that you took college courses, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, read all these fucking books and case rulings, and a white gorilla walked into court 6 times in 5 years and walked the fuck out with no fines, no jail, guns, drugs, and everything in between. And you and everyone else can't figure out how the fuck it happened. So you go to lying and projecting on it or just ignoring it completely, because that's the kind of fake ass, weak ass, lying motherfuckers you are. Don't kid yourself either. That's another dynamic in life. When they go the long way and still don't get to something, and you go the easy short way and get to more than they got to, it fucking burns them up in life. I don't care how nice, kind, and polite they present as. That's not who they really are. Behind that, they're fucking bitter, jealous, and envious. And the only thing they could do to mitigate that is cope. And a lot of them, they can cope real well because they go, you know what? I probably got some more money than Paulie Boy. I got some more viewers. I got more followers. I get more attention. I'll cope with that. Because that's exactly what the castrated did when I brought all this out to him. He said, Paul, why do you think I have more followers and get more money than you? I said the same way that Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates and Donald Trump have more followers than me and get more money. Hello? As if that means anything, as if that's some kind of metric of honor, good faith, credibility, integrity, or understanding, more importantly, wisdom. It's not. So even in their cope, they reveal who and what they are and what their false value and power system is they cope with. That we all already know here isn't any kind of barometer of success, truly, right? Money and numbers. That's what you point to after you grifted on everybody and they bought it, so you can cope with the fact that you didn't go to the next level. And the reason why God and the force of creation is holding me and others back from getting as much and more than you, along with the devil with their shadow banning and all the rest of it, is because it would really fuck you up and probably fuck me up too. Neither of us is ready for it, most likely. You really want the truth from both sides? I can handle it. Can you? Nobody's going to be ready for it. In due time, right? See, you folks got to understand how this works. You play the short game, I play the long game, because I understand the nature of reality to some extent. What I do and what I put on record and what I will continue to do and put on record is only going to become valuable and important years after I'm either gone or I've done it. Because it's unorthodox, it's not conventional, right? And that's how history works. The unorthodox, unconventional, quasi-genius that comes forth here without all the extras with all the worldliness is never recognized in its own time when it's presented or when it's practiced. That's just the nature of reality. See, that's another way you got to practice faith. You got to know when you yourself, and not cope, right? You can't bullshit yourself either on the other side. You got to know when you're a man who's bringing an idea whose time has come, but you're also ahead of your time, right? Because if not, it could be very lonely and discouraging, especially when they stack the deck with clowns like this to try to push and promote, right? To give the illusion and the presentment that this is where the value and power is over here, and over there, oh, barely anybody watches that. Those are just the crazy people, the outcasts, the misfits, the sovereign, the dirty sovsits, right? See, and they all do that to casual. See, this is why they say, why do you get uppity with these people when you're all on the same team? We ain't. Because when I showed up at them where they asked me to be, right, they came to me at first and asked me to be part of their shit. And what did they do? They sat around in my face and did the thing like when they invite a black guy to a cookout. They started talking about him in the third person and acting like he wasn't human and he wasn't one of them. And I started looking around going, you know what? You motherfuckers are right. Thank you for indirectly reminding me of what I tried to put aside, that in anywhere else in life, we wouldn't be side by side at this cookout. I wouldn't be fucking with you. I don't like you. I don't respect you. We would not be in the same room doing the same shit. So thank you for reminding me. They did it first by saying, Paulie Boy's a sovereign citizen and this, that, and the third, and we're legal scholars and experts. He does this over here this way. And, you know, it's interesting and exciting, but we don't recommend anybody do that, right? Soon as you did that and they did that around me, you called the black guy you invited, the only black guy you invited to the cookout, you called him an N-word in so many words. You dishonored and disrespected all of us on the occasion. And then you put a bad taste in my mouth, right? You did the old, bring Larry some fried chicken, hee ha ha at the cookout, right? And I went, you know what? Thank you. Thank you for the fried chicken. You reminded me of why I don't come to these places with motherfuckers like you, and why I don't like you, and why I don't respect you, and why I don't want to be around you, right? And it's one thing to do the bit and do the joke like I do at Cleveland and M. Davis and others. Another thing when you really have division and hate in your heart and it oozes out of you, especially with the jealousy and enviousness and resentment. Because a motherfucker could be broke and still be more real and true and powerful and magnetic than you, and you feel that and know that, and that burns you up. See, that's another dynamic in a lot of these communities. Right? The inauthentic corporate white male with the straight white teeth who has it all together, who has the money and the 2-car garage and all the rest of it. And their woman's fucking a broke black guy. And that burns them up inside, right? They can't figure out why. Well, it's very simple. All these dynamics I'm putting forth here, the true power and value. You didn't go down that road. You took the road more traveled. That was more profitable, right? So you thought. But in the end, you get less power and value in everywhere in your life, based on who you are and what you're not. These are age-old stereotypical dynamics for a reason. Shadow banning is real. Of course it is. We can't get over 30 to 60 viewers over here now. On the original channel, 23,000 views. We can't get over 15 live viewers. And some might speculate it's because we're going PSYOP season. We're also doing a late night broadcast today, and we haven't been on the money. But we would still have double the live audience, but it's still not what it would be if they didn't take us out of everything and the benefits and privileges, right? The benefits and privileges are for the statists and the fascists and the collectivists, folks who are proper, right? The civilized folks. That's who it's for. It's not for the white Negroes and the Aboriginals, right? It's not for the non-human gorillas. We have more DeCastro, the leader, hero, alpha, masculine man, law scholar.
Back the blue till it happens to you, and then you'll call me, and you'll say, "Man, I was a big cop supporter."
Call you, and then what?
Up and hurt me, and they put their knee in my neck. Well, I need your name, sir. You have a badge on. It's the federal badge ID policy of police.
Sit down before you do end up in jail.
He threatened to put me in jail for not breaking any statute. That's the tyranny here in Ironton. I mean, what a clown. What a clown. What an absolute clown. And he walks around like
You're the clown because you keep referring to statute, which is why these people act like this, because you were a dumb enough, pimped out hoe to believe statute was ever law. And if you believe that, you'll believe anything. And if you listen to them and that, you'll listen to anything. So shut up and sit down, because we're past the point of pimping on you a good game now. We're just telling you directly, fuck the statute, the code, the policy, all the rest of it. It was always a fascistic corporate takeover. We're here, we're queer, get used to it. We're not going away. And you're our beta male bitch slave because you keep talking about legal process and procedure. Yeah.
He thinks he understands the law.
That's you. I can't even get through more than 2 or 3 seconds without a fucking that's you. And I don't know. I think Sade is on crack lately. I got to tell you guys. She's been up all night, sleeping all day. She's dancing at odd hours, just yelling, "That is you." I think, and I might be going over the edge as well. Might be. I am. God help Sade as well. She's probably dealing with me and all the rest of these slaves. Finally got to her.
That is you. Wheels of justice take time to turn, but they will crush him.
That's you. Everything they say is them. This is why it's so fascinating and great. Everything you say is you, even me. Let's make the inclusive statement now. If we don't align with truth, life, and way and are honest with ourselves and each other and uphold the law, the wheels of justice are crushing all of us. Fuck slave. You're not above and beyond it. The problem is you don't know what actual justice is cosmically, energetically, metaphysically, metaphorically, historically. What is this crap now? American patriot? Or generalized
the law
meaning?
for themselves. They can grab us whenever they want. If they don't like you standing there or being there, they can just grab you. Where does it say in our Bill of Rights, government can grab you and arrest you if they don't like you or they don't want you standing there? Sorry.
So DeCastro once again believes he gets his rights from a bill, like an act, like a play has bills and acts, and I can't get the boys and their toys to stop playing and get ready for dinner and wash behind their ears. It doesn't say anything in the document, and it doesn't read anything either in the Bill of Rights, because the Bill of Rights and constitutional contract was supposed to be a written down record of what's supposed to happen and not happen, and it's been heavily amended and destroyed for the 1,000th time. I love when these guys sit around and pump out content and pretend to ask questions they don't want answers to. I'm right here giving all the answers, have been for years. You just don't want the answers if they're not your answers, especially if they're true, right? How can, this is just such a simple question. I want you to go over to Castro's area and ask him, how could your servants know the law when the law scholar doesn't know the law? How can the servants be courageous when the law scholar hero isn't courageous? How are the servants going to do what's true and what's right when the guy leading and profiteering off of it on the ground, who's supposed to be the activist and hero, isn't doing what's true and what's right? How is that going to happen? If you're not the change you want to see in the world, but you're selling products to be that, how is that going to take place?
I know this stuff gets you stressed out, but
this is so creepy, by the way. This is so cringy and creepy. You sat around and said to yourself, let me see if I can figure out a way to take my and others' experience, boil it all down with some dramatic music in the background, see if I can trauma bond with the audience and get them to feel something about the tyranny, and then make us all victims right in the same moment. Right after you were just popping shit, like one post above this was the next post. You're popping shit. You're an alpha male. You're ready to take on the world. You're going to war. And now you're in the back again in the dark, in your dark room with film laid out, basically crying and going, "Oh my God, this is so dramatic, guys. Cue the dramatic music in the background." And then where are we going to get the plug here? Where are you going to promote your garbage? Sign for this and pay me so I can go here and yap about torture cuffs and blah, 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 blah. because your whole life's a fucking ongoing campaign like a politician. This is an ongoing vacation. This is the Bernie Sanders of the activism community. I wouldn't even mind it if they would just cop to it like I and others do, right? They have no sense of self-deprecating, like honesty. It's not even self-deprecating. Self-aware sort of honesty and admission of our strong points and our weaknesses, right? Or just accepting and admitting it is what it is. Doesn't have to be any more than what it is.
I can tell you one thing.
Oh my God.
I'm not in Kansas anymore.
No, you're not.
You know, I think what I need to make sure that I do is I need to make sure that I teach every time I go out.
Totally.
Every time I turn on my camera, I
think what I need to do is continue to like create dramatic pieces and cope and project and just pank on the fact that my audience is so stupid and weak and trauma bondy and needy that they'll keep buying this shit and paying my rent and buying my shitty products because I just have so much to teach. Oh my God. See, you imagine this? These are the people who call me arrogant, egotistical, narcissistic. The guy who doesn't sell anything even though they beg me to. The guy who doesn't put out law services even though they beg me to. The guy who says, I can't actually teach anything. I could just show you who and what I am and what I do. And if it resonates with you and who and what you are and what you want to do, then you run the ball. I don't sit around faking emotion and pretending to talk to myself on a video and going, I think I know what I'll do. I think I'll go out and just constantly teach. It's such a burden for me to go out and constantly be on an endless vacation and teach what I don't know and what I won't live and actually practice. But somehow I'm going to get it done. What's next? Chile de Castro's our next Messiah, Savior, Christ complex creature. Is he going to become a life coach? Is that what's next for de Castro? I think that's our next arc here. Hashtag we don't fear. Hashtag we don't fear. We're the life coaches who've just gone above and beyond. We've transcended all of it without ever doing the work. And we have this never-ending burden of teaching. Even though the people who seem to know and have the experience don't believe a word we're saying for obvious reasons. How do you guys even do this? Right? I'm constantly doing what you guys do in a bit non-bit form, and even that's cringy to me. You're actually doing this shit with a straight face.
Need to teach the people what liberty is. Teach the people the reason why what's happening to all of us is wrong. It goes against the fundamental principle of liberty, and it has to change.
Totally.
See, these guys are used to sovereign citizens. They're not used to a guy who's for law and order.
There's a big difference. He just did it. There it is. And they, because they'll say I lied before, right? And then I made that up. But then the synchronicity takes over, and everything I say comes forward to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Because they'll turn to me and go, Paul, you're just a bitter, jealous, envious hater. You're everything you project, and you're just mad you don't have more numbers and attention than de Castro. I may be frustrated, and that's exactly why. Because he's an operative agent who runs around and uses the statist government's terms, calling people like me, by the way, because that's exactly how he talked about me and what I do, with that same tone, and he bit his lip with the duping delight, and then he looked away, which is telltale signs of deception and guilt, and or mockery and humiliation and getting off on it, right? See, folks got to learn most of communication is indirect, right? Most communication's indirect, and most people are so stupid they can't even communicate with words and imagery and symbols, let alone read somebody's body language. Holy Christ! You have to be. That's Herculean at that point. So let's view that again. Can we? Well, we can't. Oh, we can't do speed over here. Can we? Oh, playback speed. Yes, we can. 0.5. Let's look at that again.
See, these guys are used to sovereign citizens. They're not used to a guy who's for law and order. There's a big difference.
You see that? Did you catch that? It's hard to catch. Did you catch the smirk into the camera, the sovereign citizen term, and then the biting the lip, and then the looking up and away? Almost as if saying to myself, oh, I just did it now. I just dropped it, and I know what I'm doing. Yeah, you do. We do. We know too, right? They're not used to a guy who's for law and order, aka statute, policy, and code, and legalism. That's not you. See, stop conflating. Stop demeaning and devaluing the true power and value, and stop conflating who and what you are with that, right? That's our problem. Thank you for showing it all in one line for all of us. I want to see. I want to see the.
Funny? Do you think it's funny?
Oh yeah, now he's going to project onto the officer now, right? See, there's the guilty projection. He bit his lip and smirked and then looked away, and then he caught someone else's eyes and then projected onto them. Oh, you think it's funny? Well, you were the one duping, delighting. What are you doing exactly? What are you actually involved in here? I want to see that again.
See, these guys are used to sovereign citizens.
I gotta put it back. I gotta put it back farther.
It goes against the fundamental principle of liberty.
Liberty. It goes against the fundamental principle of liberty.
It has to change.
Has to change.
See, these guys are used to sovereign citizens. They're not used to a guy who's for law and order. There's a big difference.
Yeah. Totally.
Oh, do you think it's funny?
Oh, you're you guilty over there? You? It's not me. It's you.
What's funny about it? I just want to know.
I know it's funny that you're an absolute fraud, liar, clown. And what's even more tragically hilarious is, again, 3/4 of the population can't see through you, just like they can't see through Trump, Fauci, and every other sociopathic, psychopathic, coward, lying predator. That's what's fucking funny. Funny till it's not, right?
What do you think is funny? Just curious. What do you think is funny?
I think it's funny, yeah.
What's funny?
Well, you're acting.
I'm here because there's people who are being stalked, harassed, and arrested 5 times now. But
you're here because you saw a way to make a career out of something without actually having to do anything different, right? And creating a whole legacy of pretending to walk a walk that you're not actually walking. That's why you're there.
Ironton Police Department. I'm here for liberty and justice.
Well, go down and tell the Ironton Police Department that. What are you telling me?
I already did.
Well, then.
I'm here for Sarah's court hearing at 4 p.m.
Who's hearing?
Sarah Page. I'm here for her court hearing at 4
What's she arrested for?
She's been
you know what? That's not hey.
And then she was arrested.
I have to address this. Can you please not do that in chat, okay? I'm here just like he is for liberty and justice for all. He's literally now saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm here for liberty and justice for all. I mean, I pledge allegiance, whatever. I'm going to ask you, who is that in chat? What's that person's name? Life is purgatory. Yes, welcome. Thank you for being here. Please don't insult me in my euphoric way of speaking, okay? And we don't appreciate that here. This is a safe space, and we're legal scholars, all right?
This is my safe space. Please respect it.
Yes, or you'll get yourself in trouble around here.
For not telling the cop, giving her ID as she was a passenger in the car, which again is unconstitutional. You have a right not to identify unless there's probable cause been established. Okay. I mean, aren't you for law and order?
My bad, bro.
Yeah, me too. We agree. Mm-hmm. Aren't you for America? Don't you love this country?
Yeah, are you?
Yes, 100%.
No, you're not. Okay.
So then when the Ironton Police Department, did you hear what he just said? He said, sit down.
You guys are I'm the real American. I'm the real American who has the standard issue of everything, right? The default. You guys are the prim, proper, civilized, sophisticated redcoats with the frilly outfits who came over on the painted horses. You came over with your papers and your contracts and your compacts and all your process and procedure, and you turned us white and black Negroes into your property while trying to convince all of us you're some kind of heroic alpha males and that we need you. You are the fraudulent government of this land in its toxified form. You're not of and by and for the people. You are the exact representation of the people get the government they deserve, that it's a reflection of them. That's why he's laughing at you. That's why I'm laughing at you.
He'll arrest me? Do you agree with that? Do you think that's right?
Well, yeah, you ought to sit down.
No, but do you think that...
See, when you invade someone else's space...
Invade?
Yeah.
I'm a free citizen. This is a public space.
I'm a free citizen. There it is again.
This isn't your space.
Can't even play it for more than 3 seconds. before he swallows his own foot. What are we having for dinner today, Dad? Well, it's foot again, son. Go ahead and put it in your mouth. I'm a free citizen, even though citizen is defined as a business instrumentality of the United States. Even though secondarily a corporation is defined as a citizen of a self-defined corporation called the United States. But see, you just called me and everyone else a sovereign citizen, but that's you again. Hi, welcome. You, meet you. That's you again. You're the one acting like a sovereign citizen again after you just laughed and giggled, called me and other people that indirectly, and then go ahead and say, I am a free citizen. How does that work? You don't know. You can't explain it. You don't know what any of it means. You don't understand how it applies. You just negated your whole case, but it doesn't matter because they're going to pay you and watch because you look like the part, you sound like the part, you use the buzzwords, and most people are just that slavish.
This is our
This
space.
is my space.
I'm not sitting on. I'm not sitting
right
on your
here.
lap.
This is my space.
If you haven't noticed, sir, I haven't raised my voice or cursed at a single person.
I don't care.
But I asked you a direct question. He threatened to arrest me because I didn't sit down. Do you think that's right? You think someone should be able to tell you to sit down or they'll arrest you?
If you're aggravating somebody, yeah.
So aggravation is now a law?
It could be.
It could be.
It could be. I don't know.
Is that really how you see law and order?
I don't know if it is or not.
So let me explain the difference between anarchy and law and order.
Okay.
Anarchy is when you can make things up as you go and arrest people for statutes that don't exist. Rule of law.
No, you're not an intellectual, DeCastro. You should stick to the whole I'm going to beat you up because I'm so alpha and tough. You're not that either. Anarchy is not the absence of the rule of law. It's the purest rule of law in the purest form. Because there's no way to negate conscience where all of law is held. Philosophically, metaphysically, you could argue. Okay? So once again, we have an NPC statist agent perpetuating multiple different fraudulent concepts. One of them being that anarchy is the absence of law, order, and conscience. It's not. It's the opposite of that. See, you're supposed to be here standing in for and as an anarchist with true anarchy, right? Which means no masters, no slaves. Right? The term is anarchon. The negation of the archon. The archon is rulership over man. That is not sovereignty. Okay? So once again, you just use the fucking words and terms and call them what all the other slaves have been told to call it, but you don't know the truth and don't want to know, but you're going to sell us products and you're going to teach this guy all about it, right? Teach us and tell us all about it. Who's the chump, Zilla? Who's the fraud again? Who's the coward? Who's the liar and deceiver? Who should be held down and whooped for their bullshit?
Is there statutes and codes that are written that would mean there's arrestable offenses based on probable cause? We are the power in this country.
Fold like a card
so that
table.
Means I have a chance
fold.
to redress my government and come in here with.
Instead of why fold, cry fold, try fold. How about we get with the new wave like iPhone, iFold? That should be your newest fold, DeCastro, based on your last performance at court. The iFold, iFold Pro. Because you fold like a fucking card table when the time comes to actually stand on something. When you're not LARPing and acting in somebody's lobby somewhere, you're a pathetic excuse for anything that has the term legal or lawful in the equation, in the title.
My First Amendment right and film everything here.
That's what you're doing. So what's the deal?
Well,
What's the deal?
Well, now I'm going to sue that guy who touched me, Mark Harmon, and I don't know the other guy's name. What's his name?
I didn't see nobody touch you.
See, this is the definition of tyranny when they hide who the personnel are. I asked him his name and badge number. He's violating the 2019 Federal Badge Transparency Act. So he's violating the law. Not him, the other gentleman who didn't give me his name. I have a right to file a complaint, to go through all administrative options, and then file a civil rights lawsuit. I have that right. And they can't.
I have the right to complain like a bitch. And then if they won't listen to my complaints, because my complaints don't have the force of law, they may have the force of statute, but even that can be overruled because I don't understand sovereignty and dual jurisdiction, a lawful person, natural person versus a legal person. And then what is the second thing that he said that all the slaves always say? We may have to run that back. Let me hear it again.
And then file a civil rights lawsuit.
Oh, right. A civil rights lawsuit because I'm a legal person. I'm an escaped slave. I have civil rights. I don't have natural rights. I think I'm a scholar and an intellectual. I use all the words they taught me to use, and I don't understand the words. Take all my power and true value away. And I'm going to teach you all how to do it too. Wow, what do we owe you? This is the world you live in. This is the majority of folks around you. Bankers, teachers, doctors. That's how scary it is. They get up every day. They get paid hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars to swindle the public. And they do it with a smile on their face. And they're great actors. And they play the role. And not only do they not have their shit together, they're absolutely full of it on every level. And they don't even use their own shit that they put out for everyone else to use. That's how great this is. Their garbage is for you, not for them. Right? Isn't that like when Bill Gates gives out a vaccine? He doesn't take it. When Obama talks about buy the next iPod, he admits, I don't give the iPod to my children. Right. Bill Gates doesn't eat the poisoned fake meat for himself. That's for you slaves. Civil rights is for you slaves. You fucking retard fraud. You better hope that God or however this place works doesn't let me continue to feel better and be pain-free, because in between figuring out how to pimp and mac and take this simulation to the next level and promote and market so we can get truth, life, and way and not ask for shit to do it because I got to, I'm going to be all over and up in your butt, man. Metaphorically.
You got his baby up in your butt, man.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Fleece. I'm not going to get upset. Fleece is one of the only ones I have at this point. I get upset with him sometimes. He breaks in when I'm not expecting him, but you know what? He's rarely, if ever, wrong. And you know what? He's a damn friend of mine at this point. I can call Felice a friend. Felice, we premiered the video the other day. Felice doing more than all these slaves put together with duty. He got a whole prison shut down and changed, and lawmakers come down to change all your supposed laws you call codes. He didn't need to know anything. All he had to do was use some duty and flies. That is, I don't know if that's God or the devil, but it's will. I'll tell you that. I was going to say God's will, but I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing, where there's a will, there's a way. Whatever's behind it. That is proof of a dynamic right there. He didn't need your cry fold, try fold, why fold, I fold. The I fold, why trifold. Right. He didn't need that. Just some duty and some flies and the will to get something done and the courage to present that to the supposed power structure and not give up. That's all this is. Whether you and I or everyone follows it or not, well, whatever, remains to be seen. Stop trying to act like the archetypal dynamics are ever going to change because your bitch ass feelings changed in this place. It's always been the same idea. You don't get to rewrite creation and make it in your own image. Oh, you Luciferians. I need some water. I need to hydrate. Pardon me one moment. Man, this fucking truth and his hard work. I see why you cowardly bitch-ass slaves don't do it more often. Being fucking inspired and empowered and testing and challenging to yourself and others to hold us accountable is fucking exhausting. Man, these folks are way overpaid and I'm way underpaid. There's no denying that. Speaking of which, I want to thank Julian Barbary. Thank you, Julian Barbary, for your contributions and support. You are an angel. Okay, you're one of the few Caucasians who's not a devil, according to myself and Rob Cleveland. I, of course, being the albino gorilla. And Rob Cleveland down there being, of course, our Dark Knight. And yes, Chile de Castro folded like an accordion, Rob Cleveland says, and folded like Rob Cleveland's enormous African-American styled genitalia that we know for the longest time. Well, I don't know it specifically firsthand, but as we're told, as the lore goes, the man has foldable genitalia. He has to in order to move around freely. That's something that I will freely tell you I know absolutely nothing about, and that's okay. Okay? We all have our own things that we're good at and that we're blessed with. You know, DeCastro has the why cry, try, I fold. I have whatever this is here that I'm doing now or have been doing the last 2 hours that I call a broadcast, and so on and so forth, and so on and so forth, etc.
Lawsuit. I have that right. And they can't grab me because they don't want me in the clerk's office. That's
I have the right to beg my masters to give me what I call justice from a legal perspective.
Touch you, I can't touch him, and I can't touch him.
Ugh.
I can't put my hands on people. It's rule of law, sir.
Okay.
Well, you said you respected it, but then you said he should be able to arrest me for aggravating him. When
I said you was aggravated.
In which way? How have
I wasn't here.
Have I cursed? Have I cursed you out? You were in the room. You saw him grab me.
I must have my head turned. I don't know.
You must have had your head turned. You didn't see him grab me?
No, I did not.
Well, the video will show that you did see it.
Well, good.
Which is
tickles me to death.
Wow. Just atrocious.
Is that Chuck from Tennessee?
Just atrocious.
Right. No one knows
she came in too. Are you going to identify that officer who put his hands on me, ma'am? Ma'am, I'm behind you, ma'am. I don't want to freak out or anything.
Ma'am.
But I'd like to know, are you going to tell me that officer's name? No, the other one. That's Mark Harmon. There was another gentleman who also put his hands on me, which is against the law.
I didn't see.
You didn't?
I was in there, but I didn't see anyone put hands on me.
You didn't see anybody put their hands on me and grab me? No? Wow. It's on camera.
We didn't see that either, by the way.
People sitting in front of me.
Oh my God.
He's now giggling and laughing and looking into the camera, but he edited this video, and in the edit, he's not showing him getting his hands put on him. I don't know. Is he like, is he annoyed by that, or does he want more? Like, would he rather have the hands in him? Is that the complaint? Like, hey, if you're gonna put your hands on me, at least put them in me. You know, don't get me started up for no reason. Don't threaten me with a good time. Is that what's going on here? Because we didn't see any of that. I'm sure he just accidentally left that out. You know, the main detail that they assaulted him. He just happened to leave that out for who knows what reason.
She just said, oh, so you don't know the other guy's name then? The short guy who was, you don't know his name? Can you tell me his name?
No.
She won't tell me his name. So those who claim to be the law break the law, violate the law, and act like they're not.
By me not telling you his name, it's not violating the law.
Do you think that saying that you didn't see anything? Do you think that
I didn't see anything?
But you came in the room as an authority figure, and then I was ushered out by physically grabbing me. You're gonna.
I didn't see anyone.
Don't you have a mom and dad?
I do have a mom and dad.
Do you believe in the Bible? Honor thy father and thy mother.
And if I was lying, then I would go to hell for that.
No. The only way you're going to get justice here is through the camera and violence.
Oh man, I would give anything to Castro. I'll invite you on here for 30 seconds. I'll even pay you if you want to do that. This way you can leave and say it was a come up. I won't even ask you anything else. I will pay you to come on here. Let's have the discussion. I want you to finish the statement you were about to make to that lady that you never got to finish, because it's going to be gold for me for the next 6 months. Because you were about to equate what you called an authority figure, some loser in a costume, some Walmart greeter, to your own mother and father. And then you were going to say, honor your mother and fathers in the Bible, and somehow that makes it true because it's in the Bible. Okay, I'll take the walk with you. Then you were going to project that honor your mother and father means do everything that they say, or what? Like, where are you going with this? I would love to know where he was about to go with that, and then prove my point that this is all some Freudian subconscious dynamic where broken children just don't want to grow up, be responsible and accountable. So they keep trying to pretend to be mommy and daddy, or going to the pretend mommy and daddies to be a part of some weird simulation here, instead of just becoming of age, right? A coming of age story where they actually grow up and actualize and realize and become the real boy and the real man, like Pinocchio, right? They cut their strings. They stop lying to themselves and others. They let their conscience be their guide. They go through the whale's mouth, get swallowed up like Jonah, and come out the other side, and make Geppetto, your daddy, your original workshop daddy, your woodshop daddy, make him proud. That's all this is.
Lawsuits. They physically grabbed me, and then none of them saw it later. They physically grabbed me. This guy, he won't identify himself. This gentleman right here, get a good look at him. Are you going to identify this gentleman so I can list him in the complaint?
You can have a seat in the courtroom if you like.
You're not going to identify him?
Make sure your cell phones are turned off.
You're not going to identify him? I mean, you're not going to identify him? I'm just asking a fair question here. Put his hands on me. That's against my rights. absolute tyrant. This guy's an absolute tyrant. He would never touch me without the gun and badge on, ever. He knows better. But he'll do it when he has a badge and gun, and then not identify himself and hide from transparency. I'm suing you, brother. You'll be hidden in this court yourself. You'll be a defendant. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. I am not joking. I've come here to do this. This is why I'm here. Now imagine what happens to you in prison because of the 1980 case of Johnson versus Glick. Johnson versus Glick is going to state that you can't file a 1983 if no one saw what happened to you. She said she didn't see.
You are a fucking retard, and I'm pretty sure, isn't Glick that guy back in the 90s who was that like obese guy who sat on a chair with like flower suits? Jiminy Glick? Is he talking about, like, when did Jiminy Glick go to fucking court? I gotta double check this because I might be off. I'm off. No, I'm not off. I'm right again. I'm always right. These people are always wrong and I'm always right. Okay, so in the 1980, we're going back to 1980 now, somehow, for how we get our belief in the moment. And it's this guy, Jiminy Glick, versus, who was it? Someone? Rodriguez? And this retard can't figure out that in 1980, some guy put on a costume and made a decision. And if you show up to court with Jiminy Glick in your pocket and you try to whip it out at the party, right? If you talk a big game and say, I got the biggest dong at the party, and we say, all right, you know what? No homo, but whip it out. Everybody put your shit on the table right now, and you whip out Jiminy Glick, it's over before it starts. See, this is what you're not getting. I'm trying to give it to you in a different way. How many different ways can Paulie Boy try to entertain the people who've heard this loop 1,000 times and get it, and get the information out to the new folks, if there's any here? If we're not completely shadow man. So you did the metaphorical dong contest. You got the biggest dong in the room, and we said, okay, we'll humor you, pull it out, and you pulled out a Jiminy Glick, and now the rest of us are laughing, and we're not even going to continue because it's not even worth talking about. So if you take something from 1980 that a guy in a dress ruled on, and you bring it to somebody today in 2026, they're just going to say, thank you for proving you don't know how to move a claim, and you don't know how a sovereign moves the court with the court of record rules or procedure. And you just gave us all jurisdiction to do whatever we want. And we're 9 out of 10 times not going to rule in your favor if you give us the jurisdiction, because you're attempting to go against folks who we're in a societal bond with to some extent. And you don't know how to take yourself out of that jurisdiction, legislative, societal bond, unspoken social contract, and invoke what would be called a common law jurisdiction, except you're going to tell me common law means case law or case rulings, and that's not what the fuck I'm talking about. What's common to the man and woman who lives on the land, which used to be called common sense, and common sense was another way to say conscience, and that's how we know right from wrong. That was the common fucking law, and it went something like: you don't lie, you don't cheat, you don't steal, you don't put your hands on other people unless they do it first. Shit like that. Shit your daddy was supposed to teach you without a fucking notebook. So, yeah, more agent fed tactics. You're a sovereign citizen if you don't want to cite some guy in a dresses ruling from 1980 that they could easily, once you cite it, say you don't have your own conviction, you didn't create a notice and demand, you don't have a claim, you're now complaining and you're citing someone else's claim and complaint, and we have no reason to move this court in favor of you. Quite the opposite. We don't respect you. You don't know the law. You have no standing and status here. We're going to do whatever we want, and it's pretty much going to be business as usual. Okay? So, hey, listen, anything's possible. I'll support you and everyone else going in there with legal policy and code and supposed precedent and trying to use it in the modern day. I think 9 out of 10 times you're going to get whooped, and you're going to be here like Tanawa Downing going, I've been doing this for 15 years and I haven't gotten nowhere, but we got to keep fighting. And I go, no. You're not fighting. You're not even on the field. You're not in the game. We're not even in the same war. And there's a reason why you guys have been active for 10 or 15 years and haven't won yet. You lose on the defensive side. You lose on the offensive side. Okay? So we got to get a clue here at some fucking point. Questions, comments, concerns, if you got them. If you want to talk legal awful, I put the number out before. I forgot about it. But that's always the case here. I know some of you want to talk, but you're intimidated by me and my flow and my requests at past times to limit the engagement here. But again, that's for the dumbed down, fluoridated, retarded, deviant, parasitic, disempowered slaves. You could even be all that, and if you just want to do and be and have better, and you want a fellowship, then we're all good. So you could even be that, and we're good. I'll even give that qualification. So, shit, I might be that from time to time. Keep me right. Keep me honest. All right, let's go back because we pulled out Jiminy Glick, and it was so fucking powerful and majestic. You could all feel it, right? You could all totally feel the power of the Glick in the moment. You could totally imagine decastrated being in court with his best Sunday suit on and his best veneer shaded whites on his teeth and his best pair of red glasses, looking down at that paper with his hand shaking and starting to read off the paper. Jiminy Glick versus Rodriguez says, and then fill in the blank. You could just feel the fucking power and energy careening off the walls of the courtroom. The cascade of empowerment and majesty. The court was immediately moved. As the story goes, Mr. Decastrated stepped forth with his scribbled scribe, and he unfurled it, and he began to speak something along the lines of Jiminy Glick versus Rodriguez, 1980, and he went on, and by the time he was done, the courtroom was aghast. Silence washed over everyone. Court was so moved, they immediately found in favor not only of Mr. DeCastro, but of Jiminy Glick and all other puppets and clowns and corporatist actors with plays and bills and yeah, it's a beautiful thing. It's right there. I can totally see it and feel it, and I'm putting my message down there. If you got any comments, tell me where I got it wrong. You know, anything's possible. Even a god of all media. Even if a legal scholar like this could get it wrong from time to time, a god of all media could get it wrong.
See anything? And that clown right there said he didn't see anything. Just pathetic. I got to go in here and file my amicus brief, so I got to turn my phone off. I'll see you guys on the flip side.
I got to go in. Even that's like posturing. I got to go in here and file my Atticus Finch. I'd love to sit and continue to talk with you peasant slaves who aren't legal scholars like me, but I got to go file my Atticus Finch to kill this mockingbird. All right? I'll see you guys later. And then everyone's like, oh my God, Atticus Finch. I wonder what that is. I'm going to go look that up immediately and try to fill my head with it. Maybe I can pull that out somewhere at a dinner party. Oh man. One of these days, Klaus Schwab. Yeah, I just got hit with my next AI remix song. That's the order. I need to take all this energy and start doing what I've been doing with it and just win. Instead of yelling and screaming, I can entertain a different form, right? Fauci said there'd be days like this. The old classic song. Used to hear that in the supermarket. Fauci said there'll be days like this. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get Fauci and Schwab and Gates and Trump and all the rest. They're going to get these guys right. Don't worry. We got to take 10 lifetimes and incarnations. They're going to get them right. All right, we're almost done with this. And I think I'm going to get out of here momentarily. We'll see how it shakes out. You never know.
Your Honor, is there a way I could meet with you specifically? Because this regards Sarah Page's case. There's constitutional violations going on right now around her case.
Probably need that. Are you an attorney, sir?
I'm a civil libertarian, Your Honor.
My question was, are you an attorney?
I'm a civil libertarian, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not. I don't have a bar card here. I don't have a bar card in this state.
I'll let you meet with you. You got a point to Judge Walter. Yeah, I do this track.
Oh, I see. And then the last thing, order of business, Your Honor, is I need this gentleman's first name and last name. I'm filing a complaint against him, and I'm filing civil litigation against this man for putting his hands on me. I just need to identify him as a member of the law and order. I'd just like his full name so I can file a lawsuit against him.
You go outside. You go out to the clerk's office to get that if you want.
I've asked 10 people, Your Honor. You are the presiding man here. There's doesn't only higher than you, sir.
When you have a meeting with Judge Waldo in the morning, you can ask him.
So I should just take a picture of him and bring it in? You won't tell me his name? I apologize, sir.
That's not my employee.
Right, but you can't identify him, so I can file litigation against him?
You can talk to them or Mr. Lawler.
Your Honor, Federalist 78, you are the highest ranking member of this court. You are for law and order.
Sir, if you want to, you're welcome to stay if you want to, but I'm not going to carry on this conversation.
No, I mean, these are your duties, and I know what they are, and I respect you, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. The number one responsibility of judges is to be accountable to the rule of law. And you can read this by Alexander Hamilton in Federalist number 78. And what that judge just did was he violated his oath to the bench. When I asked him to identify someone who had assaulted me, he refused to identify, meaning he's not holding up the rule of law.
No, Mr. DeCastro, you're wrong again. And you're passing around fake ass information that doesn't make sense till you get the rest of the story, because the devil's in the details. You went in, he asked you who and what you were. You tried to suck your own dick again, and instead you put your foot in your mouth. You called yourself a civil libertarian. He cut you off as soon as you said that and basically started talking to you like you were a hoe, just like I would. You relinquished your status and standing in jurisdiction. As soon as you tell them who and what you are and what you're not, and they know that you don't know, they don't care anymore, just like I don't. So they get to talking to you how they do. They have no more duty and obligation to you at that point, because you're not a man of and by and for the people. You relinquished your lawful jurisdiction. Once you started talking legal beagle speak, you relinquish your jurisdiction as a man. Now he retains a duty and obligation to the legal society. Dunce. But you clowns will never go to U.S. Code, and you'll never look up legal versus lawful person. Legal person versus natural person. You'll never try to decode or reverse engineer how the dual jurisdiction works. You've never been at court like I have and asked them how many jurisdictions the court preside over and have them answer on record 2 and even spell it out. But you want to continue to run yourself and everybody in circles and suck your own dick and cope and call yourself a law scholar when you're not even a legal scholar. Even what you're doing and how you're talking, you don't know what you're talking about in their venue, in their administrative courts from the legal perspective. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're definitely not a law scholar. You don't even know the law. And you definitely can't invoke it, and that's why most of these people don't take you seriously, and they don't listen to you, and they don't respect you as men or women.
And that's what's going on all across America. That's why I'm traveling the country helping people. We're living in clown world here. Without the camera, without transparency, those people would have jumped me and beat me up. And then these people here are liars and frauds, complete and utter. I mean, just get a good look at his face. He doesn't honor his father and mother. Get a good look at her face. She doesn't honor her father or her mother. She lied. How does that feel? To have an allegiance instead of the Constitution, but to a blue line. Just pathetic.
Thank you. Thank you.
How does it feel to cite a Bible for effect because you think most of your audience is Catholics or Christians and not even know the God in the Bible or have a connection with it? How do you feel about having allegiance to papers rather than the law that God made and the God itself? Because you have allegiance to a legal system and a legal society, and then you cry when they do the same because you don't know you're invoking it just by who you are and what you're not, what you say and what you don't. That's how foolish you are. And when I try to tell you, you think that because I don't have the degree or whatever else, that what I'm saying can't be true. That's another one of your self-deceptions. You're so frauded and deceived while you try to be a fraud and deceiver that you don't think there's true power and value with folks who don't have the symbols of power and value in and of the world. Another deception. Well, the craziest, funniest part about this is you'll have administrators and the rest of these folks who are state actors who will repeat what the fuck I say. Cameron's a perfect example of it the other day. Came over here and admitted that the judge magistrate was telling him he understands to some extent the law, at least the Constitution, and is attempting to invoke it a certain way. But even that, he had to tell him, you wanted to plead, and that's why I denied you. You need to have a notice and demand, right? If you're gonna come in here and talk law, then act like a man under God. If you're not going to, then it's whatever the fuck I want it to be. And they almost have to slave you. It's like when you come here, I almost have to slave you and give you the metaphysical or metaphorical whooping to get you to go back and look at yourself and what's going on again, to realize where your power and value is gained and where you've given it up. You've sacrificed your footing and your foundation to attempt to try to grasp for something that can never be held. This is a passage in the Tao as well. The man who walks on tiptoes sacrifices his footing, something along those lines, right? And this is exactly what you folks want to do. You want to tiptoe through the tulips, acting like legal professors. And while you do your little dance, you lose your foundational footing, trying to dance for the man like the man. See? Don't dance for the man like the man. Become an actual man and do the actual man dance. And then the man will respect you as a man. See? They got it completely backward. I can't say it enough. I'm going to keep looping it over the next weeks and months. This is part of what I believe is my mission here with some of these folks who've come into my life. They'll pass through here at certain points. Folks will pass through there. They'll get the upload and the message, and they'll either choose to sit with it and understand it, or they'll ignore it because of where it came from. Right? The gorilla is not an expert or an authority.
Appreciate it. People are driving by honking at me, saying, keep going, don't stop. Everyone in this town is sick of it. Everybody in this town is sick of it.
Right, and that's part of the problem. They're enabling you. See, everything they think where there's power and value is the absence of it. Everybody in that town knows you because you have hundreds of thousands and millions of subscribers pushing your garbage that goes nowhere. That literally is the problem that got us here. And they're more weak and cowardly and stupid than you are. And they don't want to do the work or make the change, but they're going to know you and follow you and watch you and buy your garbage and honk for you. Because again, what did Albert Pike, head of World Freemasonry and everybody's corporatist daddy down at Washington, D.C., what did he say? Among other folks, whenever the people need a hero, we shall supply him. They're not going to push me to hundreds of thousands and millions of subscribers. They cut me off from that, for the folks who've been here and know that. They will push retards like this because they know other retarded people out there will resonate with it, align with it, support it, pay for it, and further it. And it's never going to get you guys freed. It's never going to get you guys inspired and empowered. And you're never going to be respected or recognized by the system in a proper capacity. But keep doing it because I need some fucking entertainment here. And the content, that's the new phrase for everybody. In the black sectors too, they all every 3 seconds. Well, like, share, subscribe for the content. We got that content. Yeah, that's for sure. Man. All right, maybe one more. Just one more hit of the DeCastro. Let's roll up another DeCastro and smoke it. I promise. Just one more and we'll get the hell out of here, right? And I know I keep saying that, but we can stop whenever we want, guys. Do we need a music? Maybe we need a musical interlude. Why not? We're completely shadow banned back here. Fuck them. We're with the regulars. It's very intimate back here, so we do whatever we want anyway. But almost no pressure now, right? So in honor of the decastrated creature, and it's not really about him, it's all of these folks like him who do what he and these others do, and more importantly, what they don't do, and then what it all leads to for themselves and everybody else around them, right? While they claim it's something different than what it is. It's the old Donnie Trump syndrome where you're losing horribly, you're destroying and burning down the house, but you keep just saying you're winning. And that everything's better than it ever was, right? And it's going to be better than it ever was. That's the game. And again, as you see with Donnie Trump and others, it happens to work, right, folks? So if you want to be successful in content creation and in life, and you don't have any ethics, morals, values, or scruples, I could tell you how to do it and be just like these people. I've been telling you and showing you how to do it. Now, if you do, then you have some tests and challenges on your hands. If you have some logic, morals, ethics, scruples, values, you got some tests and challenges on your hands. You're always going to be in trouble. Like my father and others used to tell me, Paulie boy, you're always going to find trouble in this life living how you live. What? Not lying, cheating, stealing, going along with coward beta males and sucking dick in order to supposedly be successful around a bunch of cowards I don't respect anyway because they got paid to sell out and to give up their soul and their spirit. No thanks. Don't give a fuck. I'll take all the trouble and pain and challenge that comes with living in this life for someone who lives like that. Okay. I guess I don't really have much choice, you know? I guess I accept the terms and conditions. It's been an interesting game, interesting simulation. I can't deny that. All right, one more. No, this is interesting because I clicked the arrow and it went to the next thing and it's clear your bowels. How appropriate. I played 2 DeCastro videos in a row. What do my algorithms start telling me? It just intuitively knows, right? It now brings up the next thing is mucus and an understanding. Clear your bowels, detox academy. And it's like, yeah, even the algorithm knows these people are full of shit. Slimy shit too. Full of mucus that has to be cleared. The algorithm equates watching 2 DeCastro videos to a full mucusy colon that has to be evacuated. Thank you, algorithm, for once again being more insightful and wise and entertaining than the average voting, tax-paying, vax-taking slave who buys cop cards and cry folds. Now let me get back. We moved our bowels now. We're feeling a little bit more, we're feeling kind of empty now and enlightened. We got touchdown position.
Some body cams goes around your head, that way you can see everything.
Right, because on your chest, like this, if you put your arms out in front and you're shooting, we can't see what you're doing. What's really, but that makes it so that we can really see it. What do you guys think about changing handcuffs? Changing handcuffs to straps and putting them in front so that it's not immediate hatred.
I've never heard of anything like that.
You never heard anything like that?
Yeah.
But have you been in handcuffs before?
I believe when I was like a teenager. They're not comfortable.
They were actually designed for slaves. We got to change the cuffs. And you also got to move to a camera detainment where you come up to me and you say, hey, sir, I got you on camera. Not going to touch you. We got to go talk. I got no weapon. I'll come. If you say you're under arrest, I'm going, right?
Oh, well, yeah.
I'm going.
You want to. I don't agree with that.
Of course you don't want to, but here's the choice. Either you come with me or I throw you on the ground and put you in torture cuffs. What do you want to do?
Honestly, I know what you're saying. I know where you're coming from. The only issue with that is we don't decide.
But you can decide. That's the point. It takes free men to sign up for what you guys have signed up to do. All 3 of you guys right now know that those handcuffs are torture. If you don't believe me, let's put one on your wrist right now, not behind your back. Do it right now. Then put it up. Are you going to put it behind the back too?
Yep. So this is how we put handcuffs on.
Oh, man, those are not. You can get a finger through over here.
That's how we're taught.
You can get a finger through over here.
We're taught to check for tightness. You're supposed to be able to fit a finger in between, right?
That's how we're taught.
But those are not tight how you would put them on me. I got mad respect for you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm traveling the country showing that this system is broken.
I was asking where you
I mean, because you guys don't even understand.
Thank you. I have so much respect for you because you guys talk to me and let me play cuff games. I have so much respect. That's all it takes. I'm an easy free lay. That's all it takes. You didn't even have to buy me a burger, right? All right, well. I think I'm done here. You got questions, comments, concerns? I'm all yours. Presuming you even want me, let alone need me. Or what I have, right? Yeah, I'll entertain that for a limited time. But I think I'm actually bored at the cash.
Headgear, can I see
even mocking his nonsense?
That? Can I see that headgear? Can I look at that?
Yeah,
They got pulled over for tinted windows, and now it's about everything else, but not about tinted windows. This is probably one of my favorite videos.
He's waiting for a reason to pull me over. See, here we go.
I told you. It shows the hypocrisy of what is happening in our country.
Why did I pull you over?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned, and I'm recording this for my own safety right now.
I pulled you over because, number one, you almost ran the stop sign up there, so you caught my attention.
You almost ran the stop sign?
I was a little excited, and I do apologize for that, but I made sure to stop, and you'll notice my top is off.
Okay.
That doesn't. Well, that makes no sense whatsoever. I am concerned that you're following me and trying to find something. Right. Yeah, so because of the stop sign.
Because this intersection is the same one that we started at. So why did you make a big loop for no reason?
Maybe I forgot something at home.
What you should do when you get pulled over is pull down your Fifth Amendment auto plaque. You invoke your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
Forget all that, man. To Castro, can you get a hold of me? Seriously, can we bury the hatchet? I want to work with you now. I'm tired of mocking you and your bullshit. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I want to actually work with you now and promote and support, and I want to create content, okay? So forgive me. I don't know what just happened, actually. Okay? And this is instead of dropping the visor, whatever he just said, you got to drop your visor and drop the thing on him. I want you to start playing this clip to your audience.
Drop them draws, nigga. That's how they come at you. You be like, hold up, bro. Hold up, bro. Nigga, I ain't seen you in 13 years, nigga. Talking about hold up, bro. Nigga, I been there, nigga, my nuts is hot, nigga. Hey, look, man. Next thing you know, y'all fight. And if you lose, he's gonna get up in you. And it don't matter what you do later, he had you. You got his baby up in your butt, man.
Right. Let's go past the drop the visor. Let's go past the drop the trifold on him. Let's drop them draws, nigga. That's where I'm at. Say we go all the way or go away. That's my newest phrase. Oh man, see, you know what, man? We have 16 missed calls. I didn't get any notifications. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Okay, so 360 called me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Call back. I tried to call you back. It's not working. And Nico's calling me now. See what he's got to say.
Oh.
Hello.
Hey man, how you doing?
What's going on? I got 16 missed calls and 2 of them from you. I think the other 14 might be from DeCastro. He might be looking for me. But what do you got going on, Nico?
I just wanted to ask a question about. So a couple of years ago, I had lost my license. I got a OUI.
Try to speak up. I think you're very low on everyone's side. I don't know.
Hold on, I'm gonna take out my headphone. I'm just gonna talk over the phone.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So the question is, a couple of years ago, I had lost my license. I got an OUI.
Are you
marijuana.
Michael in chat?
Yeah, Ryan Michael Allen. That's my given name by my mother.
Okay. So R.Y. Michael, that's you. All right, go ahead.
So I had gotten an OUI for marijuana in the state of Massachusetts, and basically I did cause
operating under the influence.
Yes, the law is you have to wait.
How did they? And again, we're just going to talk from their bullshit first, and then we're going to do the usual cosmic slave bus loop where I tell you what I always tell you, that it doesn't mean shit to me. But I'm just curious from their perspective. How do they get a hold of you? How do they see you?
Okay, so actually, thank God so I split a poll, and to be entirely honest, I actually was. To be entirely honest, I wasn't just under the influence of marijuana, and I don't have a problem being entirely honest, but I was just giving you the legal facts, but I could tell the official, like what actually happened, but if it's, you know, necessary, if you'd like to hear, if it's even, you know. But the legal part of it was an OUI for marijuana, which was in the state of Massachusetts, you have to wait 6 hours to operate a vehicle, and my time frame was 5. So basically, they gave me actually.
How do they know that?
You know, because I was high on other substances. I was the airbag had knocked me out. I was pulled out of the car.
There's no way they could know that. Even if you give them urine and blood,
yes,
they can't
I
know that.
I know. I didn't say anything besides, you know, once I was in the ambulance, I had thought I was going to be going to jail because I had paraphernalia in the truck.
So you told them everything is the bottom line.
No, I didn't tell them anything about that. When I came to and realized I wasn't going to jail and I had the other stuff in my sock, and then the other stuff was in the car, but somehow my angels or whoever the officers reporting or firefighters, etc., they didn't find anything in the cup holder as well for some reason, just so magically. And basically, you know, once I came to and realized, wow, I'm not going to jail, perhaps I got a little cocky or whatnot. The cop came in, Officer Kelly, who knows me pretty well at that time, and he read me either my Miranda or whatnot, but he says, you're not being detained. So I, you know, was high and also was, you know, revived, you know, from, I believe they might have hit me with Narcan as well, even though they had no proof of me being under the substance. I refused to take any blood tests, etc. But anyway, I ended up saying, being like, I was landscaping at the time, working a lot. And I was like, I was working, I didn't get much sleep the night before. I was reading the paper and I parked. And as I was driving home, I dozed off. And, he knew that was bullshit. And, but anyway, he said, what time did you smoke, Meryl? Because I was like, I had smoked. I fell asleep. I woke up driving home and I had fell asleep. So he's like, what time do you smoke? I was like, oh, probably around noon or whatever. And maybe 2 or 3, because I crashed at I think midnight or 11 p.m. I don't recall exactly. But anyway, he's like, okay, he had taken that down. He wrote it down. He's like, all right, you're free. You're good. They're like, they wanted me to stay longer. I'm like, at that time I was more involved in consumed.
All right, Daniel's getting frustrated down there, and I'd be lying if I said that I'm not as well. I'm just trying to be patient.
Well,
we got a lot of details,
but I'm basically my question is, so they gave me the consequence of paying $500 and doing a one-time Zoom class over the internet, going to a Zoom and doing a class. So my question would be, I had paid $120. I thought I was gonna get my license back. I didn't. They're like, okay, you need to pay $500 and also do a one-time Zoom class. You have to make an appointment with a hearings officer. So that takes about 3 weeks. I had done that, and
or what? For what? I just wanted the basic
get my
detail.
license to get my license back, Paul.
Right. So
yeah.
Okay, so you had
what
a
I'm getting at
license.
is I've not done the Zoom class, and I don't. Now it's been about 1.5 years, almost 2 years. So I'm saying, I go without.
He's calling me.
I have my 2 feet.
He's like, I think 2 years ago I agreed to a Zoom class. What do I do now? It's like
I'm not very good, with technology.
Yeah,
but
you're not as organized as you could
I'm
be.
more of an in-person, real life type of guy.
You call up and you say, "Hey, I think I missed an appointment. When were you supposed to be here? Today? Yesterday? A year and a half ago." and then just laugh with them about how retarded this whole game is. I mean, so
that's what I was thinking. Do I just, because now I'm not in the same town that I was in. I'm outside of Boston. at the moment. And I'm thinking, do I just go to the
What have you been doing
and
the
be
last
like,
year and a
can I
half?
pay more money? Huh?
What have you been doing the last year and a half?
Walking.
Oh, how's that been going?
Good. It's good exercise. I love walking.
Right. I've been walking more too. You know, why not?
But I don't have a problem getting behind the wheel. It's just, it's kind of, I don't have the word for it right now. You know, it makes me feel like responsible, like I should, because I did cause loss. I split a pole. You know, I totaled the car. I could have hurt someone. You know, I admit that, of course. I don't want to cause injury.
And if my aunt had balls, she could have been my uncle. Now what?
Huh?
And if my aunt had balls, she could have been my uncle. What does that have to do with anything? That's part of life. And again, according to you, you were fucked up. Hopefully, faithfully, you're not doing drugs at all anymore, let alone behind the wheel.
30. I'm about, I don't count the days. It's just one day at a time, but I'm completely sober now. I'm off of no
Right. Again, this whole thing exists because of your story and everyone else's around me. Like the guy who came here yesterday and couldn't just be honest with himself and everyone else that he can't govern himself effectively. If he could, he wouldn't need government outside of himself, and every other slave around him wouldn't. So that's the whole moral of the story. Technically, right? And philosophically. Then you have to decide what you want to do, because it all comes back to what you want to do and what you want out of this. Like I always tell you when we go to these subjects, it's not about me and what I'm doing this week or next week or last week, what I want, what I don't want, what I'm going to get out of life. What that might be different. As a matter of fact, oftentimes it's different. So you first have to ask yourself before you come at me with any of this, what do you really want out of this? And are you reflective enough to look at what you need out of this, right? Because that's another conversation. That's the next conversation.
Either way, I am able to drive. I don't really, like, if it came down to it, if I had to use a vehicle, I'm going to use a vehicle. I already have. I'm just saying, as counsel from, you know, I respect your advisement. So I'm asking you, should I go and handle this, you know, go and make the payment at least?
Again, how can I answer that? I can't answer that at all, let alone if you don't tell me what you want or know what you need.
No, I want to be able to drive a vehicle, not even with a plate or not, but it's like, imagine if I were pulled over, they actually have a reason. They're like, whoa, you didn't pay $500 and you fucking should be. Again,
this is 15 words for you to just say to me, Paul, I want to be able to move my shit around and be left alone by this wannabe slave master. Simple.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
And you just jump through hoops and do whatever they say. What is this a game? Are you playing a game right now? Is someone playing a trick on me? Is Ashton Kutcher going to pop out of the bushes and go, you're being punked, Paul? Like, you know what to do if you just want to live like everyone else and quote unquote be left alone until they lock you down next time and push 15 shots on you. And tell me and my friend who's been in jail for the last 3 weeks to go in a single cell because you're not going to wear the mask or take shots. So now you got to be in solitary confinement like an animal. Well, actually, animals won't belong there.
I never have taken a shot. I never will.
No, I know. I'm not picking on you. I'm pointing out an idea.
Thing about paying for the fine, or should I just ignore it entirely? It's like, you know what I mean? I don't,
if you're gonna walk the walk of a hoe, then be a good hoe. This is what I tell people. They don't know how to pimp or hoe. If you're not a hoe, then fucking hoe. And let's get to it.
But I thought that you basically, if you do cause injury, loss, or harm, that you should be held accountable.
I'm not necessarily denying that. If you want to say that,
because I don't have a problem with not paying for it.
That's not the issue.
Like I split a pole.
That's not the issue.
Because I don't have a problem.
The issue is I'm traveling freely because I got a right to move my property around. The reason I have a right is because you can't make me understand why it's a wrong, and it'll never be a wrong because it doesn't cause loss, injury, or harm to someone else. The moment it does, yes, you got to compensate. That doesn't lead into now that I can't go get in the car again and ride right down the block again, because guess what? In life, accidents happen, and when accidents happen, we compensate. And getting registration and license and all that doesn't stop accidents from happening. And if you can compensate, or show financial responsibility, which is what the code reads.
Either way, with paying the fine, like I don't plan on.
Fine is not for
going
that.
About
as far as
getting
I
the
know.
license,
Let's
right.
be clear.
Right.
Let's be clear. As far as I understand, and you'd have to go look this up. Everyone needs to go do their own fucking research and work. I'm nobody's daddy here. Nobody is in this life. And if you think you need that and want that, you're gonna get fucked every time.
I
in this
never
life.
said you were, brother.
I'm not saying
I would
that.
never bend the knee to another man or a woman.
Don't take it personal. When you come on here, you should figure out. I don't do this with you when we talk privately, but when I'm on here, we're on here. So I got to do the rap.
Okay.
Right. It's for everyone else's benefit. It's not personal to you. It just relates to whatever's going on with you. Right. So
yes, brother.
So don't talcott me either. Yes, brother. I did. Where were we at? So the point is, you once you cross that threshold of doing loss, injury, and harm, then yes, it obviously is common sense. It makes sense that you have to compensate. Now, where I was going to get to right is that theoretically I can't prove it. I could give you a bunch of evidence or give you my understanding off the top of my head. Anything in the public realm, anything having to do with the state of sponsorship or titling is essentially already prepaid to some extent. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we should all, run that bill up ad infinitum just because we're entitled, right? But it's like the idea I'm bringing you to is if everybody's already paying a bunch of slave tax 4 or 5 different ways in their life, you can run into 10 fucking polls a month. Like, don't give me the
exactly.
Fucking that's essentially a tree on the side, a dead tree on the side of the road holding a wire, right? Like, so we could just go get another tree, or you could take 1% of the slave tax that I give you all day every day from a roads and put up a new pole, because you got 1 billion people out here doing it, right? So but again, if we're gonna play the man game, and it's not a game, if we're gonna walk this life, this road as a man, and when we go to court, we're gonna present that way, which court to me is really in a way a game. It is, but it's not. It's hard to explain, but I guess it's like a playing field or a stage in a way. It can feel like that at times. It's a proving ground. It's an arena in a sense.
Definitely.
It's like the whole "Are you not entertained?" deal, right? So if we're going to do the whole, hey, I'm walking this walk as a man, then we don't do the whole slave tax and the prepaid shit. And when I do whatever I do, then I don't even need anybody to tell me where do I make the check out to, so to speak, right? Because that's just what it is, right? Like, again, this system is created because people won't walk the walk a man in life. So you don't want to walk the walk a man in life? We're going to tax the shit out of you. We're going to wind up with 50% of what you make held by the end of the year. And we're going to balance the books with it. So when we want to do a war and we want to fund Israel and ISIS and all these other fake ass terror attacks and Epstein Island, we're going to do it with that, right? And then we're going to tell you too, and you got to pay us, right? Because we're real slick and shrewd. So we're going to take you to court. It's all prepaid 2 and 3 times over. Then we're going to stick you with a bill as a private man as well, right? And get paid 2 and 3 times.
Yeah.
But again, I don't do all the front end shit. Most of it, right? I could get sales tax exempt. I know people who've done it. So if we do the process, and I know the process, and other people do it and they get it done, then that means I know I can do it, even if I haven't done it yet. That's a those who haven't done teach moment, right? By the way, that I always make fun of. But and that's those who can't do. That's those who haven't done can still teach. Doesn't mean I can't do it. I just haven't done it, but I can still teach it because I understand how it works, the dynamics of it, right? Because it's all similar, if not the same. So I don't necessarily really mind it, and maybe that's me being indoctrinated to some extent. I'm like, I don't have income. I don't technically get income at this point. I don't pay income slave tax. That'd be my biggest gripe. My other second biggest gripe is land tax. That is Marxism, as the meme shows, right? With our latest meme here. Mm-hmm. If I can't own property, pay it off, and then have it paid off and use it forever, I got to pay on it yearly. And if I don't pay, you come and take it. Well, then I never really owned it. So that's my two biggest gripes, right? That I got a problem with that. And as long as I'm here, every motherfucker in this place is going to hear about it. And what is the solution to it? Which is always the same solution. Stop legitimizing it, believing in it, question these fake ass authorities, and stop complying. And make your claim and rebut their presumptions. Affidavit, unrebutted, stands true. That's a maxim in law. And I can give you 15 of them. I don't need DeCastro's fucking bullshit cards that don't work and case rulings from some clown in a dress. I have the maxims of law, which are axiomatic, you could argue, precepts and foundational principles that give way to all of the philosophy and the process that you call law / legalism and administrative procedure. So, yeah, man, you know, again, this is just always two worlds we're walking in here, at least potentially a middle way, and then everything that comes with that, right? You know, the three kind of people in life: those who see when shown, and those who don't see, right? So that's all of what this practice is. So presuming you can see and understand, and as we go along, then this is going to be your practice, presuming you want to take it on. If you're not going to take it on, walking as a man and governing yourself because you believe, like I believe, that this is a renaissance period for that, and we need that, and if not, it's going to get worse, then you know what to do to get what you want, like everyone else does in this life, right? Do what they say, jump through hoops, don't think for yourself. It's inversion land. On one side is think for yourself or know for yourself with what's put in your conscience or in your heart and move on that. On the other side, it's abandon all of that and do everything they tell you. And when they hand you a bill, you fucking pay it. And you say to yourself and everybody else, hey, life's all about getting fucked. You just got to accept and choose how and when you're going to get it and take it, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not that. I am, but I'm not, right? I go, listen, life's about pain and suffering. You just got to choose what you're going to do with that, right? But it is inevitable.
Yeah.
But the whole, I got to suck dick in order to make it here, I don't.
No.
That's what the thing has shown me. I actually don't. And as much as it scares me still to be in that position, the thing has shown me not only do I not, but my life's gone better when I have it. It's inversion land again. It's the opposite. I'm better off financially and inspirationally and career oriented, right? And creatively, right? And all the rest of it. Like, and I get it. You might see and hear me at times and go, this is better off. Well, it was really bad at one point, but you know,
no. I'm
way better off everywhere in my life. Looking myself in the mirror with my story and what I know I've lived and written if I had to go today or tomorrow than I would be if I did it every way they told me to do it, right? So I have to sit back and go, I'm not wrong. Even if I'm wrong for them, I'm not wrong for me. And if I was wrong for me, I'd cop to and admit it. I'd say, man, my life was so much better when and by the way, I never really did completely comply anywhere in my life. I did some places here and there, you know, overlooked some shit that was bugging me, just went along with it for a while till I didn't, right? But, you know, I can't actually tell people, and that's the moral of the story here, and that's what people are going to get from me in my experience, is they tell you it's all going to be worse if you do it this way. That's not been my story, right? It's quite the opposite. So that's what I have to, you know, that's what I have to report on. And then that's what I have to remind myself of, because again, day to day, especially with my health and whatever else, and not being in the action, once you sit back, it's a lot more difficult to jump back in and go, listen, I don't want to get pulled over again every ride. I don't want to look over my shoulder, right? I don't like that feeling. I don't want to get stopped and then know they're probably going to take me in and go to the box. And who knows, you know, like I said, my buddy's been sitting there for 3-4 weeks again. He already did 33 days. They play Masonic tricks on him. And so they took him again, whatever, you know, he's been in there. And it's just like, it just becomes, okay, this is my walk here and this is what I'm going to do. And it's probably never going to end in various forms, you know, and then you kind of almost decide to make deals with it at times, right? Like, okay, I'm going to practice to this extent, to whatever will, and I'm ready, whatever level I'm willing and able to, rather, excuse me. Because yeah, man, like what else? Really, I've gotten myself.
What else is there to do? Right?
Exactly.
You know, that's the point of where
I'm threw myself into this to the point now where I go,
really,
yeah. What am I going to go eat?
Nothing
another
really
pizza?
gets me going anymore in the world. You know, it's like, why not just just listen to what my idea, you know, of life force, God, and you know, and it's easy to talk, but
the devil in us and in life got us to do heroin and everything else and destroy our dopamine receptors. And it was so clever in what it did, because now nothing gets us excited and inspired and alive.
God for this agent, the
right?
devil, you know, without him, what there wouldn't be much fun here. The contrast, you know, you need the
Right.
You know, you need
It's
that
pure
guy. You need and
impervious.
like, you know, the same thing the Dow touches. Everyone's just playing their role for now, and you can't get too worked up about it, you know, because eventually they'll be saints. You know, like in this life though, and this right now, they're not. You know, and that's all. You know, I'm just trying to practice be good, do good, or whatever that means. You know, as well as I can. You know, and I'm not here to preach sobriety or whatnot, but I mean, I am actually. You know, I've came to, you know, I don't want to turn back. I'm almost 30 years old, and I've wasted plenty of years, and I've altered lives, and so I have a lot of work to do as far as giving back, you know, but for my, you know, self and for my community and for, you know, you guys. And that's why, you know, I called in, man. It's just, I admire your work, and I'm just grateful that there is human beings like you on earth, you know, because it's such a rarity, you know, and it's not to get all egoic, like, oh, it's the specialness, but it, you know what I mean? It's like, I just
You're
had a
putting Mike to
conversation with
sleep.
my friend today.
Mike is in the chat, and he says, y'all are putting me to sleep right now. So we're disappointing Mike, I guess. You know,
All right,
oftentimes
brother. All right.
I get up in my day and I say, how am I going to please Mike today? You know, Mike's Fruge down there. 4222.
Mikey.
Yeah, Mike, newsflash. I don't give a fuck about what you want, like and don't like. And if you keep scrolling my chat with your thoughts and feelings, I'm just going to remove you. And you don't have to tell me that we're putting you to sleep. Just go sleep. You were probably sleepwalking already.
That's the other thing with this. Like, I don't understand the whole. It's just like adults and I mean children, like adults that act like children. You know, it's like
almost 3 hours
we all have an
here.
inner child, but it doesn't really. Like, I don't get people that come to these. Well, that's where they're playing their role, I guess, for now. But it's
I get it. You're not going to hear it on your side, but I got a feeling Donald Trump's going to have a word with these people.
We have losers. We have losers.
Donnie?
Tremendous loser.
Yeah. You couldn't hear it, but I see. I know Don, right? Don knows me. I know him, and he.
I wouldn't doubt it, bro.
Yeah, he's a tremendous loser down there. A lot of these people, tremendous losers. Right.
John, you know, in his eyes, Luciferian Donald, you know.
All right, so where were we? Well, what's the bottom line here? You somehow got on here to a platform about rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, courting, and how to win at court without fighting. And even if you don't win, how to have faith even when you lose, because you got to learn how to lose to learn how to win, and so forth and so on. And you came to that platform to ask me, what do I do, Paul? I just want to get my license back and not be bothered.
No, I've already gone. I've called. The last time I called, I went to court and I got a dismissal for representing myself. I was told there 7 times. I was asking more.
So what the fuck is your problem?
Should I pay the fine, you know, out of respect for the community? Because I could have killed someone or something, but I didn't.
Well, listen, I'm not your mom. You keep giving me mom logic, soccer mom logic. Jim, Nico, you could have killed somebody. I don't, you know, you didn't. It wasn't close to that. It didn't happen. And okay, you learned the lesson. You got better. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Faithfully, it doesn't happen again. So, you know, these are decisions you have to decide, because I could give you a perspective. Like I said, you're paying slave tax. I don't know if you are or not. You're involved in all these.
No, I'm not. I'm renting a room right now. I was homeless for a couple weeks.
Okay, you know what the bottom line is here? I'll be the Italian-Irish judge from the East Coast who, if I went and got the degree, they'd love me on the internet. They'd suck my feet. They'd promote me like they don't do here. They'd pay me. They'd do everything. Okay, Nico, we're not going to throw you in jail. We could even waive the fine. But I think that you know that you need to pay it, because you need to learn a lesson. And one of the best ways we learn a lesson in life is by having to lose money or lose our freedom. So you lost your freedom through addiction, right? And so maybe the other side of it is you got to lose some money to learn the future. Don't cost yourself money, time, energy, and attention, and put yourself into bondage, right? And like, so then they go, yay, Paulie Boy's the most fairest judge ever, and he even reduced the fine, and he only did the fine because Nico's got to become a man, and Paulie's a daddy on the bench, right? And he's going to take it out of Nico's allowance. Oh, yeah, I'll defer the fine to the public ledger this time. But if I see you back in the courtroom, I'm going to hit you with that fine and double it, right? So, oh, he's the best daddy ever. Nico has to pay, but he doesn't have to pay because it's prepaid. And the court's going to use some of their extra funding that all the slaves gave.
But say, for instance, Paul, say if I like ran into somebody's yard, their fence, like this kid that lives across the hall from me, he ran into a house before, and the kids were home and everything, but no one was hurt. But he fucking went into their living room with a fucking car, took out their TV and all. That's a different circumstance?
All I hear is destruction of property and a bunch of sealers around it. I mean, again, so what do you want to do? You want to have somebody committed? You want to
I know, bro. I'm not in the business.
Yeah, you got to pay for the side of the house.
Yeah,
rebuild the side of the house. I guess I'm gonna live with a convertible house for a few weeks or months while you fix it. How's that gonna?
Right.
How are we gonna fix that?
I totally agree. I agree with that way of doing life, being.
Then do it
that way. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I can play daddy here if it's necessary. The thing that most people don't realize is it's not necessary because you already know kind of what you want or need to do. And again, I could give you the perspective of, okay, if you pay the slave tax and you're involved in a legal society and you contribute to it and you owe allegiance to it, you have duties and obligations to it. Well, then part of the back end of that is benefits and privileges. When you break some of the state's property, they foot the bill because you're one of their great workers. It's like you're at the job, and in between you slaving, you broke the vending machine. You think they're going to send you a bill to your house? I mean, some scumbag jobs would, but they'll take the hit for this one. You know what, Paulie boy? You're a great fucking host slave around here. You make us a lot of money. You broke the vending machine because you're such a fat fuck. You spend $100 a day putting your paycheck back into our vending machine here. So we're making money off you 3 different ways anyway. You know what? We'll take care of the vending machine even though you broke it. Right? It's one of those deals.
On the phone. Yeah, bro.
If you're going to do heroin deals, you got to wait till you get off the broadcast. I can't allow that here.
No, I was just talking to the landlord of my house.
You got an actual landlord? Does he have a costume? Does he wear a funny hat? Does he ride a horse?
Nah.
A landlord. my landlord. You really are a good slave if you start having lords of your land. I'm proud of you, Nico. You've come a long way as a good slave. My landlord said he wants access to my hindquarters, and I've obliged.
I didn't. Maybe house manager or something.
Your agent.
The one that
my agent is he
bread. My handler. My fucking.
My handler has informed me that is in fact my medication time. Pardon me one moment. Yeah, man. You can always if you want to try to we can fence pimp. You can fence ride pimp, where you go, hey, I get it. I did wrong. You don't have to tell me. I probably should compensate. What do you guys think about this? Right? Something that no one ever does, which is just try to be actually reasonable or make sense. Just go let's throw all the court stuff aside. You're just men. We're men here. We got a broken tree and a wire. On the slave doll here on the public property. I'm saying you just.
What do I think?
No, I'm saying you could just always ask them. If we're not playing the game of they're out to get us and we're trying to win or not wanting to lose, whatever that means. Hey, that makes sense to me. What do you guys think?
What makes sense to me would be to help put the pole back up or something like that. I think that's constructive. It's fair. That's how I think, bro. I don't know. That might sound very foreign to most in this fucked up, upside down world, but I'm all about resolution and giving people the benefit of the doubt, because I know how many times that I have been in the position. You know what I mean? Like, I believe in forgiveness. I try my best to practice being fair, but I also know what it's like to give people more than one or two chances as well. And, I know people have a tendency to take advantage of kindness for the most part, and unfortunately. But
speaking of which, where's my $50 that you keep waving in my face that I told you not to bring up?
40,
That I gotta
40.
Okay, see, you even got a whole tally going. I don't even know what it is. I just know every time I talk to you, you bring it up, and I tell you don't bring it up, and you go, "Listen, I'm going to give it to you."
You know what, brother?
Now I'm flipping it on you in front of everybody. Where's my?
No, I want to donate for the billboard. But I don't want to talk before.
Now he wants to contribute to the billboard. Now, see, all of a sudden,
I do, bro. I do, but I got literally
coming down there for my 40, and there's going to be interest too. All right, the Lucchese's taught me well. 10% a week interest.
Let's call it 150.
I'm busting your balls, man. At the end of the day, it's not going to change.
No, brother, but
change my life, and you're not Nico Kennedy, so and you're contributing here. You're part of the content nonsense. So
yes, brother.
That's got to be worth something. I should be paying you. If you ask the other people who've come here for 5 years to harass me and project onto me, I owe you at this point. Right, you don't contribute to me in the billboard. I cut you a check for being my producer or my right hand man or whatever the fuck else these morons are fantasizing about. All right, so where are we at, man? I feel like we did the cosmic slave bus loop, and you never got off. I took you down to the corner of Free Slave Way.
No, I mean, ultimately, if it comes down to it, I was given a car the other day by my buddy, and I'm gonna drive if I have to drive. I was thinking in the back of my head, like, because today I got pulled over by a state cop with this kid I was working with on a job, and he cut off the state cop. He pulled us over on the bridge, and he's like, "What the fuck were you doing?" And the kid, he was shook, but me, because I wasn't driving, I didn't buckle. I was just I just stared at him, not like in that, way, just as in, he pulled us over. What's the big deal? He was like, "You cut me off." And he's like, "I didn't see you, blah, blah, blah." He's just like, "Get the fuck out of here." And we left, and he was like, "Dude, I'm fucking shaking. I don't even have a license, this and that." And that's another, I actually had forgotten about that until just now. But yeah, that happened today too, or yesterday. What time is it? But yeah, so I was just like, damn, what if I were driving? And but I feel like I've been I don't really like using the word lucky, but yeah, I have I've been more than blessed with times being pulled over, and actually a couple of times giving my buddy, one of my best brother's names. We could look somewhat similar. And that's worked out a couple times, There's a lot of stories, a lot of wreck to talk about, or what do you call it? The AA. I actually went to an AA meeting today too. What was that?
How did that go?
Brothers? It was good. It was actually really good. There's a guy, he's actually 35 years sober, this guy named Ozzy, and his niece and nephew were there. And at the end, she gave him his coin, and she was like, she had a pretty good speech, and she was just like, gave him a hug and was like,
I just checked out for the last two sentences because you said that you had a brother or someone with you. This just goes to show you why also I can't have details and stories, because if someone with you had the same name as you. Yeah, but you said you said he had the same name as you, or he was the same. You said something like that. Yes, you did. You're not ruining my bit on bit now. You did now. You said you did. Now you did. This is the story of Nico and Rico Pellegrino. Yeah, oh, that's what you said. Yeah. You said you got pulled over with a guy who looked just like you. Yeah, there's Nico Pellegrino and Rico Pellegrino. No one can tell them apart. Yeah, I added that on. That's my name that I added on. That's not your name. We're protecting your name for the bit. You're in bitless protection. Right. All right, we got to get the hell out of here because if not, I'm going to sit here and do a Nico Rico Pellegrino bit for the next 20 minutes, and it's going to get weird. It's going to get dicey. No, you're all good, man. So I don't know if we learned anything here today or got anything done, but we're here. You know, we're here for whatever just happened. Is there anything closing, final words or ideas that you want to like look at or go over? Any perspectives? And then we'll do one Chile decastrated remix song, maybe two, and then call it. Well, just to be clear, if you ask a wannabe life coach who shall not be named, I'm not a leader, I'm a boss. Okay, and yeah, that's not a good thing either, right? That's a negative. I guess there's a positive connotation, there's a negative. I'm the negative, right? There's leaders and there's bosses. That's me, right? So, but whatever. According to you, I'm a good leader, but you may be culted. I want to go ahead and when you leave here, I want you to contact your local culting control center and have them do an evaluation on you, because there's a lot of folks that get culted. You know, they get charmed by me, and then next thing you know, they're sticking up in our system. Well, I do. It's just I'm usually the ones giving it for me. Call, no get call. You got to set up what your whatever. No answer. EI 360-814. I'm not going to give the last four digits, but I don't know why you didn't call back. Right? I never got your message before. This system is terrible. Yeah. And I called him back as well. So whoever there. Well, we'll never leave the courtroom here. We have to sue everybody who's doing corruption and incompetence, right? We're going to be living in the courtroom. Give us a final word, Nico. I'm going to Thank you, sir. Yeah, I always forget that. I gotta rebuild StreamYard and YouTube, and then in between rebuilding StreamYard and YouTube, I have to rebuild a phone app that's actually functional and works as it should, right? So we got a lot to do, you know. That should keep me busy for a few days. You know, rebuilding StreamYard, Google, YouTube, and Google Voice. Yeah. What happens to panel members? They all fell off. Can you be specific? Who are we talking about? Who are we overwhelmingly missing that was a regular fixture here that we would want back regularly to interact with me or the audience? I'm curious because I can't really think of any. There might be a handful. John is one of them. Julian is fairly decent when he's inspired. You know, that's all of us, right? It's not like a knock on him. Let me think, you know. Brian O'Shea is decent here when he's inspired, when he's in the pocket, like we all are, right? Yeah. There's some folks around who I'm sure if I inspired them more, motivated them more, would come around more and be interactive. But for the rest of the folks, you know, yeah, I'm not really. They got a hint. They finally caught a hint after like 4 or 5 years that I'm not interested in all the extra nonsense, and I got my own brand of chaos here that I can engage with or display or experience. I don't need 15 other folks all at the same time who want to display that and project that, and you know, not really be a part of doing anything or changing anything or presenting anything, you know, palatable. And quite frankly, interesting and entertaining to me, right? Like, you know, whether this ever goes anywhere beyond a certain point or not, it's like I have to go with that. If it's interesting and entertaining to me, then that's what I'm riding on, and then it translates with others or it doesn't. But if stuff is not interesting and entertaining to me, and it's grating on me and frustrating me or boring me, I can yell at it or try to do something with it or work with it, try to take it somewhere. If not, I don't really want it here. So. Okay, he's naming people. They're naming people. This is good. We could do the Timmy's around. He texted me recently. He's looking for land, which is good. We need to be doing more of that stuff, right? Behind the scenes. Mitchell is always fun. I'm not interested in Mitchell. Mitchell's toxic. He can't stay out of his bitterness and resentment for a long enough time with me to do anything or get anything done, right? He would rather play other games, right? So even if I like him or have love for him or think he's valuable with legal and lawful, his personality disorder and other issues get in the way of us cohabitating for any extended period of time. And quite frankly, he might say the same thing about me back the other way, in which case I don't know if I could even deny that. You know? So that'll explain that one. Jack Talcott, very similar story and idea. You can't really be asking these questions right now. You're indirectly trying to, you don't even maybe know you're doing it, but you're subconsciously trying to summon these people and get them back here to argue with me or have a back and forth. It's over, dude. It's over. Like Jack Talcott's hairline and hairstyle, it's gone. It's over. It really wasn't a thing when it was here. So let's just let it go, right? Because 9 out of 10 times the folks you're mentioning, you know the answer to the question you're asking, why we can't cohabitate or co-create for any extended period of time. Because they're not only are they for the most part boring and delusional and denial and not active in doing anything or presenting anything, they have personality disorder that makes it such that you can't stay on the same page with them for any extended period of time, right? They blow in the wind with what they know to be true versus what they want to be true, right? And that's fine. We may all do that, but yeah, as far as why they're not here and with me regularly and co-creating or broadcasting, that's the answer. You know, and part of that you could, and it's not necessarily completely personality disorder, but part of that personality disorder is what they've all admitted directly or indirectly, that they don't want to come on here and contribute to anything that I'm doing, because then I may get more attention and get more money. And if they don't get some of that, then they don't feel like they're really honored or respected or valued. So they don't want to contribute here or pretty much anywhere else, right? And I can't really do anything about that unless I'm going to decide to cut every loser who comes through here who's entitled and can't make any money broadcasting on their own. I'm going to pay them to be here for some reason, even though they have no market value anywhere else to do that. I don't see that happening. I don't think I need that. And I don't see that happening, right? Maybe if I ever got to a position where I had such an influx of cash and extra value rolling in, like 10x what I actually needed, I might entertain cutting certain losers who can't create value anywhere else or present anything that moves people in a court or out of a court. I might think about cutting them a check just to make a way for folks to have a way to be a part of something if they could get it done and do some bit on bits or just be real and talk about their real life and, you know, what makes us afraid and where we're insecure and where we could probably do better, right? If we could do that regularly and also make it entertaining, and I had that, I cut them a check, right? But if I can't cut them a check and I won't promote their shitty broadcasting channel, they have no real reason to be here. Because as I said earlier, in real life, I wouldn't be in the same rooms with them and they wouldn't be in the same rooms with me. Probably for very different reasons. If we're being all the way honest with ourselves and each other, right? And you know, it's not that we couldn't be, it's just that we probably wouldn't be. Who I am, how I am, the life that I come from, how I've lived, what kind of interests me and entertains me versus what doesn't. It's like a fine line with these folks. They can walk it only for so long and then something happens. So, and that's kind of the best way I could put it, right? I've been that guy all my life. And again, maybe it's they're all good. They got their shit together. I'm the asshole piece of shit. And I'm the kid who nobody can play with and get along with. That's fine too, you know? All we can't get along with or play well with others, right? That's nothing new. There might be reasons behind that, but still, here we are, answer to your question. So, yeah. Any more names? Z Creature, I think I covered that, mentioned it, you know, that's Mazio. Again, you can go ask them. And they'll lie to you because they're not real with themselves or anybody anywhere in their life. But if you go back and check the record, you'll find the answer in the old broadcast of why they're not here anymore. One of Mazio's last statements were exactly what I told you. If we broadcast here, Paul gets the numbers and the attention and the credit, and he gets the money for it. We don't get any of that. We got to go start our own shit to get that and then never come back here, proving why they were here all along to begin with, right? So I can't, you know, nothing that I could do or say or show to change that, ultimately. Again, the irony of it is these are people who left here to go do whatever instead of try to figure out how to work with me some way, somehow, who went off to get almost no viewership to any extended degree, right? And almost no value or money to speak of. So what they left for to go get, they left to do without anyway. And they had to give up a situation where maybe they enjoyed themselves, they were entertaining or entertained, or I made it into something, helped to make it into something. And it was, you know, part of something bigger in a way as well, right? You know, Mazio famously, to the few folks who are here, it's famous, right? Saying, you know, I'm your beta, we're going to change the world, and screaming and yelling before he became a prima donna and went on a power trip. 2 or 3 weeks later, right? So, yeah, you know, when it comes to O'Shea, Timmy, and others, it's a different story, right? They're doing their own thing. I'm doing my thing. We're cool. We have love for each other. Everybody's got their own life, and they're not, I guess, overjoyed to be here, or they don't think that I need it or want it. And I may want it, but they may not want it or need to be a part of it. And that's cool. For the rest of them, like, you know who the ones are who fit into that category. And then for the rest of them, you know, like Shively. I told Shively recently, I like to have him here, have him talk about his experiences, you know, practice some law stuff more. If he's into it and inspired, he'll come up. If not, you know, it's no love lost. But yeah, for the rest of them, you know, they got agendas and desires and entitlements, and they have little to no product value or service to bring to go along with all those expectations and entitlements. So not going to work well with someone like me, right? Someone who literally started doing legal, lawful, going to jail, broadcasting, and all of it, going, I'm just going to do all this shit because I love it, and it's because it's part of who and what I am and what I'm meant to do. And I got a whole bunch of parasites who are going to show up here who don't even bring the goods with entitlements and expectations. Absolutely not. I'm not going to entertain that. The universe is not going to entertain that. And then while they call me egotistical and arrogant, right? While it's them. It's because ultimately when you boil it all down, they don't have a servant's heart, right? They don't feel like they really want to bring something to the people and to do something different here. If you're not going to pay them or suck their dick, then they got no reason to show up, right? That's just the fucking bottom line. That's who and what they are everywhere in their life. That's what they've always been and what they'll always be. And that's why we don't fucking jive. I do what I do for the love of the game. They do what they do for the love of the fame, and they don't even get that. And they pass up the real game and the real becoming to try to get something they never got to yet. So go try to tell them that and get them to figure out how that all works. They'll be better off for it. Me, quite frankly, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't affect my trajectory, who and what I am and what I'm going to do. If anything, it frees me up, right? This is what I told them the whole time. They didn't like that either. I go, I have love for you guys. I could see how we could work something. This could be something if we could get in alignment and get out of our own way. It's not going to happen, obviously, because these folks won't have a servant's heart. They don't want to entertain. They don't want to embarrass themselves. They don't want to do anything where they got to sacrifice and give up some aspects of who and what they are to create and be something. So yeah, if you're not going to do that, then you just free me up. It allows me to sit here and yap to my heart's content, get more and more comfortable with that, get better at that for whatever that's worth, and explore myself more, right? And my opportunities with the medium. So, yeah, I don't see that as a detriment at all. That's just another opportunity for me. I'm not sure what you're about. Well, we're on 3 hours. We're on over 3 hours, so go back to the beginning. You'll get a piece of it. If you hang around, do the like, share, subscribe thing everybody talks about, right? Because supposedly it does something for the algorithm. And yeah, it's a different vibe around here lately, just because if we are shadow banned, then it's not as in the algo kind of energy. The energy is not as high, right, and demanding, so it's not as much a performative, under the gun, kind of like focused and flowing, energetic. It's more kind of kick back. I'm musing, I'm philosophizing, I'm shooting shots at folks, direct or indirect, subliminals. Just talking about whatever comes to mind, presenting some ideas, on repeat, because that's part of what everybody does here, whether they know it or not. So, you know what? Let's do this for Lauren. She's the reason we're all here today, right now. Okay, let's go here. We'll show Lauren part of what we do, because it's like someone goes, I'm not sure what you're about. So now I guess I got to give him the we're on the elevator, as they say, pitch. I got 30 seconds with you to try to tell you what I'm about, right? So we'll start here. We'll start with the memes. That's what the memes are perfect for. So, and again, this isn't left-wing, right-wing oriented. This is just truth-oriented in a world of cultists on all sides who are deceiving themselves and deceiving others, whether they know it or not. Oftentimes, the best deceivers to themselves and others don't know they're doing it. That's what we would call mind and heart control, among other things. So, common, we are an answer here, is one thing we do to common questions and problems. We are the answers and solutions here. We try to be, and now I'm talking about myself in a pluralized third person form. We strive here to bring answers to common questions that go unanswered largely. We strive to bring solutions to common problems that go seemingly unresolved. Okay, so one of them more recently, because right now we have a Republicard in office. And when you have a leftard in office, the leftists are all riled up. They say, our daddy's the best. Our daddy can beat up your daddy. And we can't do no wrong. Our team's winning while everyone loses. And we mock them. Right now, there's a Republicard in office, so we're like in the mocking them phase, right? See, it's just constant humiliation ritual by these folks and constant mockery by us and their masters. Okay, so what are you, some kind of liberal? And of course, he's wearing a great hat there. It says, make liberals cry again, because he's so fucking powerful and masculine and proving so many points by trolling the libs, by giving up your rights and property, right? We're giving up our rights and property, future and freedom to troll the libs. Boy, are they going to be upset by this. So the man goes on in every Facebook post to ask, and on every message board, what are you, some kind of liberal? When you don't believe in their right-wing status cult. They say, do you want collectivism, socialism, or Marxism? And then I have to introduce them to the reality that they're ignorant about and arrogant about, right? Marxism means you don't own property. We're already in that, because if you don't pay your yearly slave tax, they come and take your property, even if you paid off the land and the house. So imagine that. You paid off the land and the house, you live in the house. If you don't pay them their $300 or $3,000 a year or more, they're coming to take your house and your land, kick you out in the street, and they're going to give that house to somebody. Oh, they're going to sell that house to somebody else. So it's capitalistic socialism. We redistribute the wealth, but we profit off of it, right? But one thing it's not is American, because again, that's not private property ownership if it can be taken because you don't pay a yearly lease fee for the rest of your life. Socialism is redistribution of wealth. Obviously, I just touched on that. Taxes are taken from your income. The state gives that to other people for benefits and privileges and entitlements. That's literally redistribution of wealth. And the prior point that I made is an example of it as well. Taking your house and your land, giving it away, selling it because you didn't pay them their lease to use your own property. That's socialistic. It's Marxistic. And it is, they are two cornerstones of what you would refer to as collectivism. Collectivism, you could argue, comes in many forms. And it's essentially the needs of the collective over the individual. You must vote in this legal society for the unspoken social contract to be fulfilled. And you have to choose people to make rules for your life and pay them to do it. And the group is always more important. And what the group wants is always more important than the individual. And they will force their will on the individual, right? So don't give me the am I a collectivist, am I a libtard rap when that's you way more than it is me. Like I always say, magatards are way too left for me. You know, we're in a reality now where the right wingers are way too left for actual conservatives of American values. So we go to our next one. How's Lauren doing down there? She taking this well? Usually they don't take this well. Most of them. Some of them, you know, there are people, right? But most of them, they don't. When they're new here, they don't take it well. So what kind of law are you talking about? Well, what kind of law do you think exists? Or do you know exists? Because the kind of law I'm talking about, I think Carl Lentz was here the other day. He'd probably refer to it as lore, among other things. But the kind of law I'm talking about would be universal spiritual law based in conscience. The understanding of right from wrong. Logic, morals, ethics. Used to tie into civics, but now all you need to know is pay your slave tax, vote, follow the code, and maybe you're lucky and happy if you don't get slaved the fuck out. Trump is going to liberate us from the burden of elections. Totally, man. Just cuck out, cult out, escape. Don't actually focus on truth or even solving anything here. Just hope and pray that the billionaire who's totally not in the Epstein files, he didn't know Epstein, even though he's in videos dancing with him and pointing at little girls. They're totally going to help you. They're going to save you. It's going to get better any moment. Just keep on waiting for it, man. I can feel it around any corner, any day now. You know, we got a fucking boxing ring on the front of the White House lawn. I mean, you know, there's just so much. We're winning. Winning is happening, guys. All right. Yeah. So, yeah, whatever law I'm talking about is literally the opposite of whatever these leftist right-wingers, complete fluoridated, vaxxed out, lockdown, code-following retards who think that a corporation is their government, think that code is law, think they pay tax to fix the roads while they just gave another billion or trillion to Israel and Ukraine and on and on and on. That's what we do here, Lauren. Okay. We do actual everything they say they do. We actually do it here. We just don't get the credit for it. And quite frankly, we don't need it. Because that's just how it works. The ignorant, arrogant slave can't validate truth, life, and way anyway, right? Nor can it invalidate it. So Yeah, like, so like you say, what do we do? It's not just law. We do everything here they say they do. Like if we want to talk health and wellness and plants, herbs, and roots and nature, the supernatural, and how to be co-creative, physician heal thyself, right? We could talk that here. We could actually do that. Unlike the allopathic medicine, in quotes, folks who are involved in a ongoing genocide campaign for profit. Law, as you say, legal process / lawful process. We do that here. We get results to some extent. They don't. They say they do that, and they step in, take a bunch of money for you, and then make deals with the court where everybody's happy because you cuck up and cop out like 98% of the time. Let me see. Oh, religion, right. They say they do that, but really they're just trying to fuck your sons and daughters. And that's cool in statism because those are the people we actually vote for anyway, the ones trafficking our sons and daughters. So if we're not voting for them to run our lives, we go to them for spiritual guidance, right? So yeah, I mean, you know, like list the ways that we're doing here without doing anything at all the things they say they're doing that they're not doing at all. We're doing it without doing anything at all here. They're saying they're doing it while they're doing everything else but that, right? Extorting, lying, corrupting, embezzling, doing backroom deals, you know, trading in the souls of men for profit in the churches or, in the official positions, in the official corporatist positions. So, yeah. That's the. I think we gave a decent answer for Lauren to let her in on what we do. What do you think about the fact? All right, we got some folks tiptoeing in. That's all I got to do if I want. I'll be shadow banned with everything else. If I want some access to the algorithm, all I got to do is just show breaking news. Donald Trump. Just say the word libtard and they all start flooding in. I used to hate Israel too. Then I grew up. When are you going to grow up and support Israel? I don't know what that means. That's insane gaslighting, as if maturing and growing up is somehow equivalent to supporting these various corporations and their corruption. Bizarre equivocation and equalization, but par for the course when it comes to the fluoridated, soon to be genocided slave, right? I mean, what else is new, right? You're the reason we do this broadcast. Thank you, sir. What do you think about the fact that we just combined Israel military with our own so they can legally monitor us? What do you mean, what do I think about it? I don't think anything about it. There's nothing to be thought about it. We know why it's happening. Those of us who seem to know. We have an understanding. It hasn't been wrong yet, at least completely. It might be an incomplete prognosis that hasn't filled out all the way. But yeah, you know, big surprise that the corporations masquerading as nations are all going to get together to form a new world order. It's almost like that's been told for the last 200 years, 2,000 years. I don't know, depending on who you ask or what you source, right? You go to biblical scripture, you go to Morals and Dogma and the Mazzini letter we've previewed here. So yeah, right on time. You say, what do I think? I don't think anything. I know it's right on time because that's what's meant to happen, because these people, like all of us, need to be tested and challenged to go with God and understand truth, life, way. And if you don't, then you create a living hell for yourself and everybody else here. So what is there to think about perfect order that seems like chaos that's based in cause and effect? Because you could be judged by what you do and what you don't do. Harvesting of infant foreskin on a serious note is beyond soccer religious. Don't know what that means. I grew up a slave and people watched me get beat in every rest area. 1979, 1980 North and South. I-5 West Coast. No one ever did anything, so I understand there are strange forms of law. Well, no, that's an example. It's great that you're here, Lauren, and you should hang around because we should have a conversation. Not now's and probably not the best time. I mean, I could, but I have a habit of pushing myself and the broadcast beyond what's necessary. When ultimately, if it's meant to be, then it will be, right? I don't have to force it. So, yeah, you should definitely come back here and you can tell your story at some point. We can go over the perfect reflection of everything that goes on here, because that's the point. If you're real and you're telling a true story, then, because people come here and troll and lie, right? But if you're real and you're telling a real story, then that's a perfect example of what we talk about here all day, every day. The inauthentic corporate beta male who will sit around and watch women and children be beat at rest stops and trafficked and not do a motherfucking thing about it. But they get on the internet and LARP like they're some kind of hero badass and show their guns and tattoos and mag it out and talk about someone get the gas for the wood chipper because we got pedos to shred. You bitch ass motherfuckers ain't doing nothing. And we all know it. We all know it. Okay. See, and this girl right here, if she's what she's saying is true, and she don't have to be true per her specifically, because there's like 1 or 2 or 10 in every fucking room to an extent. So don't give me your garbage. And they wonder why I'm bitter, resentful toward them, and I mock them and try to humiliate them. Because this girl right here and many others are a perfect example of who and what you all are and what you aren't. You don't do shit. You don't stand for nothing. Then you get on the internet and try to act like you're something you're not, right? When we all know you're a cucked out slave. Shut up, stay in your place, follow your code, pay your tax, suck boot, and call me a sovereign citizen and a crazy person. That's how this shit's gonna go, right? Slowest conspiracy ever. Well, that's cute and clever, and I appreciate the part of you that's a critical thinker and wants to hold an ideology, take it to task, right? To really work it out. I appreciate that. But again, there's more to the story here, because they're not all powerful. The they, the them that have the thing, the same thing that you could argue is in all of us, what could be called a Luciferian swing, is not all powerful, because just like there's darkness here, there's light. Just like there's night, there's day. So there's always a counterbalancing force that makes it such that we do a dance, proverbial dance, cosmic dance for hundreds and thousands of years. It's called the 2 steps forward, 1 step back dance, right? So it's not that that these folks are all powerful and it's such a slow conspiracy. It's that they're a group of dark, morbid cowards who are overly intellectual, and they've looked around and they can tell the average slave isn't worth a damn, and they don't respect them or want to be around them. So they'd rather get rid of a good portion of them and leave the rest to work the fields or the robots for them, while they have perpetual vacations and pick from your children like breeded puppies to be their pets. Right. So it's and again, and the reason why that hasn't been done completely, and by the way, it's already been done. If you go to every nation, there is a legalistic, corporatistic system set up that protects human trafficking and endless wars. I don't know if you've noticed, it's called civilization and society. It just eternally protects code-based slavery and feudal systems, endless wars. We could only say it so many different ways. So it's not the slowest conspiracy ever. It's a conspiracy that's already taken place, so much so you're born into it and don't even see it. It's on every land, everywhere, and it's taking over more and more if we let it. The reason it hasn't taken over more and more as time goes on beyond a certain point is because there are 1 to 3 to 5% of folks in this planet who literally would die if they had to, or give up everything to not go along to get along with this human farm, the state farm, not insurance, but the way of beingness here, right? So God, not only the people, but the quote unquote experience of God, or the light, the truth, life, and way that is behind those people, the 1 to 3 to 5% who've tapped into it, will not let it get done completely. And of course, again, this is a holographic, reflective, and looping simulation. So just imagine a universal verse like music, song playing that's on loop. It's called light age, dark age cycle. I don't know if you've noticed, but it happens to be one of the cornerstones of the experience of civilization in and of itself. It's called empire falls, empire rises, empire rises, empire falls. They make movies off all this, right? And why does it rise and fall? For archetypal reasons based in meaning and purpose. How do we know that archetypal meaning and purpose and therefore recognize greatness? We go back and we study ourselves in history. What makes a man great? What makes a man great is he's free and courageous in a world that seeks to enslave you and turn you into a lying coward like all the rest of your friends and family who would run from me and what I'm saying like it's the plague and then try to project onto it that I'm crazy because they just don't want to look at the reality of what it is. So, yeah, it's the slowest conspiracy ever. So slow, it's taken over the course of thousands of years, and you don't even know that it's happening because much like the boiled frog scenario, the frog doesn't even realize the heat's been turned up on him degree by degree over a long enough time that he's now boiling and about to die before he ever has the nervous system response or reaction. That is the perfect mind and heart control State Farm slave breeding program. And you know how you know it's almost completely complete? It's almost completely complete. That's an interesting statement. Is because the last 5-year simulation, the supposed Republican conservative right wingers all took at least one vax. And if not, they went to go fraud fake vaccine cards and do illegal shit and arguably unlawful shit, forging official documents to proclaim a claim that is dishonorable and bad faith, right? So there goes your standing. That shows who and what you are, right? And then we have the leftists. So yous all submitted to the state. Yous all threw in with Babylon. You all sacrificed yourselves and your children to Baal and Molech as an archetypal idea, right? Because you wanted safety, you wanted comfort, you wanted more money. Okay, so yeah, there is no more. If I have to give you more evidence than what I've already given you, you're not ready to take what I'm giving you anyway. The fact that you even have to ask me or mock it or make fun of it because you can't see it proves where you're at and what you're able to receive versus not. You have to be almost completely brain dead at this point to not look around at what just went on the last 5 or 6 years with your relatives and everybody dying in plexiglass boxes and all the rest of it, to not think that maybe something's up around here. When Bill Gates is laughing on the news and telling you pandemics are your new way of life and you're going to take shots every 6 months forever. And he somehow, we don't know how, but he's locked in with the government, meeting at the White House with Donnie the Maverick QAnon guy. And he's on the news every 5 seconds telling everyone about their life and what it's going to be. At some point, you step back from it all and go, okay, I'm in a holographic cosmic movie, and I'm either going to be a main character or I'm going to get ran by a bunch of extras, a bunch of simping, cucked out, cowardly beta males in pink shirts who are going to tell you all how you're going to live. And you're going to like it because when I point out what it is, you're going to mock me and say, I'm the asshole. I'm the enemy. I should shut up. I'm the loser. I get it. I totally get it, right? It's called Stockholm Syndrome 101. This is the dynamics of a prison population. They don't really have to control you and guard you. You guys are all busy doing that to yourselves and each other, right? No one has to come in from the cop side and tell everybody to riot with each other, fight each other, do power games on each other, police each other. You know, they all decide to do that all on their own, right? And of course, it's to the benefit of the cops, the COs in the prison, because while you're all busy arguing and fighting with each other, while you're all poisoning each other, it gives you less opportunity to all get together and focus on the fact that you're all in a cage and we're running your lives. See how it works? Even when it doesn't work, it works. Never let a crisis go to waste. Isn't that what Rahm Emanuel and Hillary and all the rest of them go by? See, all you got to do is when they tell you the truth, believe them. But that's the hardest thing for a hoe, because a pimp could tell a hoe right in their face who and what they are. And a hoe will always choose to believe what they want to believe and what they feel rather than accept what they were told and shown. Bless your heart. Do you suffer from Trump Down syndrome? That's a projection, sir. I think you mean Trump derangement syndrome. And no, I don't even know what that is. This isn't specific to Trump. I know you have this cult of personality where he's your daddy, and anytime we talk global politics, truth, life, and way, it's got to be centric to him because he's your daddy, right? But yeah, no, you guys have Trump denial syndrome where you don't want to look at the fact that your hero, your cultist, is an absolute pig swine, just like every other politician who storms through this place to tell you hoes how you're going to be pimped while you beg for it, love it, and buy the merchandise of whoever the hero of the day is, right? You do it with Obama, you do it with Trump, you do it with all sides. You're all retarded. You all don't learn. It all gets worse and worse, and you all keep doing the same shit that got you there, right? You're literally insane. So, you know, I'm the biggest fool in the room because at times I'm attempting to try to interact with or make sense to the patently, empirically insane who just talk in buzzwords that they were uploaded with. Like you pull the string on the puppet and has 5 phrases. What are you, a libtard? What do you got, TDS? Matter of fact, I can't even come up with 5. You guys are so empty and vapid. You got maybe 2 or 3 throwaway lines to cope and deflect from the facts. In God we trump, US. Listen, I get it. You're used to going around where you think folks are libtarded and you're still testing me, even though I just told you I've never voted. I'm not a leftist, right? But when you troll these leftists and they get triggered because they have TDS, you're really only mocking yourself because you don't know it yet. But Donnie Trump, along with the leftists, are going to be the ruination of America because they're replacing American ideals, rights, and freedoms with statism, policy, and code, endless wars. And they're making war on the people, whether it's for drugs, whether it's for your ethnicity, your legal status, whether you have the right papers or not, whether you paid the right lease tax to use your own property. The whole population, the public, has been criminalized now for their rights. You want to own a gun on certain states, you're going to jail for what used to be a right. You want to speak freely, we're going to censor you, shadow ban you, and cancel you. You want my meme that was seen 60,000 times over the last 2 days on Slave Book? It's interesting, too, because when we do the shadow ban loop, it all seems to happen the same times a year, right as they're doing the games on the left and right, getting them to fight each other, going into the June and July with the race wars, bringing up Carmelo. You know, like every year at the same times, they run the same games and the same psyops on you same types of slaves. So get a clue, save your breath. I'm not a libtard leftist. Move along if you need to. I get it. You're trolling leftards while really God and the universe and the whole situation is mocking and trolling you, but you're too stupid to even see it. You'll see it at some point when you have a Greater Depression 2.0, 100 years to the date of the last one, 1929, 2029. They're going to pull it on you again. You'll sit right there and say, I never could have seen it coming because I didn't even open my ears to Paulie Boy and others. I was too busy trying to mock and troll him because I didn't realize he had some level of perspective and understanding, and I was too retarded to actually open my ears and listen and understand history and know that history, if it doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Okay? So it's all right on time. All the signs and symbols are there if you can read the signs and symbols, but most of you slaves are not symbol literate. You're symbol minded, but you're not symbol literate. We were promised freedom. We got control. And again, the Constitution, you can argue, promises at least half of it. The rest of it's amended. But I made this to try to get the average slave to try to wrap their limited intelligence around these certain ideas, right? You can't give it to them all right away because they just can't. It doesn't compute. You gotta walk them through it slowly. So, right to free speech gone. Right to bear arms gone. As far as America, right? Don't tell me state to state. We're talking United States / America. So if it's gone on one state or a handful of states, it's gone completely, or we're in civil and Cold War already. So save it with the presidency. This is where it always goes. This is where it's bound to go for the same reasons. So right to own property, you don't have that anymore. Right to travel freely, you don't have that anymore. Freedom from search and seizure, you don't have that anymore. I could go on. That's just the first 5 or 6 of the supposed Bill of Rights that are supposed to protect our natural rights and you have a supposed Republican conservative in office, and not only are they not focusing on these issues and trying to change them or solve them, they're deflecting away from them and pointing at a bunch of crap that just doesn't matter, and in a way is Nazistic and fascistic. And no, that's not a leftard buzzword. I'm saying by definition, if we go to the words. So yeah, this is another good one I like too, right? Very simple and straight to the point. If we're Americans, then American fundamentalism is don't tread on me. It's anti-statism. It's extremely limited, if not no government, right? And raw freedom, dangerous freedom, pursuit of happiness at all costs, shall not be infringed. We not only don't have that, we have the opposite of that, right? Oh, you both can tread on me for safety, for supposed safety, right? And just like the hoe, the pimp says he's beating a hoe for safety, right? To get her right. And she repeats it, but it doesn't make it true. Okay. So you hoes can keep telling me how your pimps give you code, tell you how to follow it, make you follow it, get you to pay them to follow it, right? And then beat you if you don't follow it. And you could tell me it's all for the right reasons because you're a broken hoe. That doesn't make it true and real to me. And in reality, that just makes you a broken, confused hoe. Any attempt to stop me is breaking the Constitution, right? Oh, see, no, that's a false equivalency. That's why there's no point in talking to a lot of you folks, because you don't understand context. Nuance and context. Two things that you don't understand. So I'm not a corporate government funded public service for you. I don't owe you a position here or in my life. I'm free to restrict your benefits and privileges of being here at this platform that I put out, right? So equating what I do here to a paid for governmental public service that interferes with people's rights is a complete backward concept. You don't have a natural right to be here uninfringed, to do and say whatever you want to do. I allow you to be here based on the unspoken agreement, right? See, now that makes sense. Their arguments only make sense when you apply it to a different perspective. So again, I'm not of and by and for the people as far as a covenant, contract, and agreement. I didn't agree to that beyond with God, and I try to hold to that, right? But when it comes to slaves and folks who don't know right from wrong and can't make sense, I have no agreement or obligation to tolerate you, accept you, put up with you, or allow you to interfere with whatever I'm doing or creating here. So no, you don't have a natural right to do and say whatever you want here in this place of busyness where I don't do income technically, but I have an ability to allow people to be here or restrict their interaction. So I'm old enough not to have voted for Laughing Lion, Communism Harris, and Tim, whatever. Again, it's all of them. They're not able to listen. They're not able to get it. Freedom of speech just ain't saying what you want to say. It's also hearing what you don't want to hear. What you don't want to hear, the truth. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. I don't know. Okay. I'm not stopping you from saying whatever you want to say in life. I'm telling you that I don't have to put up with you typing and saying whatever you want on this platform that is mine, right? It's hosted by Google and YouTube, but it is in fact mine, right? I upkeep, I maintain it, I create here, I present here. I'm not quite sure either what Charlie Kirk has to do with anything. Again, you literally, the mind control drips from you people, because every person, place, and thing you cite was given to you by the TV and who runs it. And you just walk around just regurgitating it, and you're not even embarrassed by it. Charlie Kirk is now your hero. We don't know why, because he, was a white guy draped in American flags who, talked at campuses about neocon lack of values? What the fuck are you even saying? Charlie Kirk is an Israeli operative. Erica Kirk is an obvious agent and operative. You can't see that? You don't know that? Erica Kirk at the funeral almost blew JD Vance or whatever the guy's name. I can't even keep these characters straight. She couldn't even stop herself from cracking up laughing at half of these events because she knows she's putting on a crisis act. We got to call her now. 267. Go ahead.
Oh, is this the stream?
Is this tree?
The stream.
Oh yeah, this is 1013 WSLV. Your home for all things slavery and genocide related. What do you got for me? Questions, comments?
Yeah. I just wanted to point out the hypocrisy of what you just said. So you just went on the whole rant about free speech and everything and how they're restricting your free speech by shadow banning people and everything else, right? But then you turn around and say, oh, well, if somebody was to set up a soapbox on your front lawn, you know, or they come into your stream, you're allowed to dictate what they can and can't say. So make up your mind, man. Which is it? It's the Facebook and all them are restricting your free speech and they're not allowed to do that, or they are allowed to do that, and that's how you're justifying how you're allowed to do that. You can't have both, my dude. You're contradicting yourself.
So you equate my platform and my arena essentially a semi-private, semi-public interaction, right? To whatever level I want it to be.
It's no different than Facebook or any other private company, just like you just said. All right, just because Facebook is huge and you're small, don't make a difference. You're still both private companies.
How is Facebook what you call a private company?
All right, are they owned by the government? Yes or no? Are they owned by the government? Yes or no?
They're in a collective contract and agreement with what you would call the government. Absolutely.
No. A collective contract with the government, is different than they are working for the government. There's a complete difference there. They are a private company. They are not a public company. They are a private company. They're not a company owned by the government. So the government cannot regulate.
You got it backward. This is part of the problem. I'm a private man on a public platform with a limited.
But it's not a public platform. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not a public platform. Facebook, YouTube, these are all private companies. So if tomorrow they say they don't like the color red and that they don't like anybody saying the color red, then they can shut down everybody who says the color red. Just like you can turn around and say, guess what? I don't like this dude who set up a soapbox outside of my house. I don't like what he's saying outside of my house on my property.
Listen, you can make
your
that
property.
claim.
You own it.
You can make that claim and anybody could try to do whatever they wish, but they open themselves up, obviously, to some form of litigation, right? Because it's not just the idea of censoring certain speech. It's the idea of dishonorable, bad faith, false claims. See, it's a 2 and 3 part idea. So these are people who they say to me and other folks that we're doing medical misinformation in order to censor us. They say that we're doing subversion and rabble rousing when we're not, to censor us. So they're making bad faith, dishonorable, false claims to try to stop us from speaking a truth that interferes with their business they're doing in contracts with the government. That is completely
different. But that's a completely different claim than they're shutting down.
Completely different claim on all levels to what I'm doing here and how it all applies. You're absolutely right. They have a duty and obligation to various entities and groups of people. I don't have that. I'm not in any contract. I'm not monetized. I didn't make any agreements.
So they're not censoring. So they're not censoring free speech.
YouTube is a public commons. Could be argued, right? Because again, all of courting is just arguments, and then someone's going to decide which argument is more credible, right? So no, I don't accept that this is a private company and a private platform. It's a publicly funded, subsidized, in contract with elements of the corporation you call government, public service and public commons. And they're not free to make bad faith, false claim statements on record to try to interfere with people's original content creation or presentment of their facts and their testimony. It's a completely different dynamic. It could be seen as similar in certain ways, but it is not the same on multiple levels.
I don't think you understand the law, my guy. That's the problem here. You're conflating like 6 different things together into one.
I think that you think statute, policy, and code is law.
I see. I didn't realize you were a sovereign citizen.
There it is.
I got it. I got it.
Ding, ding. No, you don't.
Sovereign citizen.
No, you don't got it. That's the point.
Yeah, no. I've heard all these arguments before, my friend. You can tell me about the fractional reserve system and everything else.
Are you saying it's not true? There you go. There's the laughter of a guy who knows it's true.
Okay, I'll just say this. You show me one successful civilization. No, because you like to make the argument, my friend. You show me one successful civilization that didn't use fractional reserve banking. Show me one.
One successful civilization.
One successful civilization that didn't use fractional reserve banking. Like I said, show me. Like I said, Rome fell. Go on, but like I said, by all means, show me a country right now that uses fractional reserve banking, that doesn't use fractional reserve banking, that's successful. Name one country that's successful.
What is your definition of successful?
I'd say, able to support themselves, not a third world country. I even argue that there's not even any third world countries that don't have fractional reserve banking on some level.
You mean like Israel, who moved into Palestine, bombed them, genocided them, and took all their property and used a false claim to do it?
What does that have to do with what my question to you? That's a complete red herring.
It's a half truth.
That's a red herring.
You're doing straw man red herring. That's the point.
I'm asking. No.
You just claim that every society that's successful by your metric, and it's a very limited metric, by the way. It's always financially oriented.
Okay.
Right. You don't care. You don't care.
Let's use your
You're
metric.
not letting me finish.
What is a metric for? What would you say is a good metric
Not being
for
a
a
bunch of
successful country?
psychopathic, sociopathic island boys who got a list as long as your arm for all your congressmen and officials who are doing backroom deals, endless wars, and trafficking your children.
So what do you got?
Drugs.
Antarctica? You got Antarctica. That's your country?
His answer is love the corruption or leave it, right? Another slave line. You guys are so...
No, that's called...
Just like you project,
straw man and a false dichotomy. Straw man and a false dichotomy.
Okay. How is it a straw man and a false dichotomy?
Logic,
you just did that to me.
False dichotomy.
That's what you just did to me. We're not going to address the truth and the facts because I don't know the law, but you do.
No, I just specifically. Instead of asking me why.
If we're both going to talk at the same time, it's not going to work.
Well, you can stay on topic instead of pivoting.
Can we? You just moved 2 or 3 different subjects and ideas.
I said that I went through how, like I said, you're being contradictory.
You went from the law to I'm a sovereign citizen to this doesn't work.
It's not free speech if it's on a private platform.
Fascism and statism works everywhere and is the cornerstone of success. You jumped 6 times already and you've been wrong every time.
No, that's a straw man.
What did you just learn the word straw man? This is what we're going to do now? You're just going to say it everywhere even when it's not applicable?
No, you're making a straw man. I'm going to say you're making a straw man, but okay.
You're embarrassing. No, the straw man was you comparing me to Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, and public service accommodations and commons that have contracts with other public servants who use false claims to try to restrict the flow of information. You equated me stopping spamming in my chat to me being Facebook and a public commons and a public servant. That's how much you know the law and context and have an understanding, right?
Listen, pal, free speech in public forums, not in private forums. They're owned by private companies. There's a complete
It's not a private forum. It's open to the public and available for everyone to view, and they have contracts with the original public servants to uphold rights and the law and not make false claims and be dishonorable. You just made a corporation and a public service private, and you tried to turn a private man into a public corporation because you're backward.
Whatever, pal. Like I said, can I go on your front lawn and start making a speech on your front lawn?
Front lawn?
If I go on your front lawn and I start set up a little forum on your front lawn, do you have the right to come out and stop me?
What is my front lawn? By the way, you don't have private property anymore anyway, so it depends on who I am and the jurisdiction that I have, according to you and what you signed up for.
Can you name a country that doesn't have property taxes?
Yes, I can come on your lawn because you don't have private property anymore. You have state-sponsored rented property where you pay tax to use your own land. So yes, I could. And again, the what you're trying to do there isn't working because you have no understanding of what it actually is. But I could walk with you, through that. I know now the fake laughter and cope, you're not going to have to come with anything that makes sense or moves anybody. You're just going to.
Hey man, where ignorance is bliss, is 'tis folly for me to be wise. So you keep sovereign citizen it up, pal. Do me a favor, next time you run into the cops and you let them know that you're traveling and you're not driving, film it for me, all right?
Wait,
just film it for me and put it up there, all right? I love it. All right, catch you later, pal.
He's gonna run? He ran. That's what I thought, right? See what they always do? When they can't talk over you and deflect and conflate and reverse everything and project, then they fake laugh and they run. Because he knew where it was going, that I was positioning myself and that I was going to go to the memes and I was going to actually hold him accountable, right? So we got the projection. He's the smart one. He's in the know. He gets how it all works. I don't know anything. He can't explain it or make sense. When I explain it and make sense, he cries out to God, oh, God, right? Because you have no answers. And then you project and run. You're the wise one, I'm the fool, and you run right out of here because you know I was about to bring up these memes. And I was going to ask you, is this not true? Is the tenet of Marxism that you don't get to own private property? Is it not true that if you got to pay yearly tax and if you stop paying 1 year, they're going to come take your property and redistribute the wealth? Is that not Marxism and socialism and collectivism? Is it not? Simply telling me everybody does it and it's scary and that I'm an idiot for trying to push back on it or understand it isn't answering the question. It's a deflection. It also proves you're a coward. Because folks like you will come here and say, name one time that you and your buddies had a result that was positive where the sovereign citizen thing works. And when I name dozens of them and 50 and 100 of them, you're going to breeze right past it and ignore it because it's not a convenient fact for you. So again, we knew who and what you were that you projected onto me. That's you. You're the moron here. And we knew at the moment you used the term sovereign citizen because your Fox Noise TV and your status family and friends all got uploaded with that cult programming all at the same time. That's how we identify you, right? Through our journeys through the desert and the lands, we identify other weary travelers by who they actually are, by the first few things they say. We can tell who they are, how they think, why they think the way they do, and who was the last pimp to hoe on them, right? And pimp on them. We can tell it all within 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, the only people who say the term anti-vaxxers, conspiracy theorists, and sovereign citizens are dyed-in-the-wool statists who suck boot on the left or the right and repeat whatever their corporate masters give them as branding and buzzwords to demean and detract and distract from what I and others are presenting, whereas the obvious power and value is located. And it's all demonstrable, discernible, repeatable, explainable, experiential, and on record at this point. But you're going to fake laugh, and you're going to project, and you're going to run out, because I'm going to hit you at one meme after the next. How about this, buddy boy? Tell me all about how on the left and the right it's getting any better and you're not losing all your rights. Because I don't understand the law, right? He thinks he understands the law. He doesn't even understand legalism, let alone the law. But he's got it all. They got it all. They got it all together, right? The neocon republitards of the modern day who literally pay to use their own property. The founding fathers wouldn't even look in your direction, let alone spit on you. They wouldn't waste their saliva on you. And you want to equate yourselves to that. And even that's a clown show joke, having founding daddies who give you a piece of paper to tell you got God-given natural rights because you slaves can't be men and figure it out on your own. And then you want to make false equivocatory statements. Oh, the corporations all have the same rights that people do, but people don't have any of the rights because the corporations have dictates, and that's what society's all about. And if you think anything different, you're never going to win at court. And show me someone who wins and blah, 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 and just deflection after deflection. And then you run like the coward you are. Like you do everywhere in life. When you can't substantiate your fake ass frauding position and you get shown and exposed to be who and what you are, you fucking run. And the fake laugh is just a mask to try to save face, right? You guys are, I could set my watch by you guys. And the people who've been here for 5 years who watched you all come through here and all be the same type of people and say the same things and do the same things, they're fascinated by it. They're entertained by it. So am I. All right, go ahead. Questions, comments, concerns. Sitting in the chat, scrolling. How tired and bored you are isn't working either, by the way. A lot of these gambits work on certain folks you're used to dealing with. Doesn't work here, so save your time and your energy, right? And if you continue to scroll my chat, I just remove you. See, a lot of you are the reason why governance is the way it is, whether it's here or in the public, because you can't govern yourselves and you don't care about truth, and you'll never be prosperous and successful because you're not honorable in good faith. And a society can never be great if it's not operating in trust, equity, and faith and honor. See? Voting for a master, telling me corporations are people too, and all the rest of it is not greatness. Telling me we live in a legal society and we have to give up our rights to follow policies and codes for everybody's safety and telling me that's law is not great. It's pathetic and embarrassing. So, newsflash. I'm the one who goes to jail over and over again and gets results at courts, and we reproduced it with 50 to 100 people here over the course of 5 years. That's all on record. You're the coward who's never going to take a stand anywhere in your life, but you believe you're in the know because you repeated all your indoctrination your mommy and daddy gave you from day one, aka the state. Nothing new here, not a surprise. I've seen several examples of people who were stopped and accosted by a police officer and maintained not only their privacy but left without being subject. Of course, sir. That's the thing, Stephen. You got to know, we know, but oftentimes folks overlook it, right? But then I got to remind them, Stephen, we know that that's a fraud. We know that's a cosmic agent. Even if they're not a paid agent, they're a cosmic agent. They're probably duped and deceived and deluded in order to cope day to day and not have to look at the truth and change who and what they are and what they believe, right? It's that pride and ego. So he's not actually interested in getting answers to the questions he poses. He poses the questions hoping I can answer them. And then once I answer all of them and he's not willing to be accountable, we just get the fake laugh and the run, proving what it was the whole time, right? He was never interested in honorable, good faith conversation and seeking the truth. He wanted to play a power game and he met his match with me like they always do. And when he couldn't leverage his false power anymore, he fucking ran. That's always the power and value dynamics in any situation. I don't care if it's a Chile de Castro fist fight on the street. The moment you can't equalize with me and leverage your power, real or not, to overcome and equalize with me, you cop out and you try to save face and you run from what you're intimidated by. And you feign like you just left because you don't want to waste your time with such a fool like me. No, you knew you were going to get whooped more and more, and I was going to hold a mirror up to you and what you're saying. Trust me, if I can humor you slaves for 4 to 6 hours at a time while I'm laughing and giggling and mocking you but not running, you can do the same. You didn't want to. We know why. There's nothing more embarrassing and pathetic. It's one thing when the leftists do it. There's nothing more embarrassing and pathetic than the modern day maggotard who sucks boot, who's supposed to be a Republican and a conservatard. There's nothing more pathetic and embarrassing than that. When the leftists do it, they're embarrassing. I mock them, whatever you expect them. When the magotards do it, it hit different, bro, as they say. He's the same type of tard who sits there in New Balance shoes with the high white socks, grilling sausages and thinks it makes him a man. And he spouts about the Constitution, doesn't know anything about it. I would love for he won't do it because he's a coward. I'd love for him to come back here because I want to ask him all about the law he knows all about that I don't know about. I want to ask him, like everyone else who talks about it, tell me all about the Constitution and what you know of it. You know what they know about it? The Constitution. That's it. That's the beginning and ending of what they know. That's not going to get it done, champ. I got a feeling if you showed up at court like I have 6 times in 5 years and got dismissals or gotten cases thrown out with no attorney, just talking and with claims on record, I got a feeling you wouldn't exactly be able to get it done. Genius. Something tells me. I don't know. All right. For the rest of you folks, the link is out there. If you don't want it, I may hit the news. I may just check out. I was planning on doing an hour, and as always, we did 4 and counting. So they're still projecting down there the coping, TDS, libtardation, ha 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 ha. That's not me. For the 1,000th time, I don't vote. I'm not a leftist. I've never voted. I think you're retarded on all sides. But hey, do what you need to, right? Cope how you need to cope. It's all one big It's all one big mockery, humiliation, troll fest, simulation reality anyway, right? The whole reality in this place is. So, you know, no sense you not being a part of that, right? Article 1, Section 8, Clause 14 was our undoing. Well, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to go into that. And it doesn't even matter because I don't need to know. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 14. All I have to do is bring forth all the average slaves and how they think and feel and what they do and say and what they don't do and say. And it shows you and tells you exactly why we are where we're at. I don't need to cite scripture or code or contracts or any of that. We got the living biological example, reflection, simulation. Our undoing was a bunch of bitch-ass males who refused to use logic, morals, and ethics to come to an understanding of truth because their pride and ego's in the way. So they'd rather cope and talk from their feelers or repeat what some other guy told them that they can't make sense of. See? That's our undoing. It's not Article 1, Clause 8, Section 14, whatever the fuck. Although I know what you're alluding to there and what's there, and that's the legal, that's one of the legal technical snares, you could argue, but it is far from the direct on the ground cause and effect related reason for why this is all happening. The reason is you got a bunch of retarded cowards who want to run around this place like they know something, and dare you ask them to explain it, they fake laugh and run every time. So, yeah, you know, if let me, you know what, let me check because we had 16 missed calls before. I didn't get any. Hey, we got another one here. Do we? No. Let me see, 36. I think that's Nico, but why is it not under his name? All right, 360. You called before, we never got back to you. If you want to call back in or somebody else, I'm open to it. If not, I think I'm going to shut it down. It's more fun to troll for 10 minutes than it is to ask questions for 10 minutes. I get that. That's cool. You know, girls just want to have fun. I get it. See? But see, then don't show up pretending to be a patriot in quotes and a man because girls just want to have fun. See? It's important to be in alignment with what your claim is and how you're presenting yourself. Girls don't want the responsibility and accountability. They don't want to be honorable and good faith. They don't want to actually make sense and have to be a part of changing something here, right? Girls just want to have fun. I get it, man. They want to giggle and laugh and run when they're about to get fucked. Part of them wants the fucking, and then part of them's like, tee-hee, I think I'm going to run off, right? I don't know. I get a little intimidated. You know, the gorilla will mount you. It's been known to happen around here, right? Good thing I think Fleece went to sleep because I haven't seen or heard him in a while.
You got his baby up in your butt, man.
Oh, no, there he is. He's still up. Yeah, that guy who just fake laughed and ran, he's got a gorilla baby up in his butt, man. Good luck trying to get that out of there. Are you serious? Yes and no. I'll leave it at that. I'm going to hit some vaporized cannabis because we've completely changed our life and our ways around here. No more blunts. They're not good for us and our lungs. No more burned cannabis. Burning is bad. We're loving and caring for ourselves. That's why I'm a libtard. I'm loving and caring for myself. That's libtarded. I'm practicing harm reduction. 250 years of slavery coming up. No, 250 years of slavery you already experienced. It's just legalistic, corporatistic, feudalistic slavery. It's the best kind because most people barely even notice it's there. So it works better. It flows better. It always works and flows better when you don't know what you're serving and a part of. So you never really have to choose. Yeah, the average empire lasts 250 years, and Trump just built a UFC ring outside the White House honoring the 250-year anniversary, and I find that to be fascinating. almost like they're just right in your face, mocking and humiliating you as they're planning to do a next economic collapse. Like, we're really going to run the debt up. Let's bring Ho Rogan in and do some sporting events on the lawn. Let's really get you to like cheer for the blasphemy and the corruption and the Roman Empire bread and circus distractions and deflections. Yeah, the more we change, the more we stay the same, right? How old were you when you figured this out? Wow, now we have some actual questions from some people who are, you know, there might actually be real people around here. How old were you when you figured this out? So I had an intuition when I was 12 years old that 9/11 was not what they said it was and that we're being lied to. And of course, I was told I was crazy for even asking, why even go there? Who thinks like this? All the rest of it. So, you know, went down that rabbit hole. It seems there was a lot of extra details to that event, right? We'll say. So, yeah, I could say there wasn't just one event. It was an instinct or an intuition that was put inside of me by whatever created me or this place. Because I don't see anybody else in my life directly who could have imposed this upon me, right? There's nobody who would have been able to impute inside of me what I was questioning or presenting, right? Everybody around me was a Republican or a Democrat. It's actually just right down the middle, right? That's how the game works. Daddy's side is Italian and they're always Republican. It's just a movie, right out of the movie. Paulie boy to gorilla, born to the mommy and daddy. Daddy's the Italian Republican, of course. Mommy's the Irish Democrat. And they're both equally insane, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And if you try to ask them to seek the truth or tell you the truth, they can't. They don't know that they can't because they don't know they don't have it. And they wind up trying to tell you all of their deceptions and lies and to be a part of their power games. So, yeah, man, I didn't come from these people. I came through them in more ways than one. I guess we all do. From somewhere or someone else. And I guess maybe we all do, right? Unless there's a split here. Cain and Abel of sorts, right? There might be half the race is NPCs, half the race is star seeds. I don't know how that all works. But yeah, man, it's, you know, like when did I figure out? I think I'm still coming to grips with a lot of this stuff or having certain things crystallize or having to change my perspective. So I don't think anybody has it all down completely. It might be a lifelong study or practice. But yeah, I mean, day one, man, in my heart and my spirit, I've always rejected the false notion of authority, right? This idea that some other man or woman here can tell me what to do and be and what not to do and be if I'm not doing wrong or causing harm. So, and again, that's in the generalized experience, right? As the man pointed out earlier, there is the privatized experience where if you're, and again, this is just based in common sense. If I'm at your house and you tell me you don't want me engaging in certain things, well, then you're free to tell me to leave if I do that. And then again, you know, part of the practice of discerning right from wrong is pushing back on that and then finding out where are we just dictating because of our feelings and where are we all practicing some modality that actually keeps us free and or safe, right? You know, where does free and or safe become some throwaway line to use for us to do corruption and tyranny on either side? So yeah, I think there's, I just maybe I'm giving credit where it's not due, but I think there's a spirit inside of everybody that if you, for whatever reason, don't trust or believe the people around you, I think that was a big difference with me too. I inherently, instinctually don't trust people around me. So from day one, I never trusted my father, my mother, or any of these people. You know, I just saw different ways where they were lying to themselves and others and playing power games. So why would I listen to them and trust them about what the government or anything in life is doing and being when they're not even being honest about what they're doing and being? So a healthy amount of distrust for people, places, and things and forms of authority in order to question who and what I am, how I'm living, how they're living, and come to know right from wrong without just living my whole life inside of a paradigm given to me that is not mine by people who I don't trust and respect anyway. I would think that that would be square one for a conscious and aware being with a conscience in a three-dimensional realm where we get to choose, right? I would think that would be square one, step one. I would think that would be the core of every being here. But of course, our life experience reports quite the opposite to us. You know, that experience I just described is not only a minority, it's a paltry with a U, paltry minority. What's the topic? The topic is no topics. What do you think of that? So you never got a driver license? No, sir. I told the story just the other day, and we got to get the hell out of here at some point. It's going on 12 o'clock. I did 6 hours yesterday. I wound up ending at 3 in the morning. I don't like that. I want to be in bed up a bit earlier. And yeah, I still got health issues and pains that I'm working through. It's not completely done yet. And I feel them having their way with me. Something about, as silly as it sounds, it actually sounds crazy both ways, where being more physical and active actually feels less painful with certain things. Sitting here and talking and projecting or presenting is taxing and painful to me. That's why I've done a lot less broadcasting over the years. So I'm kind of having to check out myself and kind of like listen to my heart. Or what do the white people tell me? Listen to what does the white women tell me? They tell me, listen to my body, right? And then I go, so you want me to rape you right now? That's half a joke, okay? Don't hold that against me. Or actually hold it against me. I haven't had a lot of physical contact lately. But yeah, I've had to learn to listen to my body rather than just do whatever the fuck I want to do that I'm willing to do. Because I'm on a dopamine content creator high, right? Seems there's two sides to that. There's like a burnout or an organ taxing effect that goes on. But no, sir, I've never gotten a driver license. I went and tried to get it 2 or 3 times. They failed me. One time they failed me because I couldn't understand the woman who was doing the driving test. She was a Haitian woman. I kept saying, what? I don't understand you. And she just finally said, pull over, and failed me. So I failed like 2 or 3 times. Well, how it went was I searched up right to I felt in my heart that I shouldn't have to. I've never understood why, right? I've been one of those kids. I've never understood why, and I've never accepted the non-answers I've been given. So I went and I looked this stuff up early on, that why do I have to ask permission to these people who are supposed to be servants to do like whatever I want to do in life? Why do I have to pay them when I work? Why do I have all this shit that they told me? I couldn't believe it. When they finally broke it to me, what life was, couldn't believe it. Oh, you got to work, and 40% of what you make, you got to give to these people to do Epstein Island stuff. Yeah, it's just what we do here. Oh, you want to travel around, you got to have 3 or 4 pieces of paper and permission to move your property around, to just exist, you know, because safety. And then like, oh, you want a gun, you got to go ask permission and take tests, and then maybe they'll give it to you, but most likely not if you're not a cop or military. And I go, isn't that backward? And they go, don't worry about it, it's safety. Just every step of the way I ask questions to try to understand based on what I'm taught and how it doesn't make sense, and they give me non-answers. So I go look into it, right? And then the only thing you get is presentments from people like me 25, 30 years ago, and then everyone else around them going, this guy's a sovereign citizen. See, so yeah, I went and I took the test a few times, and then I got back to looking at what I was already looking at, because it seemed to me this was more hassle than it was worth to me, right? And I believe that's all subconscious too. That part of me just didn't want to really try and practice and get it down. I didn't care. I thought it was bullshit. So I was determined to fail. My self-sabotage got the better of me. But in this case, I'm thankful for it, right? And then we see where it goes. I mean, really, realistically, I could always go back and double back and get all of it. You know, I thought about it recently. I could still practice traveling without a license, registration, insurance, and you know, just to do it because it's interesting and exciting, and doing the practice, I think, is going to reveal stuff at the courts. I could go get a Mexican license, and I could only present it if I have to, and I could still practice without it on this land. Although the only issue would be is once I present it or put it on record, they're going to have it on record forever. So technically they would presume that I have and am licensed if they stop me. So I would know, even if everyone else didn't know, that I wasn't really doing it. But the point is, I could always go backward. You can't. Well, I guess you can do it the other way if you cancel your contracts. Yeah, man, it's back to the earliest days of where I've now drawn my experience and this belief that there is something here we call God, and that there is an order to the universe, and that there is something meant to be. We have to choose into that. And much like breathing, sometimes we choose to do it, and sometimes it does us. And oftentimes we're not really conscious of when it's doing us, right? We're just kind of just happening. So yeah, it's like picking up the thread, right? There's something been in me that I've ignored for a little bit because I was surrounded by slaves, but I'm not as suggestible and manipulatable. So very early on, I grabbed the thread and I started following it. And it's led to a lifelong experience of essentially what happens when you take a thread out of a Christmas sweater and you follow it, right? At some point, the whole thing disintegrates, right? It's that old. Like if I had to write do a GIF or something, one of those moving pictures, like what is the revelation of the truth of how this place and this system works? It's like a Christmas sweater with a loose thread. You pull on it, and the more you keep pulling, the more the shirt just starts to dissolve right in front of you. And you start to see whatever was behind that covering. So, yeah, I don't see coincidences and accidents. I see somebody who, much like Mr. Wizard would say, Jeremiah 1:5 was formed in the belly to be a prophet, right? There is nothing else that I could be and do that would make as much sense as everything else that I've been a part of that I didn't realize was meant for me till I look back on it, at a certain point. All right, we got to go. I don't need to be up, and I don't need to be keeping you folks up. I'm glad you're using your God-given right to free speech, something no other country has. Well, I get that, sir, and that could be one of the reasons why we could make the statement that America is great. But again, America is only great because we've fostered and maintained, or at least in theory, we were supposed to foster and maintain as a culture this idea of a God-given rights-based system of and by and for the people. So other countries don't have that because other countries have given over their soul, their spirit, their conscience. And this place is doing the same thing, right? So let's not do the whole American exceptionalism, right? People are people no matter where we go, and people are all subject to the human condition because people are humans. And if you're subject to the human condition, that means you're subject to conscionable, the ability to use conscience, and you're subject to the dynamic of corruption. We all are, and that's why religious scripture is what it is, and that's why 100% of the world, essentially, or 80 or 90% of the world, has these beliefs and practices they do. So, yeah, I just, sometimes we got to act global. We got to act local and think global, as they say, right? So, we're on America. American fundamentalism is only that because we're tapped into something greater and beyond, a higher order thought, right? A soul, if you will, certain archetypal principles, value, meaning, power, systems, and experiences. So we can tap into that no matter where we are on any land, right? And I would argue that is a worldwide renaissance that's probably taking place across all lands as we speak. As a matter of fact, I know it is. Because there are folks on all lands who are part of this network, and they will share and tell you stories about a bunch of folks who are doing the opposite of what they've been told and getting results. One example that comes to mind more recently is Ramiro over here telling me about a guy in Mexico who he's a preacher, and he goes to church every day, and he tells the people, stop acting like a bunch of pigs and slaves. And he does the whole sermon with a gun on his hip. And he tells the people, I'm going to have guns. I got right to have guns. Guns are in the Mexican Constitution. When do we get to a point where you all say you're all going to have guns, the cartel's going to have guns, but we ain't going to have them? Sounds a lot like Paul Unslaved, right? Sounds a lot like Padre Pio, whatever the fuck his name is, because it sounds a lot like whoever, whatever is working through us. It's all the same ideas. It's all the same experiences and idealism, right? It's all based in a common sense. Any man or any woman on any land can have the common sense experience of slavery and genocide, or right from wrong, you know, and what makes the most sense if they let it be. Or they could just call me a sovereign citizen conspiracy fucktard and laugh at me because I'm not voting and taking another 15 shots. All right, give me some final words. Padre Pistolas. There you go. Padre Pistola. I'm kind of wondering who that is down there right now. I know that person. If they're hiding amongst us, hiding in plain sight. It's still 12:16 over here. It's 12:30 over here. But again, I mean, you know, I got to decompress. Believe it or not, maybe most people don't have this experience, but for me, broadcasting is kind of like performing in a way. And it's not only taxing, but it's like an event, right? It's almost like a fight in a way. You know, so you got to like decompress from it. You got to settle down. Your body's got to like switch modes. Yeah, or that's just me, right? All right, let's get some. They call me the white albino N-word. These people who don't like me, hate on me. It's a sad state, right? They don't realize that I have what they need. But yeah, we're gonna do some white albino Negro music about various events we've experienced, and then I'm checking out of here. So back, who knows when. And up top, you got consciousness support links. If you value what I do and you want to gift the broadcaster non-taxable events, because we don't do monetization and income here, because we don't want to be beholden to YouTube. When we did, they try to tell us everything what to do. So we got rid of that, gave that up, because I would rather be free and do what I love to do and work in trust, equity, and faith with the people than to be guaranteed X amount every month, you know, be safe and secure, but have strings attached and have to do everything they tell me to do because my advertisers who run my life don't like my content and material, right? So, yeah, special thanks and blessings to the contributors and supporters who do practice trust, equity, and faith and look out for me knowing the situation, and not out of pity or sympathy either. I don't want that either. If it's strictly if you get value in entertainment, and you want to practice trust, equity, and faith, which in that case, I probably don't have to mention it. So I'm going to shut up. There's also emails up there, consciousness.is.rising@gmail.com. You got questions, comments, concerns, you want to do some kind of meetup or event, I'm semi open to it, right? As the man who came here yesterday and invited me to an event found out, I'm open to it till I'm not. I wasn't really down with trying to charge the audience $1,000 a ticket. I just can't. I got enough problems, right? I'm a big enough asshole calling people out and talking shit. I don't need them knowing and feeling that I just charge them $1,000 to do it, right? They're really, one of these days, if I go to an event and that's going on, they're really going to fucking have their way with me. You know, they're going to say, God of all media, let's see if you can hang from that tree. You know, I don't need that kind of drama. So, yeah, if you got clips, videos, something you made, you want to present, historical precedent or facts, you know, metaversal myths, miscreant misgivings, misdeeds, whatever you got, send it over. I'll sift through it, and then don't take it personal if I don't present it right. I will curate. So Lauren's going to be back. We have a new person here, Lauren Creature, and of course I use the term creature euphemistically. The root word is create, so don't be offended. I'll let you know when I'm going to offend you. I'll be direct about it. So that's good to see. I think we picked up another 5 or 10 subscribers. We're chugging along, 5 or 10 subscribers at a time, even on a shadow banning stretch. And I have faith we'll be back in the algo like we have been in the past. Once we get past the summer of what we're going to call the summer of love, psyops, some race wars, you know, the usual, maybe a biological pandemic. One can only dream, right? Lost, yeah, okay. So we're 1.7K views on this after 4.5, almost 5 hours. So yeah, that's whatever, you know. You folks out there, if you got an hour to spare or not even 10-20 minutes, get online. Oh yeah, by the way, they keep asking me for names, so I'm going to put it out there. If anybody wants to be part of this simulation, YouTube is now doing a new thing. They've never done this before. For years, every 3 months or so, or less, sometimes more, I send them at least 1 or 2 emails because they play these games with the numbers and the charts. And then it kind of like they back off a little bit and then do it again. I got to threaten them to sue them. And now they're doing a new thing I've never seen before where they're actually asking me to give names to people who say they're not getting notifications. So go ahead and email me if you're someone who's been here for years and you have a repeated event of them not giving notifications and you want me to tell them your name, right? Because I'm not just going to give people's name. That's just not, you know. You have to tell me, hey, I want to be part of this simulation. I'm willing to let you give my name. They're going to investigate my account according to them. So yeah, I'm sure there's at least 3 or a few of you who will be a part of that simulation. So email me, let me know, and then tell me what your name is in chat. And I'm going to give them the names just because I want to see what they're going to say when they do their investigation. Right? Because I contacted them yesterday and the day before, and they're like, well, we'd love to help you again. And this is a constant problem, but now we need new information. Like, who's saying this? And I go, okay, well, I'll get with them and see if they want me to do that. So yeah, I'm interested to see where that goes. And if nothing else, like the guy said before, just another person on the list that people are going to have to sue to stop them from interfering with rights. And that might not even get it done. You know? We may have to do like Donnie Trump and go make our own social network, you know, really just bypass everything. Did the Honda? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Hantavirus was supposed to take off. The slaves didn't bite onto it, so now we just don't hear about it ever again. And that's the thing I keep trying to tell these folks. They don't understand. Everything can be hantavirus. I put this to the test with my parents, teachers, and other people in life. Like, I just ignore everything they say. I don't listen to anything they tell me. And then after a certain point, they're like, Paulie boy, you're going to do this? You're going to do this? Huh? We think you're going to do this. We want you to do this. He's not going to do this. Okay. Forget about it. It's not happening. So like everything could be hantavirus. Tax on your land, income slave tax, licenses, all this crap could all be hantavirus if you would just stop biting on it, repeating it, and complying. Just literally like that. They go, okay, we think we're done with. By the way, they already did that during COVID. You guys all missed it. Like 5 states or more said, we're done with registration, insurance, and the rest of this. We're just not going to enforce it. Because you know why? Because everybody stopped giving a fuck. And overnight, it was over. They can't put everybody in jail. They can't even put 10% of people in jail. Especially if they're well-to-do people who have no criminal record. They can't substantiate it. If they got to have Bob and Jill and Jim and Joe and Frank show up to court, you know, who've never done the drugs, who've never walked the walk I've walked, they can't do it. They're banking on the fact that Jill and Joe and John and Frank are never going to show up at court because they're too duped out and nice and kind and polite and pretty, right? But it's already happening. It's already starting, right? The average quote unquote citizen who's also been criminalized and is finding their way to court, even though they're not doing wrong in their life and they're even trying their best to suck boot. It's getting more and more that way, right? Where everyone you meet has a story about getting arrested or going to jail or going to court. Used to be back in the day, 1950s or earlier, it was really hard to go to jail, really hard to get arrested. You could be driving drunk. They used to tell me stories. I wasn't there, but they tell me. You'd be driving drunk, do this, that, and the third, beat your wife. eat the dog. You could pretty much do whatever the fuck you want to do. Keep a black person in your backyard on a leash and say it was a murder. You do whatever you want to do. And they say, well, it's kind of frowned upon. And we think there's a code for that, but whatever. You know, America. They just stopped my uncle, my father, other people. You drunk right now with 15 cans on the floor, driving down the street 90 miles an hour? You think you can get home safe? Yeah, all right, we'll see you. So we've gone the other way, right? And it's because people keep accepting it and complying. So, yeah, we're on another loop back, right? We're on another pendulum swing back. So we'll see how it plays out. Never got notification on this one. Okay, can I put you down for an investigation with the YouTube folks, with the Indians? At 33 NDB. Anybody else? Well, he didn't confirm yet. Okay, at 33 NDB is giving me confirmation. He doesn't mind being investigated. We just never see these people again. I go, here's the 3 names of people who don't get notifications from me, and we just don't see them ever again. Something happens. All right, so anyone else going to volunteer themselves for YouTube's investigations where they're going to somehow look into your account and figure out why I'm not getting notifications out? I then, this is the best part. I go to the Indian, I go, do I need to give you 3 names of people when I have my metrics right here? And it said, I'm going to quote this for you. It says 3,000 views, 96 notifications. I mean, do you think that that's like a problem or an issue? Because it's funny, because it's almost like the same 96 people who've been here for 5 years you keep giving notifications to. The other 3.1 thousand had to come through searches and feeds and whatever else. So then when the other half of the audience comes filing in, you know, and there's 5 or 10 representatives of them who are actually going to say something, because most people just, you know, whatever. They're like, yeah, no notifications. And I'm like, yeah, because there's 96 of them that went out of 5,000 impressions and 3,000 clicks. It's kind of a shitty ratio. Right, that's another game they play, where if you go to search me, they don't even show that I'm live. What's that? Oh, well, we need people's names to investigate that. Right, totally. And then they go, and now I threaten them ahead of time. I go, don't even tell me it's not happening. I'm telling you right now that I know what's going on. It may not be happening to me right now, but I know it happened. So, you know, I'm just putting you on record. Stop it, or at some point I'm going to have to sue you. And then I'm going to either have to do it or not, right? All right, yeah, email me if you want to be part of the 3-man investigation, and make sure you leave your channel ID name. All right, Chili Pepper Negro music, and then I'm out of here. Bye.
Gorilla here learned to cook in the joint. Polly be making heat. Polly be making heat. We catching charges back to back, and we ain't ratting. It's okay. The ops ain't never on they block. They busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep. Bitch, get out my way. Fuck your crap for I'm on time. If the cops got shit to say, you in OD, acting like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off, this full of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay. Hey. God on my side, I don't trip, I've been ready for the pressure. He was talking out his neck, now he crying, learned a lesson. No cap, we don't lack, we just move, we don't need extras. If he reach for that car, bet his daddy gon' correct him. I was posted West Cold, rotten apple was the borough. P got locked, he's still outside, got no choice but keep it thorough. Came up off the mud, not a whole hood, no, it's tryna run on with his cars, now it's pepper that we smoking. We catching charges back to back, and we ain't ratting, it's okay. The ops ain't never on they block, they busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep, bitch, get out my way. Fuck your crap, I'm on time if the cops got shit to say. You in OD, acting like like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off this fool of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay.
I've been heavy on my own, never needed extra manpower. They love to speak on smoke, to that pressure bring the man out. Brody got a couple views, wolf and let his mask down. If it ain't about the money, you don't never see these damn clowns. I remember long nights, suicidal in the town. Same ones used to call me crazy, ask me what we gon' do now. Keep it all in motion, I can't stop this train for nothing. We bringing the real shit back, these other slaves just bluffing.
We catching charges back to back and we ain't ratting, it's okay. The ops ain't never on they block, they busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep, bitch, get out my way. Fuck your cry fold, I'm on time if the cops got shit to say. He went OD, acting like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off this fool of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay. Oh.
Gorilla here.
These slaves be tough as fuck. These slaves
be tough as fuck until they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gon' stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer.
These slaves play macho. They gon' range your ass like Tonto and heavy slaves dancing like Michael. It's gonna cost you some cheese like Nacho. I ain't with the cap though, ain't got no license, this like extortion. Feel like I'm drinking one and pop a 4/5 punch that is clock, that's the end of his shift. I don't got patience for fraud and we already exposed him, the scholar just talking. Oh, you didn't pay attention, you know that it cost him. Acting like he be on that, so they offed him. I live with a chip on my shoulder, you get on my nerves and smoking and coughing. Get your ass clapped like Lena. Since he thinking he tough, well, a slave, they about to lean you.
Boom! These slaves be tough as fuck until they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gon' stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I'ma get some charges this summer.
I know my rights. I don't bow to no fake crown. Freedom in my chest, I won't let them shut me down. The badge ain't legit and I don't comply. I answer to the truth, not the lies they supply. Hands up for the people, not the ones who in line. Stand firm in the storm, I get stronger by the hour. Can't on my mind, can't make me cower. I move with the free and I'm staying empowered.
It's fucking till they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gon' stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer.
Selling freedom for a fee. Pockets lined with promises that never set you free. Touchdown position, head low, comply. But truth don't live where falsehoods lie. A tri-fold solution for a problem you make. Teaching how to bow while the real ones don't break. What you sell ain't freedom, just a cage you choose. Making you a better pawn in a game you'll lose. Lost scholar, what's the price of your word? Speaking in circles, yo, your truth is blurred. No roots, no honor, no ground to stand on. Your paper throne crumbles in the palm of your hand. Delete the laws, yo, put the laws in the land are not in codes or controls that you can't understand. Teaching folks how to bow, yeah, making good hoes. But every pimp knows how the same game goes. Chant PLQI, you think vengeance will save, but you dishonor the truth and you dig your own grave. The trifold shield won't cover the fool. Nah, you fools who sell hate just keep feeding the fuel. Lost scholar, what's the price of your word? Speaking in circles, yo, your truth is blurred. No roots, no honor, no ground to stand. Your paper throne crumbles in the palm of your hand. The lies don't kneel, they don't break or bend. Yeah, they walk in the truth where your lies don't stand. No scripts in their pocket, no pose to assume. Yo, your words are a joke, delete flaws and read the room. What's freedom to a man that peddles a scam? Who speaks no truth and hides behind another man? The style is just a shadow, yeah, ghost in disguise. Or those who walk steady, yo, see through the lies. The truth don't fold, nah, it don't fit in the trifold. It's carried in the heart, not in stories retold. Yo, you teach the pose, but you're lost in the fight. Claiming you know, but you're just trapped in the night. Yo, you say do this, do that, and you'll be free, but you're just getting pimped, yeah, you just don't see. Clones can't bind the ones who won't play. The drift loses power when the truth finds its way. Lost scholar, what's the price of your word? Speaking in circles, yo, your truth is absurd. No roots, no honor, no ground to stand on. Your paper throne crumbles in the palm of your hand. Yo, so fold your trifold on, take your seat. The game you're playing is a game of defeat. The law stands strong where you can't pretend. What's built on lies, we're only breaking the end. No touchdown poses, no gimmicks to sell. Yeah, the ones who know the walk steady and well. Lost scholar, you know your lesson's undone. You're just a pile of wet rags flying out in the sun.
Tremendous loser. We have losers. We have losers.
You can't treat him like any of the other niggas around here because he ain't like any of the other niggas around here. You got it?